psychology people, they read all three books on marketing, on psychology. They figured the whole thing out. They know how to move us around like routines on strings. So, wonderful kids are pointing. I wanted to ask you all, do you think like Hollywood has like an agenda, like that it's organized that they try and create through their art, or do you think that's just like a conspiracy theory?
He's nuts, motherfucker. Yeah, Mr. Beast there. He's nuts.
I guess I'll probably talk more about like the I mean, there's so much money involved in that state. That's really the motor that drives their
Sorry you feel that way. I called the show this week Hodge because we had Neil and his brother in Monday and Tuesday. I was here Wednesday, and then you came on yesterday. So when it comes to what did you learn this week on Gary and Shannon, it could be a plethora of things because so many different voices have been heard.
It sells in China. It's thrilling, that's right. Like, one thing it sells to everybody, then it's like, that's a super home run where they make something that sells like this if you want to serve in America, that's more like a
operator.
right.
And when we got into this studio, there were no windows, so we see no one. Now, I don't understand that influencers are seeing somebody.
You don't want
I don't know why they put those cameras in here. I don't want
it's like in India or China. You have to do all these subtitles, there's a lot of action, a lot of scenes, a lot of explosions. So it's money, and then comes the art, and then comes what we actually film. That's how they make yeah. So I don't think there's like a conspiracy.
Blake, sorry about that.
It's fine. I'm just looking at it as an actual broadcaster.
There is a kind of
how easy our job is. The amount of people, the range of people who step in and fill in our house around.
They would drop the whole stuff tomorrow if they could make more money with something else. Just without straight to the microphone. Big
I'm saying that's an actual podcast.
So anyway, I feel like it's always a little behind the times in a lot of ways, unless they do something handy. But if they really prove that something is going to bring them money, so until they start to see like a swing in like ticket sales or streams or views, then they are just riding whatever the previous few years was. What it used to be 30, 40 years ago,
with attack on the metro system just last night here in Congress in a very industrial area, and this came just hours after officials in LA, including Mayor Garrett, that's had announced a surge of law enforcement on the metro system. Last night, a man approached another guy from behind, came to a stop, and shot in the back. They'd gone off through this industrial area with running for it. Deputies were able to arrest him and bring him into custody pretty quickly after he tried to flee the scene. But nonetheless, very concerning, especially after we just heard that scene happened just a few hours before that there has been a concerted effort to put more law enforcement on the metro system because of this, they're describing as a spike in violent crime. As you guys remember, on Monday, 2 people were stabbed on the metro system. That included a man in Florida. He was attacked by 3 minors, and also a woman who was attacked at the South LA metro station. She was taking the elevator from the 105 station. And I went to that station because I spoke with that station, said I would even get up here. That's how my safety went.
I haven't heard from campfires years. First thing happened, like the metro, from number of understanding, you can really get a lot of good sound, a lot of, first person stuff like.
I got I'm waiting for my hazard pay to get
You're laughing. Good job.
considerably more some kind of walks up to a stranger shoots with a bag.
Anyway, so back in the day, you
Yeah,
had
now in this situation, it seems a little bit like it could be a random attack. One thing I want to point out is that last night at the press conference, the sheriff's department was asked if there was a law enforcement member on that bus. I think there's a lot of interest in that, given that the officials have come out saying that one more law enforcement on buses and trains. And an investigator on the scene there said no, it does not appear that there was a member of law enforcement on the system. Now, Shannon, while I have not protected the metro system, admittedly, I have spoken about people who have, including this security guard this morning. And I was curious, he says he takes the train in for Compton. And I said, have you noticed a rise in law enforcement presence, any sort of security on your line? He said he's not seen a change yet.
Well, like, I would just like to point out when I was a reporter, the most dangerous line, I believe, was the green line. Right in the site editor, Michael Clark, who had the 27-year-old female ride the green line for a day.
It's definitely hard. We've been
See if
trying
I
to
saw
get for a while, and I did space out of the movie.
I just want to be the first to tell you that I am less manly than a 27-year-old.
And so that's why sometimes it's like, I wonder what it's like, do they just not like us? Is that why, like, they want to help us make this thing, you know, like, why would it, you know, like,
now a lot of these attacks, this
you know,
comes
I
off
don't
of
know
that
how we get
question.
paid, I'm still getting this, like, why wouldn't they
With
invest
mental
in it, you
illness,
know?
which has to think this has got to be one of the homeless people that we hear about on the metro system. Every time I speak with riders, the first thing they report to me is that there are a ton of homeless people on the system. They're openly using drugs, they're straighting out. And just yesterday, we had officials telling us that a lot of this violence arises from mental illness.
Thank you, Blake. Appreciate it. Don't get on the buses or the trains.
Street, you want your eyes full circle,
Sit
against the window.
That's absolutely.
At the very minimum, pepper spray, at least pepper spray.
Just don't go. Don't roll the dice with your life like that. That's true. That's true. Chris says, kudos to you for the 3 episodes.
That in a way, is also taking away our
Just put in there the people that
because
get
if
it,
you
and
don't
if you
take
don't,
risks,
no big deal, we move on.
And it's Flashback Friday 1985, August 26th. Yeah, all right. Look at
brave
you,
enough
Tom.
or willing or
Gary
able to
Shannon,
make it
what
happen.
about you?
It's not always great.
You've already
A lot of
mentioned
people
Donahue and
it's
the
not
three Vigos. Like, that's peak 80s.
based on their life.
Yes,
And it's okay if they can't take it. But you need those people. You
A woman's
need
been arrested after
those
crashing
people
a
for
white
things
van
to
into
change.
several vehicles and a semi on the 405.
Yeah, that's really
The woman had been leading police on
Thinking
a
about what
chase
you just
early
said a
this
second
morning.
ago,
She was
I had
speeding south in
a friend
northbound
of mine
lanes
who's
of
a
the
publicist.
freeway near the Wilshire Boulevard exit.
It's just,
We're gonna get an update on the final
you know,
finally improving situation on the 405 in just a
I've
couple
been
minutes. The men accused of bringing two women in a van in a remote part of the Angeles National Forest reportedly offered rides to get victims up at a train station in El Monte.
right.
And Marcos Army is an illegal
But to
immigrant
think that like
without bail.
probably
John
10 years
Krasinski
ago, they
is
probably made
expected to take first place in the box
You know,
office this weekend. The film starring
if you
Ryan
bring up any
Reynolds
numbers on that,
about
that'd be great.
imaginary friends is projected to take in about $40 million in its first weekend in theaters.
Well,
Well,
one of the
check
problems
out the
also I think in
five.
Hollywood is you have like
Next.
The backyard is where you make the great memories this time of year and into summer. And my backyard's a little bit disarray right now. I've got to get it ready to have people over. So
now
I'm
it's
going
the
to
children of people,
Valley
it's their
Nurseries.
the
Now is
creativity,
the
the guy
perfect time to
moving
reach
from
out to their nursery
you know,
pros,
to
get the
be
yard
viable
moved,
is a
so
great
that you
idea.
get based
It's coming
back
here
about how
great
enhancing
because
your
they're giving
backyard
that job to
is like
somebody
adding square
here. It's
feet
all
to your
and you
house,
start
even
to
increase your livable space that much. Go to
creativity
moonvalley.com/get growing. They have free design consultants who can lead you to the right selections to make your backyard
possibility, there is some hope that it's so cheap to
moonvalleynurseries.com/get
with your
growing.
iPhone, right? The means
We're
of
gonna have
making
partly
it
cloudy skies
could
this
be
afternoon
go out
after the
there
low
and do
clouds
some
clear
20-year-old
out.
kid
Highs will be
and you
in
have a
the
really
60s to low
weird
80s.
ideas
This
that
report brought to you by Stonefire Grill. Scratch, made for real. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got Caltrans work slowing you down to get you to share park
afraid
with
to
five.
make that step. They want to make the right first. You know, sometimes I tell people, it's okay to say something for free. It's okay to take a job where you're getting paid very little. If you learn a valuable skill, if you actually make something that gets a lot of attention, the money will come in. And a lot of people are so afraid of making that step. So if you're like a young person, have an idea for film, don't sit there and wait, try to get way more skill, the other crap online, never happen. No, just go out and make it on your own for $10,000. That's something could happen.
But what you're saying right there, that you can make a movie for $10,000, but you can't make like it's a different look.
Yeah, but you can get a lot of attention for it. You can be right on the plan. It's your style is to reflect you 100%. And other people do that. Yeah, other people will not want to entertain. You know that. And the same thing's happening in the music industry as well. You know,
Yeah, well, I think in music, these are very oriented. All they do is choose their made to create when you need an instrument. You know, so they get the editing, but maybe not really. These days you can learn everything online. I just wonder if we're less creative or more creative. Or maybe we're the same as we've always been.
well, being an old guy, I have to say less creative to make music so much better.
Right, I think that's possible, but I also think the imagination isn't used as much because there's so much. Why I can be like, okay, right now, can I think of something to entertain myself or to keep me busy or to see what my thoughts take me? Or can I open up TikTok and just see something that's definitely going to be entertaining? You know, so I think our imagination is starting to, and I don't know how you would measure that, but I think our imagination is starting to become like the appendix or something, you know, in the body.
Back in the day, George Carlin had a routine, George Carlin, about when he was a kid, he would just pick up a stick and he would play with it. He would create all these amazing games with just a stick that he found on the road.
Yeah,
There's poking the animals and and he was like, well, how nobody can take a stick anymore and imagine something with it. You know, he had a much funnier way than I'm saying right now. Trust me. But the idea was that, you know, when you were a kid, you know, I remember when you created something that was at 8 years old, I was like very village. And what it is he created a whole town in dirt. Was built and my friend worked. We created houses. And then we had wars. We took all our army. You know, like glass, there's city destroyed, they bridges, lakes, and all this stuff. It was like wonderful, you know, making your own world.
yeah, well, I think doing things like that is so interesting. Like being creative. One thing that always creates imagination in people is love. I feel like that's something that I like. You know, always like the risk of the silent resistance. Always just that's a big factor for me. That always like sparked my imagination, whether I was like poetry or making a collage, doing something, you know, trying to do romance or something.
Figuring out how you can sit and strategize or take or what the best for and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't think of it. It's weird because you think of it, I guess seduction isn't just sexual. Okay. So yeah, because I was thinking about like, yeah, what can I go do that's nice with my girl? What would make her care about me? What would make me show her that I care about her? I love that stuff when I was young.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think online porn is definitely the greatest skill.
It's really so much. I'm amazed to be allowed.
I mean, you used to be, like,
Like
If you
Big Brother
wanted
with a full
to
cast
feel
and
feeling
take
lonely,
on Orwell's
you go to a
1984.
party or a
Someone
bar or
orders a
something.
champagne room with
You have to
desperate
take some
deadly
guts.
widows.
You have to like get outside of your house. You have to
Tension.
take the risk of somebody saying no.
It's a killer lineup on
You know,
Audible.
and you
Go
feel
to
kind of afraid.
audible.com/killer
Yeah,
to
kind
listen
of
now.
trouble.
Sometimes
And then maybe you
all
got
you
a
need
few
to get
years
the party started is a little help
Let's
from
get
your
that
friends.
skill.
KFI AM 640 wants to give you the chance to celebrate friendship and beyond at Pixar Fest at the Disneyland Resort from now through August 4th. Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for your chance to win a full
Yeah,
pack of
because they
one-day
never
or
had
tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For details and enter in your chance to win, go to KFI AM 640.
So then no interaction. So then this weird feeling, this weird fear. I was definitely too much fun with it. Yeah. My 20s, dude. Bad news, dude. Yeah. Jerking my body off and just playing that corner.
Earlier days.
This was, 15 years ago, 13 years ago.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere
Yeah,
on
it
the
just was bad, man.
iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll
Hanging
even
out
set a
today
date
to
up,
appreciate
and then
it.
instead of going on the date,
Our
I'll end up
long
looking at
national
the
nightmare is
pornography,
over.
and
All
then
lanes
just
to the
cancel the
northbound
date.
405 at Wilshire have been reopened following that crazy
Why am I
ass
going
woman.
because I think probably some of the nerves I would have to go, but then also it was like, you just found a loophole to make yourself feel sexually gratified. But the long-term effects of that, because then I started thinking anytime I was like engaged in sexual activity, I would think of it in almost like camera shots or something. You know what I'm saying? Like it was all like, and I didn't even realize it, but it wasn't like in a moment. It was just like, I'd almost be just watching, it wasn't, I wasn't in the moment, even the way I saw it, right? It was, I see it so many times this way.
UPS driver shot and killed while inside his parked van. This was in an industrial area of Irvine. It sure seems like it was a targeted shooting and not something that was random.
I'm just saying, I was certainly, not even victim of it, I did it, and I wish that it hadn't been there. Because I do miss the days when I would just lay at home.
Now, I got a heads up
And
that
just
there
really,
is something in
we're
the
all
UPS
like
community
jerks, you know,
that some UPS
and
drivers
just jerk off that way.
engage in.
At least like,
Things like
looking at the
rat
screen
wise.
or whatever.
Well, I stumbled into a chat room on Reddit.
When you saw it.
Yeah, the reality,
About
it's all,
UPS
it's
route
all like,
times, and it
it's never
says
the
things
same.
like,
Next
honestly,
time we go from the
your
replay, it's
UPS Wi-Fi checker runs through chat with other drivers. I did, and what I found was
But dude, it
horrifying.
was nothing. That's what drew you out into the world as a fan of fantasy. You go to Europe or whatever. What if I meet someone in the chorus fucking sing?
UPS
I
driver
remember
has
when I worked in this hotel
better
in Paris, I
relationship,
was
you know,
20.
like people that were witnesses to say, yeah, we know, we've seen him on this route all the time.
Wow,
Making
dude,
more
oh my
deliveries than
God,
ever.
I would hide under a bed.
It was like
We're forced to speculate what's behind
And there was
this.
this guy
Pull
who
up,
kept
show
showing
a
up
guy,
at the
drive
hotel. His name
away.
was Eduardo.
Don't resist
This is
arrest.
Tulsa
You're
sitting
picked
in
up
there.
later. Seems as
This is
though
kind of
maybe
where the art
that is something you can kick around
I
as a
watched this guy.
possibility, as a possible motive.
He
Is
was
that
so smooth.
there was a relationship.
Every skill
He
in the world.
resisted, he didn't break
He
his
was so
arrest.
relaxed.
Yeah, I believe I saw the footage yesterday
And so I was
afternoon.
thinking,
They
what
kind
is
of
this power
pinned him
this guy has?
into his car.
Well, that's right. Pretty good.
Wouldn't get out. They throw in the smoke bombs. That doesn't work. They send in the canine dog.
That's what I'm all about.
Come
Send
to
it
this
to
hotel
Yeah, they
partially.
send in the dog. The dog can't pull him out of there. Then they start firing at the guy.
I was like,
Finally, he crawls out
what
and
is
they're
it
able
about
to pull
him?
him
I was
out.
kind of
But
fascinated by him.
yeah, he was on the UPS driver was on his regular
And I
route.
realized
You know, it's
was
funny.
his
I used to
confidence.
feel shame
His
with the amount of things ordered
there
to
was
my
nothing
house.
defensive
But
about
then
it.
the pandemic hit, like
And
you
the
said,
fact of it
and
being
now
so
it's kind of my
undefensive.
go-to. It
He
remains my
was
go-to instead of
incredibly charming
going to the
to
store
women.
and grabbing whatever I need in terms of like, go to CVS if I need like
Yeah.
I
He's
don't know,
not
nail
thinking
clippers or
about
whatever.
himself.
Just go to Amazon.
He's not
you
in
know?
the moment with the what's
But
going.
that's why you guys have Small Business Thursday. You know, because nobody goes to stores
So
anymore.
on edge,
It's
on
almost
down.
impossible
It's
to read
like
early in the
so
day because a lot of
relaxed.
times
Not thinking about himself.
it's saying we can't
That's
afford to
what
stay
I
open.
mean.
We can't afford to close because we have these 5 to 10 leases that we're still locked into. We have these long-term contracts that we still have to pay for restaurant equipment at the same time coming up. That's not working anymore. The DoorDash rates or
Yeah, I think seeing somebody be like, oh, I was always shocked when a guy was giving the girl.
you just pay the deliveries. The fact that you don't even click on
Yeah.
Amazon, don't click on Prime, don't click on
There were people like that.
today,
They had something about them.
you're done.
And it wasn't
Not
just
going
looks.
to Ulta or Staples
No.
or CVS or
Yeah,
hardware store. Like I always try. We have a local hardware store. It's called
comfortability.
Bay Hardware in Seal Beach on Main Street. And I try to
Sometimes there are moments I would get into
whenever
that
I need
stage
to
where I would
use
feel
everything.
very
Zip ties or screws or whatever I
It's got
need.
better than I was, but yeah, I was young.
Sisters, you see how
So like, you look at a girl and talk at the same time, I'm fucking funny. I'm getting on legs and flying right on my butt. Is that what you got into Europe? Were you a ladies' man growing up?
I had a theory of my 20s were and then maybe that I grew out of it for whatever reason. Grew out of it. Because tiring.
Oh, just chasing it.
Yeah, I just felt
Well,
like,
if you are struggling, we've got your chance at $1,000.
you know, like, it's okay when you're just playing this trying to look good because I think it's like they can be a sturdy, they can even be a 40, maybe it's a big jacket, it's not pathetic, yeah, but you felt like, it wouldn't feel right, but when I was in my 20s, I'm not
That
saying
keyword
I
is
wasn't on
happy,
the level
Carmen.
of
That was for you.
no
Happy.
way.
Put that on the
But,
website,
you know,
and you will have a chance to
The
win that
interest was
$1,000.
that I was
Deborah Martin is
aspiring
in the KFI 24-hour news show. The
Are
driver
you
of
brave
white
with women? Are
van
you brave enough to
police
get
on
called
Jason
from
West
stuff?
LA
Part
after
of
a
that is
rescue after a
learning
head-on
just
crash on
about, like,
405. Cops were called this
learning
morning about an
even
assault with
being
a
in
deadly weapon.
advance, like,
The driver
I
was
never
acting
even put myself in
erratically while on
advance.
certain streets against some patrol
Shoot,
vehicles.
you gotta at
Into
least
them
get
on
on the,
purpose.
get in the
Officers were taken
interaction
to a
on it,
hospital.
you know?
A man riding a metro bus in Congress was fatally shot by another passenger, and other county sheriff's deputies were called yesterday afternoon to a stretch of Slauson Avenue between Eastern and Garfield Avenues where that bus was stopped.
It's not just about sex, but it's something about urban sites too. It will bring something out of you
Lieutenant Arthur Spencer
that
says the
you
shooter ran
can
off and was found a short
it will
distance
bring
away,
energy
injured and
out
dying in a
of you. It
hospital.
will make you
Police
maybe
officers
feel
will be
that you're
patrolling the
excited.
metro system in LA.
Even if it's not mechanical, it's not about sex. If you genuinely, that will relax them. It will relax you back and forth, back and forth. So if you shoot somebody, if you genuinely are feel connection, and it's also sexual, you'll have the kind of liberating effect. When you bring out your, I remember sometimes I was just, how even I told them my whole life.
Starting fire in a synagogue in France has been shot through by ABC's Esteban Guitars and armed with a knife. The French interior minister posting online that the arsonist
But that kind of magic happens
The
when it's
interior
like
minister
for
says
real.
the arsonist was from Algeria. The guy trying to
That
steal
might be what we
France
were
from
saying earlier about purpose showing up, how you get it shows up.
fire
That there's something there that you can advocate.
Trucks
There's
carrying aid for
that
Gaza
moment,
have
there's
pulled across
something,
the rebuilt U.S. pier and into the region for the first
there's
time.
some
Aid agencies say they are running
that
active
shows
in
up
southern
that
Gaza and
connects you to your
is
purpose.
when the leadership
Very
today
similar to the
part of an
energy that
operation
shows up to
where
make you a
military
woman.
officials anticipate could scale up to 150 truckloads a day.
Did they outlaw, sorry, the artist to
territory on an average day. Sideline weather from KFI, southern New York highs in the 60s to low 70s for metro LA, upper 60s to mid 70s in the mountains, upper 70s to mid 80s in the high desert metro regions, low 70s to low 70s in the mountains. Right now, Oklahoma is 105 and crash has been cleared on the 405 in West LA.
Is that fun? You might have known like I should have been over
Fact is that Chris Crash we were seeing from earlier this morning is finally moved off of the freeway
Yes, they
holding
did
to
on
the
like
road.
40 o'clock.
You just north of Wilshire Boulevard, over by North.
I think the wrong
So
place.
it's
Okay,
traffic to get back from
Take it back from just go earlier.
yeah. Once you get around, it's a little bit slow.
Well,
Just north of Wilshire. That's because people are picking their way
Like,
around.
it was, I was second most paying book in prison.
You know what the most exciting is?
Is it an obvious one? Oh, I know what it is. Hold on, I know exactly what it is, dude. It is, yes, I do, brother. I know exactly what it is. It is, so I'll think of that.
If you know,
Why did you go back?
Because ostensibly, because it's lost manipulation. And over reason, people but really, it's not about that. Really, it's about and I have a lot of feedback. I don't want to recommend it, say that, but I have a lot of sympathy. I understand that it is not for the grace of God I can be a message. There's a side of me, there's a slight on the side of my side to get after it. So I understand it. And prison is about power. It's about making you feel, it's about dividing the prisoners and get together and see what's really going on. It's about controlling what they read, controlling what they see, controlling every aspect of their life. And it's important. And they're very much afraid of it. And I've had prisoners tell me about that. Like, you know, the games this sport play on prison guard really powerful. It was very psychological. And the system kind of helped them see through that. I have a woman who's in prison in Texas who she had gotten the bullet from her, I think, husband or boyfriend. She ended up something like that. So she realized how easy she could work against her initial open up her mind. And she's in prison in Texas. She will not let you see it. She has a kind of background. She was every Japanese. And they're afraid of somebody getting hold of that and learning about how the system operates, how other people operate, the guard habits, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's about 5 points. Yeah, I feel like I feel about it. Yeah, it's a lot. But tackles, it's like that. That's the deal, right? Over with that big piece of land. It's just that big stuff about that. You know, the way life is just, you know, it's all over here. I can tell everybody all along. That's just good. Let's go to
In 10 years, we'll get it made. What's the book you read that helped shape your worldview or things you liked reading growing up? I was a big John Irving guy. Worked with regard prayer for others. I'm sure some of my favorite books. Just better be advances. Robert O'Toole, I think. Well, I was into some stuff, but I also really like Bible content. Like, you know, like Machiavelli. And I was also very much into college but writing down so we can go on the book. Well, college custody is
today. Here he and I will be back on Monday. Stories we're following for you today. The House has passed a bill to prevent Biden from withholding weapons to Israel. Republican leaders is in response to the decision to pause one shipment of bombs to Israel due to concerns over full-scale military ops in Rafah. Mike Johnson accused the administration of brazenly holding congressionally mandated aid. The measure would prevent Biden from withholding or
who
can't
had
say whether it's
Nancy
transgressive
Howard,
already been
who ate a
approved
lot of
by
peyote,
Congress.
who's
This
always
is going to
in
be
Germany. And
DOA
he taught her
in the Senate,
about
and
the
if not,
world.
it would be
And I
DOA
spoke
on
about
the
that so
president's
much
desk.
impact on me. But I love the things
from
that
the Biden administration. We're not
there
really
are
setting
ideas
bombs, but we
that
are
are so
still
amazing.
safe by it.
So trying to make everybody happy.
And it's one bomb we're setting because we didn't like the way they were going to be leaders. And it's just very complicated for the champions and the
Prosecutors in Idaho arrested in their case against Chad Daybell. Squeeze. He's accused of the 3 murders of his first wife, Tammy, his current wife, Lori Vallow's 2 kids. Prosecution believes Daybell conspired with Vallow and another guy who's also dead in the murders. She was found guilty in a separate trial, sentenced to life. Children's remains were found on Chad's property in 2020 months after they disappeared. A lot of, to stay tight and think the world, I have to kill my children to save them kind of So there is a bill that could ban the sale of anti-aging skincare products to children in California. Is this a thing? Are kids trying to get into anti-aging skincare? Maybe it's because of the TikTok.
which surprised me. I have daughters, and they are not, my oldest just turned 23. My middle is 20, and it always gives me pause when their friends come over and they have lip filler.
Like a
Like
taco
you're
orange,
20 years old, you're 19 years old, and you've got these jacked up lips because of Instagram and TikTok. And so it surprised me if this is also part of that.
Like taco orange, that kind of stuff.
Your skin, there's that certain look. If you go on TikTok and follow
That was really crazy.
his TikTok, there is, I did not realize how much money there was to be made. A couple of them are big, big time influencers. I'm talking 2 million follower type kids, and they all have this same look. They don't make them the same way.
You know what makes me sad about that is that everyone starts to look alike. And there's a Twilight Zone, old Twilight Zone about this, and I don't remember the name of the episode, but essentially women reach a certain age, 13, 14, 15, and these clinics, and which model you were in, and model 8 and model 12 are not progressive. Those that's my movies where they need you to be 8 or 12. Those are two choices. And the episode's about a girl going in, and all of the women who work in the clinic, they all were 8 or 12, most of them the 12. And they're all talking about the most beautiful, so beautiful. And she's saying, no, I want to look like me. I want to look like me. I don't want to change this. I want to be beautiful. And the whole point of the episode, Twilight Zone was so depressing, it wasn't. The whole point of the episode is if everybody's beautiful, nobody is beautiful. If everybody looks like an 8 or a 12, who's beautiful? No one.
One of the first things I want, is it weird? You're absolutely correct. It's a very standard look. It is the TikTok look, and so that's all it is. This is become very popular with kids. So I'm assuming it's anti-aging, it's fine, skin tightening, it's going to tighten your skin. And kids still have depth to skin, and they still have plenty of filler in their, collagen or whatever it is in their face that they don't need to do this. That's probably the long-term effects.
One time I took a bag of lunches to a party, people had never taken
Get your
there,
filler every 4 months, and you're
and I was like, hi, you guys just hi.
So,
And
I don't know. Thankfully, as far as I know, they told me that.
they
All
all
my
went
daughters
to
and
their
their
and I
parents
had
and their
her
parents and all that.
and then I
so you haven't had any of yourself.
You're looking it up, but I'm one of those guys. What could possibly
that's how I felt about it. But it's
the world in which we work, I've seen news that have had strong construction. Yes,
I'm doing things like that. I love. Like I remember we went
it's
camping
very
time
strange, and it's just
Boy
something I
Scouts or
never
something.
thought of.
I always have a hard time when men
I told everybody the day we left the
like
kid,
that. I don't know
the
why.
right?
I like
So
my
all
guys
these
to be
everybody was
like the
putting
guy
out
and
there
the girl and the Jeez.
So I was just lonely, and I was with dad, telling each other,
That guy would never have to go through reconstruction on his job.
howling,
Absolutely.
laughing at it, like it was coming out of like a horrible earth. There was always, I love that element of creating a scenario that nobody knows that is wrong. You can't do it anymore. Right, so the internet killed everything. You can't lie, you still tell them you were a lawyer. It's like, you're a legend. And I'm like, yeah. Don't be such a bitch. Be a cool kid. You're ready to do it. Your new book, Salad, what do you think about it?
That's what Chuck Connors would do, you know?
What is that about? I don't know. I thought it was a new book that you were working on. It was one book about career stuff. No, about like women in the business. So that's the things you understand. Okay, that's what I was talking about. There was some book I heard you talking about. Are you ready to talk about Sublime? Sublime, sorry. Close enough. That's what happened.
It's fine.
It's not great. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
No, it's not.
in the 50th law, they
Chuck E. Cheese, thank
the
God.
last chapter is about
Those
confronting
things,
your
those
mortality.
animatronic band members are covered with disease and they're like
And you have like
slugs.
a near-death experience. The last chapter is about, I call it
Yes, exactly. Gary Ocean will
and
continue
then
that. He spent day
our
and a
last
half
book,
Denver
Wellness in
visiting
Nature.
standing in
The
the
last book,
charge
the last chapter is about confronting your
for
mortality.
5 people, son, beginning with
All the
16 broken
amazing
bones
things
and
that can
fractured
happen to your
skull.
brain and your
Across
mind.
Thursday's
How
women
it will
intervened
make
with
life
2 weeks
that
he
much
would stop crying. Baby's
That's
dad is
also
also
what it
charged with allegedly trying to cover up.
And then about 3
The
months
man convicted of attacking
after I wrote that chapter,
House
I
of
came
Hammer
to
is
the
sent to a
time
sentence.
myself.
Federal
The
prosecutor
stroke
for 40 years. David
Wow,
Powers.
that's why you have this physical illness. Yes,
And also
that's
with the
true.
Metropolitan National Police
So,
Department in Tennessee
I
has
was
been
driving here in
right.
LA and my wife
OnlyFans video.
saved my
The
life.
officer was
You
sexual
feel it
activity
anymore.
with a woman during a fake traffic stop. Some red weather
Yeah,
video about the high 60s to mid 80s. This
I didn't
report brought to
recognize
by
it. I was like,
Cross.
something
Wood
weird's
crash
going
on
on.
110 in
And
South
she
LA.
noticed it right away, like,
That's
the
on
whole
the
side of my
northbound side of the
face
freeway just after Martin Luther King Jr.
belonged
Boulevard that crash.
to here
One of the
wrong.
middle lanes trying to stay
Right
right
away.
inside his two cars
Forced
that
me to pull
traffic
over.
anytime.
What?
Back
And then I started
Street
getting out
in
of the
Long
car.
Beach on the 405 southbound
Came
and
around
South Flower
and I don't
Boulevard.
forget anything else.
When the car
So,
there, it is slow.
there was some sounds that were a little bit weird. I was kind of acting like something was going on, like it was all just a joke. But deep down, I knew something was very, very wrong. Anyway, so I was on near that experience. Very, very close. I've been alone. Job happened. Just lucky she was with me. Even if I was driving, because most of the time I was like, be alone. I'd be dead right now. I'd have to bed very bad with people living. So very lucky. But, it was like, I had written about it, and now I live it. And so, the Sublime is about a lot of things related to some of the drug mistakes that make you realize that there's another level, another dimension to life itself that you're not aware of. So your mind can actually bring and illustrate your phone to a conflict with the phone. And also, with the breakfast, what the education says, it's small, so that it can narrow and narrow and narrow. And it can expand further. About love, and how love is one experience, about relationships. History. I'm doing a chapter now about what I call the day one, which is the sense of like there's a second self-society, this kind of guide you want to is to get you out of these small things, because something very weird about being alive in
So that's the work.
Wow, fascinating. Do you think God put consciousness in us? Do you think we're just an anomaly?
Well, we now know that animals and so we're kind of not how do we know? That's how we know. We can't know for sure because we can't get inside. But people who study it very seriously, who study what
Yes.
study neuroscience, study animal crazy, yeah,
Here's what you may not be aware of in your stream on. We start this week with the debut of the new Peacock drama, The Tattooist of Auschwitz. That's followed by the new season of the Emmy-winning comedy Max on Max. Sugar starring Colin Farrell on Apple TV Plus falls back to peaks with the new Hulu drama Under the Bridge following at number 7 this week. Shogun on Hulu is in at number 6. Debuting at 5 is Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Connelly. And that's followed by the new show At the End of the World on Netflix. A new drama starring Jeff Daniels. The Veil starring Elizabeth Moss on Hulu starts out the top 3. The dark comedy Baby Reindeer on Netflix holds on to number 2 this week. And for the 4th straight week, the action drama Fallout on Amazon Prime Video is your top streamed show.
Because
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. It could be all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to your favorite AM FM stations on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio. Everywhere you want to listen, including your home and office, your Google Home, Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
There's a lot out there.
yeah, so
There's a lot that's,
we're not so special as we might say.
right. And it is amazing to marvel at ourselves in positive ways. Especially since we were born. You know, I'm so amazed how few times I look up at the sky or at the gods, the universe of baby, and just let it see my face. Like the universe created me here I am every time this damn just to go out there and go like, thank you, or here I am, so what are free past the universe observation, it's like, here's these freaking universe, and I'm down here trying to read a book, I don't know if that works or anything, but it's like, if I woke up like this, I feel like something, I feel a little different.
So it makes sense.
Yeah, I'll be up there like, so many thought provoking, I want to say that's who you are. And I think that's one of the most unique things that the show can do. And thank you for charting so much of it for us.
Oh, thank you.
So we can go back to your thoughts. Yep. Robert Green, love to just have you again sometime, dude, or Fred, or if I come across any. Maybe I'm not gonna say that, but I will come back. All right, yeah, you want to talk to me, Dave? We'll do. I'll be right there with you. Yeah, I'd love to do some line. I want to know about it. If I get any neat ideas or things that I think it's a lot of, that would be great. Have a gas and thank you for you. Robert, thank you so much. Yeah, we do that.
For the Super Bowl. And it was so cool, and it was when the 49ers, they couldn't lose, and it was a magical moment in my childhood.
Some new tour dates I would like to announce. We are trying to come everywhere. people are like, you gotta come to London, you gotta come to England, you gotta come to Vietnam, you gotta come Normandy. There's places everybody, people can ask them to visit.
Well, and I was also
So we're trying to share, it's just,
all right, tonight,
there's only so
Dodgers
much
take
amount
on
of time
Cincinnati
works
Reds
and
from Dodger Stadium.
we're
First pitch
dealing
at
with
7
that
to every play of every Dodgers game on
so we're
AM
doing our best, but I would like to announce that we have
570
Guilford,
Rick Gelman,
New
who
Hampshire,
broadcasts
at the
during
bank
all
of New
games in
Hampshire
HD
Pavilion.
on the iHeartRadio
We have
app, Keyword
Windsor,
AM
Ontario,
570
on
LA
August
Sports.
18th.
So
At the
now the
Coliseum
Hub
at
is talking
Caesars
with
Windsor,
Hub
that's
Travis
in
Scott,
Canada.
Scotty
We have
Shepard,
Niagara,
getting into the PGA Championship this morning.
Niagara Falls,
Claims he was so
Niagara
yes during a encounter that
Ontario,
checked out
on
in their
August
hospital.
20th at the Falls View Casino. Some of those venues are larger, but we will make sure that there are screens in them, so you can see.
One of my favorite parts,
The
and you mentioned this,
pre-sale
there
starts
is from
Wednesday, April
very
12th at 10
close
a.m. local
to very affluent
with the
North
code
Texas.
Rat King.
One of my
And the
favorite
general
parts
auction
is
begins
Jennifer
Friday,
Shepard
April 14th
was there.
at 10 a.m.
His son is
local.
happening.
We've also had a night show in Boston, Texas on June 10th at the Bass Concert Hall, and a 7th show, a new show in Phoenix, Arizona, on April 30th at the Arizona Financial Theater. Those tickets are all available. Get all your tickets at theobond.com/TOU. Make sure to go there for the most accurate pricing, and not off the secondary site. And I know people are asking, come to different places, you know, and we're gonna come there. Just give us some time. Thank you very much for all your support. I did a show this past weekend, and it was in Fort Lauderdale. And it was the largest show I've ever done. It was scary. You know, it was just learning a new size space, but people had a great time. Thank you guys so much. All right, we have new merch. I want to let you know. Check out the new root beer hoodie. If you want the coldest root beer, get that ice cold grip. And of course, the enamel pin set. You got a beautiful pin set right there. Panels, somebody you love, or somebody who needs love, or put on yourself. Even if you're burying somebody, get them with that panel. Send them with that be good yourself all the way to and you can check all that out at theobondstore.com. Thank you so much for wanting to support us and wanting to support the merch we do like that. Today's guest is a stand-up comedian and podcaster. We have seen a special live at the Lodge Room, which came out on YouTube last year. He also hosts his own podcast, Scotty's World, where he offers advice to callers. He is free. He's a man, a child, was a child. And he has a new crowd work special coming out on YouTube this week called 4 Nights in New York City. I had a great time chatting with him. Today's guest is Stavros.
They can take an hour and a half, they like stock up on like dry goods, and then they go CPO alone. Like I gotta get kidney beans for the winter. Or I'm up in Portsmouth. And then I gotta go back to that little fucking cabin. Yeah, I gotta get some cornmeal. I gotta get Cindy Lou. Cindy Lou Buzz. Cindy Lou Booties. Cindy Lou Buzz. That'd be a good message.
Yeah, it's great. Such fun. He was pulling way to get kids into gambling in casinos early on through all the lighting,
They
the
got
dark lighting, the neon lights, and the games, and the tickets, and the prizes. I mean, it's really, they really like to hook you. And did you hear that? What they're doing to David Buster's? How they're allowing gambling on the games.
purely transactional.
Now,
My daughter off my hands.
no, it's no gasoline on that.
And why would they You're from Greece.
Yes.
Yeah,
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. My grandparents are straight up. My grandparents, not even that fucking high. And it was arranged marriage is what they had to like. So arranged marriage, they say, all right, guess what?
But this is definitely a David Buster's.
Yeah, this fucking guy you don't know. There. Yeah, stop it. My grandfather's father was married to a guy named after his boy. And now were they in love? Did you know that they were arranged? There's never more arranged couples. Like my grandfather was so fucking like it's funny if you find out about him later on, you find out about the guy who was outside of this weird
Hot Shots Festival, Dance Revolution. Could you imagine, like we were in that place in Kansas City that we go to?
Fighting fascists.
Yeah,
But all I knew was
basketball,
the guy who like
that competition
wouldn't let my
bet on that.
grandmother turn the lights on. He said, fucking took electricity, but he would buy, he collected rare birds. Like my grandmother would go to like the fucking, she just like, he wouldn't go on a hobby, she'd have to go like the government doctors. But he would buy these birds like special fucking clothes with make their coat shiny. He would buy them and shit. This motherfucker would not let them like, if you ran a fucking fan on it, not air conditioning. Yeah, they didn't have everything. If the fan was going through, you'd be like, what's going on in there? Let's cut it off. Cut it down. Yeah. You just shuffle and you fucking cut. We need to say shit. I'll have this owl flag its wings. Hell yeah, my fucking cockatiels. We need nothing but them. They're really a silly bears and I shoot it. Yeah, have a way. Yeah, dude. Wow. You think what's that in the back in the day? You never still have to train like 6 forwards to just fly away.
8.1%, whatever it is.
Yeah, you know, you feel real whimsical. And that song. Absolutely. You have to train a separate birds. Yeah, you have to train a parrot. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to train a record player. That's a good point. Yeah, the old bird. Yeah. But the stuff is all birds are fine. He said, yeah, my grandma was doing birds. He greased it like 1992. Fully had a, like, upstairs it was modern. This motherfucker had a his personal thing. He wouldn't let a couple of years ago, but he had like a fancy before the car. Like, it was literally a fancy dark ass place. No, he had a fan from before they had fun. They had to take the fun to the fan. And I was like, we're like being like a fat guy. He's like, just wants to be in air conditioning and play like, PlayStation. And I have to go ahead and like the worst part of it is like go hang out with your grandfather. Just make it like spaghetti that is so boiled. It's just disintegrates on your phone. There's no heat. It's like a baby. It's red cheese on there. Come into my fucking, him and my grandmother option. Yeah, that is Greek dinner.
News brought to you by Thorson Motor Center.
Okay, yeah.
Show that Metro West Cars marking the 4th attack versus this week. The county sheriff's lieutenant Arthur Spencer says shooting happened in Westgate. Stop in an industrial area.
We're still probably sleeping somebody's bed together most of the time, but like, I gotta, especially travel all the time. Yeah, and people now, I think there's things now, like someone might be more at a certain time. It's crazy the nuance. Yeah, to sleep somewhere else in your south, they want to have space. For sure. No, I mean, I gotta shoot that.
Orange County PA spokesperson Kimberly Ned says Maria Jimenez Oliveira
And his CPAP wouldn't do like process the fat at night. I wish that would be big. No, you get so fat that it's dangerous to sleep. Like, you get so fat that you might just like when your fat friends and they're like passed out next to you, you're like, oh, he's sort of funny. It's like he's funny. And actually, not fat people have that. Like when you hear about like a healthy diet,
the state assemblyman from the IE is trying to force a vote on a bill to roll back sanctuary protections for child predators.
And that's
safety committee would give the bill a hearing.
Imagine if you
He's going
never
to
got
motion next week to have the bill go straight to the floor for a vote.
It's just like,
Bad policy.
adds up. So like,
It
it'll
doesn't
fuck,
make
it'll
any
fuck.
sense. It's harmful for the
And that,
community. And I
honestly, that,
get a
that's
sense
what,
the public
see,
doesn't
that
like it.
is,
The bill stems from
let's
federal
bring it up there.
so we're sitting in Columbia, National, Massachusetts, for years here.
Show me his money back here.
What the hell?
Steve Harvey, they said, "Hey, my wife's wet."
They protect those who it's with a hammer has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. Federal prosecutors wanted 44 days
Breathing
back to
stop,
November attack in 2022. That's when Berlin was annulled San Francisco and attacked both police
If you push the start in your fucking Nissan
Russia's
Maxima,
President Putin's response was that to the Ukraine's current region aims to create a buffer area in East River says black is a safe zone.
Ukraine and challenge the Russia's
make sure you hit the button. It's settled that way. It's not like,
Comments came on China was first on the offensive in sort of a 10th of a confronted
and one time he said he walked over the soft
financial
line.
update sponsored by Revive
You can go
News.
push the button.
Dow
It's not
Jones
moving.
S&P 500 down 2, NASDAQ down 1.
He walks out of the street, all the women in the face. Hey, push out the man. Tell the grandma.
Satellite weather for KFI.
Everything is free, you hear strangle all the fucking cockatoos. They would eat your
Right now,
birds with like, you would put such a cup of oil on their head and they would fly right landing at the other way, It's like, oh, yeah. Somebody just go for a walk or something. Yeah, you can. I think one time I was in New York, this lady was walking, my first time ever there. Yeah. She goes, "Did you see that, right?" She's got clothes. And somebody had that bitch jump off a building nearby, and a lot of people gathered around. You know, and she's like, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" I'm looking up there, and when I started pressing forward, it showed
So is this just an awesome chick? Awesome chick. You're not thinking about looking at the pussy.
Oh, not at all. She tricked me with the building, and then she goes, "That guy landed in my."
Selling process will look no further than seller's advantage with thousands of satisfied customers. They are the go-to choice for homeowners.
You're like, whatever
with
they told me back in Tennessee was right.
And I was like, "Buy
Just
two
things not we so much
an hour." Like, it was all
do not
like,
have
yeah,
to repair his
three going out.
This day will buy your home as
Now, I
is.
wonder what
And
else
you don't have to
there in
hold those
terms
open
of,
houses.
First of all,
No
you don't see a lot of
many people
female.
come through your stuff.
like,
We're coming to your house and
which is
touch a lot of
kinda
stuff.
So
I mean,
salute
means
to
that.
her to kind
With
of
the
like
most five-star
bring the
reviews on
glass
Google
ceiling,
and Yelp, it's no wonder why
sex
thousands of
crimes,
satisfied customers
flashing this
go to
it's hard
seller's
to get a guy
advantage
not
for their
to
home
know.
selling.
Also,
Seller's
they're up
advantage, the
against
fastest,
they're up
most
against that.
stress-free way to sell your
And
home.
most guys,
So if you're ready to sell, call Seller's
even if they don't
Advantage.
want
Get a
to,
no
I
obligation offer
I
at
look at most ladies'
888
pussies.
31S is
Right.
888-321
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know what she look like.
888-321
And I like to say cooter on it, that they won't say that.
Sellersadvantage.com.
Yeah, I
DRA
just don't
number
want, you just don't, well, it's something to
1096165.
do with their kids or something. I
Right,
was like, yeah, well, when I imagine, I'm like, a kid, like, hey, mom, what's up? What is mom like? The kid, like,
Yeah, what about mom?
you
Look at this cute.
and it's probably like, cooters, somebody that works at the gas station.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, you know, there's a lot more mysteries there. Oh, yeah, but I think if you look at it, you know, like, you almost have to look at it from the bottom. I feel like if you look at it directly on, it's like, it could be any age, right?
That's true.
This
Yeah, head on.
You
don't see the wear and tear unless you
Yeah, I don't feel like you want to, it's like, you do a reverse drone shot there, it's flying up. Like, it just shocked me. I've never seen a woman, you know, and it was like reverse magic, like, it reminded me of, like,
Yeah. That's also really fun too. To say that he landed
Because
what
cops
you're saying.
together,
Right.
we're more.
It caught her
Just
in her
saying,
computer
more
so
cultural
tight that
elements
maybe
into
that's
the
what
cultural
exploded
voice
his brain.
to watch
You know what I mean?
it
It's like it wasn't the sidewalk.
For most
That's
people
how
that walk in our store, it's been an
I can't say
ongoing,
computer, I'm sorry.
nonstop
It feels weird.
It's just for my
I could say, it's not
trying
better
other
by worse,
products,
right?
and they
I mean, it's
want
all
something that
fine.
they
I just think of different places listening, you know, a different environment.
Support specialist at the Good Feed store.
A client came into my store last year that has had
Some
plantar
people say that's
fasciitis for
good.
30 years.
Good.
She literally walked in with a handful of products. I said, this is what I've been wearing. I
Gash,
looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here
yeah,
for 14.
British.
Where have you been?
You know, you're right, you do go, I'm sorry, that was to hear it's why.
Not just that, this was
You
for
have a real
years.
disdain
So
for
much
everything
discomfort.
computer.
I helped
Yeah.
people confidence they couldn't. I mean, I didn't know what to talk about
Interesting.
that.
I wonder if cooter that sounds more manual. It sounds like a animal you're trying
It's
to find.
cuter for sure, like, it could
The
be
Good Feed
a,
store,
like a
call
pixar.
1-800-NEW-FEED or
Yeah,
visit goodfeed.com.
There he is. Look at
Families been hanging out with me today. We chose a flashback Friday of 1985. Is there a reason?
That's the odds of that being in trouble here. We're gonna get a train.
Friday, I think, I'm guessing I'll take a shot in the dark at the demographic of your listeners. I figured here, volunteers for fairs, Kurt Smith is beautiful.
I don't let those body for that. I guess as long as it's not a Jewish joke,
The first wife for a while.
That's true.
Do we know his stance on
Like, there's people going on the street.
That's
It's further certification.
You wouldn't have to do this job, it's just watch actual crowds. It's just awesome. You learn a whole language, ancient language, the anti-Semitic. When you learn the ancient language and bring it back from the dead, it's just like, no,
Wow,
it's English. If that was in English, it's like, but he's like, you're like, whoa, this is
Don Headley was another one that saw Eagles the Hollywood Bowl still
Yeah,
because they knew right in his
I'm not gonna
setting
say
as
I
like Def
want
Leppard
something
in recent years.
somebody on
And that
authorized.
changed. I mean, with the one-armed drummer still has one eye.
Think about the distance
I'm
between
gonna thank for coming, man.
those two albums came out.
So some audience might not know who you
Their
guys
drummer
and
was
really
an urban accident, which
sure because
it's incredible.
watches
And I would assume that
and
the studio.
but yeah, so you started out. I mean, you're out of Maryland, right? And is that weird being like a white
Oh, I
person?
have that.
Yeah.
I
I mean, look, I grew up in Greek. I mean, I'm Greek.
And so, are
11
y'all?
o'clock,
Where are
we
you guys?
dive
I know we go.
into the news in Washington.
On the race rankings.
Yeah.
Well, as an ethnic, it's like it's kind of the best. I kind of consider it the best of both worlds. Because it's like, we're kind of we got our own cuisine. We got I speak a different language. We got places like the beaches and stuff and shit. One here from Hollywood, huge. Really? Yeah, I feel like it's like 82. With like people have teenagers. Yeah.
There
It's
was
like
a House committee meeting yesterday, last night, that just evolved into chaos, body shaming, IQ insults, personal insults. It was a House Oversight Committee met last night, a rare evening session. I don't know what happened, they were like, Ann Martin had a couple pops and they came back.
or it's like a potential
But it was
No, I just think
insanity
it was
with
like,
women. They were supposed to be talking about a resolution recommending Attorney General
I'm just
Merrick
saying
Garland be
it's-
held in contempt of
I think
Congress.
somebody's up for
What happened was Marjorie Taylor Greene decides to derail the whole thing like she does when she starts bringing up the judge in the Trump trial and if his daughter's on the payroll of anybody. Do we have that audio still? Right? Cool.
Slavery didn't have to accept in the way that Quentin Tarantino said. Yeah, and that's how it happened. And we actually separate.
Please send me
You know, that would be a fun twist on it.
But the way the world is now, I feel like somebody could see a movie, see a documentary, and that's the. I mean, I guess I don't know what they teach in school, so
You know,
I feel like it's like something we get all the information off of one YouTube video. You're all set on learning on that. Yeah. You think you would have owned a slave or not?
we're serious people.
I don't know if this conversation is gonna be.
Yeah, we probably should do that. We can do like a rough cut. I'm gonna say no though before we do it. Just for the record, no. Unless
Okay. I'm okay with it. I mean, me neither.
so we're clear. And folks, to those on I was listening, I didn't do air quotes. I'm not saying anybody else did, but I would. Yeah, no air quotes. I don't know about that. Yeah, absolutely.
No, look, man, I believe in.
We're talking about slavery. I'm on freedom side. I'm with you. But it was not, I was saying the key part about, again, it goes with the white ethnic, like, group, is if you were a part of slavery and you grow up in like a black city, that is a fun little like get at it, being accused of racism. Free part, where it's like I was like when they're making some kind of trash kid, he's saying like, come over here and I was 300 years ago.
Couldn't afford, you probably also couldn't afford a slave.
Right, no chance, yeah, no way, but he was around, you know, we don't know what he was up to, he doesn't have the papers. I know for a fact, some Stopper towns 300 years ago was on a beach like fishing.
Black cod.
Cod? Or cod? Cod. No, I don't think so. I think like octopus. Yeah, no, they had a black cod. Well, the thing about group racism here, they don't have it, like, don't get me wrong, these people are racist, but there's not even like a term for like black guy, they call like, it's all lumped into like Arabs, like, it's just like, they can say black people just like, that's old school.
We're too unfocused, we're distracted by TikTok and everything else, and this is what we get, and it serves us right. Baby girl, don't even play. We didn't even get to the Gary Shannon Wheelballs. I know. We have your chance at $1,000. Well, Deborah Martin has the news. The IDF's three bodies of hostages killed in the October 7th attack by Hamas have been recovered. Israel's chief spokesperson ID'd the hostages at Nova using classified bodies taken into Gaza by Hamas. Using the lines back to the first instruction days after police riot gear cleared out road outside protesters. And the court is starting today for President Trump's special trial. The court tried the 10 Sunday supporting this military to leader in Minnesota, where the trial was live next.
That'd be crazy. Smallest ninja. So tiny.
Little.
So ninja.
So yeah.
Actually, we're going to go to the five right
I
now.
would love that.
This episode is brought to you by Better Help. That's right. Better Help. We've all had moments where we're not served our best self in the world. Some of you know that you're going through, like, what's going on with you? And your answer is, I don't know. And that may be where you need someone to talk with. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out the request here and you have to go licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. I want to remind you, if you haven't been to therapy or you're going to a therapist, you're not feeling like what's changing. You may want to try to switch to another one. It's totally okay to switch. Try and find what fits and what is most helpful. Discover your potential with BetterHealth.com/THEO today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHealth.com/THEO. Have you had a family member that's been hurt in an auto accident or been auto
Murder on the beat.
Oregon and Oregon is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers. That's right. With over $15 million in coverage for clients, more than Oregon.
Murder on the beat.
Track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you feel like something is unfair, then someone needs help in those issues. And they can help.
Murder
Submitting a claim to Michigan
on
Court
the beat.
is easy.
Murder on the beat.
More like using apps than hiring a lawyer.
Yeah.
With Morgan & Morgan, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch in 8 clicks or less. You can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/this past weekend or dial pound law. That's pound 529 for yourself out. That's FOR, thepeople.com/this past weekend or pound 529 pound law for yourself. This is a paid advertisement.
I'm just eating the fucking sandwich that came out of it, so I'm pretty fucking comfortable with that. Oh yeah.
So you had a great couple last couple of years. I mean, you had a really
Moisture sick.
what was it like coming up in Baltimore? Because I remember over there some movies.
Oh,
And I got offered a free spot. Yeah, just a woman and a man, black female and a white male, right? I don't want this Baltimore flares up and it's like and if they have that car built, I guess I didn't see like all the ones like my wife sounds like I want to fucking sound like, hey, you fuck my wife. Sounds like I want to be a real fair. And when you want to yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like you just gonna sit on it. That would be good too, because that's further like, you know, puts you in a position of like, I'm not my dumb brain is working. I was gonna say a position of not power, right? Show you how fucking dumb I am. There is a word I'm not gonna get. I'm gonna filibuster until maybe I think of it, like a tertiary position. No, like, it doesn't matter. We were gonna have an inferiority. Right. Because we're lower, you're at least more of a supporting cast or whatever. And if you're there, 30 years in prison. If to his doctor as your doctor going in
David
there.
Debate, this is a 43 years old. He was
I can't say
convicted last
Yeah,
November. He was sentenced for 3 years.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
He was given 20 years for application. He admitted charges for the Department of Police in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, building and crack open. Like a kinder egg, yeah. And I'm it's just a word, it's like a couple like hamburgers from black. Yeah. Yeah. It's a black. So years fucking instead of small bus inside of my stomach. Somebody wearing olives or wrestling is coming out. Please be naked. Yeah, so, but I'm just saying, if you were a lower position, you could see your direction like that, would be easier in my opinion. Have you ever been in a freeway? You had a woman or a man, somebody emailed us one time and tried to give you money to fly out there to just to make love to their wife. Yeah. Don't you think that's I think that's funny. Doing people in the heyday, when you're real fucking up and get fucked up all the time. Oh, like, there was one time whenever I was back in Missouri, and this one lady, she was possibly drunk. Love that.
And you just plug in that
That's so
keyword in on the
like,
website. That
when
is
you
how
say
you
buy
win.
something,
If you don't win that, though,
it's everybody. You know what I mean? Like, home free, even the days are still in the belly.
Pixar has just happened in August.
Little soft.
Going to give away over $1 million tickets to Disneyland or Disneyland
I like a little squeeze. Yeah. That is true, actually. I bet now this is when got a install belly instead of that shit.
Caller number 6
Let's get that out of there.
for that.
Yeah.
Tickets to Disneyland. Caller number 6.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like,
520
wow.
1534.
Honestly, dude, that's your
I've been doing this for
that's like a fucking
I've been doing this for
take
what, 8
your
years, and I
weakest
can't
train
ever
to
open the phone.
the greatest friend in a
And
heart.
it's what it is.
Like, oh, actually, just this, do this.
Do you
It's
know
like giant
phone
dude.
numbers?
So, like, can you close your eyes and think yourself
From
like
your
a
tablet,
giant,
yeah, absolutely. I got it from my grandparents' number and things like
like,
that.
the guy
But
from
much
Jack
like
and Stop.
memory problems, I don't know if I can tell you because that was the phones and police phone number.
Oh, trying to, hey, we can jail. No, Jack died. I think his brother started looking at It's like a Gallagher situation.
What's this person saying? Some juice shit. That's tight. What up, baby?
Yeah, I remember this one lady from Missouri. So she was real vibey. She just kind of was like, she was cute. Sure. I would say vibey, she was like hippie vibey, crystal vibey. No, she's pretty clean. Okay. A woman who wants to talk. I mean, a woman who was like, hey, wow, what's this clean lady? Like somebody you could lay next to me and not feel like, oh man, I'm gonna get like, you know, somebody gets stained on my shoulder. Like, just a tiny lady. I would say when you describe it as like the bare minimum for wanting to have sex with someone. Yeah, so that's my good. So I got, so anyway, she invites me over there, and she had a friend with her, right? And the friend had this very, like, she looked like one of those weight lifters from, like, the 1906 or something, right? With the bar overhead that stuff going on. Yeah, like 12, 17. at that point, she was jacked.
Yeah,
Like,
right, you did.
I'm down to make love, or, you know, trying to make love. If you want to do it, but my friend is going to do it also.
The meter maids
Now,
that you,
the strong
that
girl.
I'm in trouble for calling them that in
So the bottom, now
2024,
where you
but
say
the
she's
people
a
that
strong girl, she
police the
bites you
meters in Santa Monica,
The strong girl is more.
they are so good at their job and so efficient and so on top of things.
I don't remember honestly what happened. I don't even remember.
20 seconds after that thing
I think
goes
it's
off.
locked out.
You're getting fucking deadlifted by the girl.
I mean,
She grabbed you by the penis and just clean and jerk you and sucked you off. She's like tucking your thing like this. Overhead press. The other girl just watching Martin. She's not even involved. I don't want to do my act because I do a joke in my in the special about but I didn't go to strong girl. I really did like trying like muscly ass thighs. It was like that. I was like, you know, you're the first thing you're the strongest. You're just like, hold on, back down. It was like, oh, I was like, truly like, this is like a little squeeze of guys. And then you're going to do that, and I was like, but you also that. I mean, that's like a secret. That's like a secret. Yeah.
What's up, baby?
You got trouble being down there. Yeah, you like one of those like fillet and like hugs or whatever. No. It's usually not a problem. I'm not storing your pussy. Dander will kill your dogs. Praise God. So you came out of you asked one question, we're talking about
Tests have a downside.
Yeah, we tried to.
Although it is prime minister to set under operation,
I think it's sweet, and my brain is so dumb. If I eat, it'll be like, it'll just stop. And truly, like, there's no shut off. And I remember, like, I'll tell my friends, like,
costs of energy are going up, and these prepaid energy consumers just got so much sense. They want to say we're going to pay bills right away. American Vision Windows is built around zero to take great pride in the work and the money they're going to save.
Every tall black guy just expected to go like that.
Figure needs and style. Oh, right now, here is on Virginia on the table. Reviewed by family. 0% interest on zero payments for 18 months. 0% interest on zero payments for 18 months for all loans. File your Morrissey website for details on credit offers by time 29 Morrissey SLB number 778-326. Satellite weather, KFI from the cloud this afternoon with highs in the
It's funny
mid-60s.
though, that's the
70s,
only
Metro
time
LA upper 60s, mid-70s, valleys, upper 70s to mid-80s, high desert, mid to upper 60s, beaches, low 70s, Illinois State, mid-70s to low 80s, the high, right now 65, Cypress, 64 in Brea, 14 in
It is
Walden.
hard. It's so weird. Really want to
Southbound,
spend.
right, after Richard Christopher
Who's
Boulevard,
got a
80s,
funny
Vincent
going
Boulevard,
on?
it's gonna be
He's
solid.
like, Nickel cars, that's all.
Inbound, PCH northbound.
I don't like give a fucking shit back. I don't want to be dunked on by a Joel Embiid right now. There's got to be at least one fight. And they don't even, they make money. It's really the cheese under the bench. Make $1 million, $2 million. I don't know with the NBA player right now. But it's like they're making the minimum. Half that shit's going for taxes, 10% agents. Yeah, they're really not that rich. And it seems like a horrible life to be traveling all the time. Like, you're not super fucking rich. You're just not cool. You're the end of the bench. And you hate it, and you'd rather be doing some other shit. Yeah, it's kind of be tough, I think, especially you get there, but then at the same time, you've done enough work to be in. But then I wonder how many guys lose their desire because they don't even play the game. Yeah, probably a lot. You know, that's, imagine like being in a band, there's a band, right? Yeah, there's just that. And then they have 3, 4 backup levels. Yeah, they do it. Like, first of all, like, they're on the top. Yeah, you know, the first couple of shows are like, we're gonna get in the game, we're gonna climb and that stuff, you know. Or you go in, you just play one chord, they're like, all right, come out, the other leverage back in. With 3 minutes left in the song, you'll get in.
A lot of the guys, they want to get a head start and get their dick sucked by the groupies. So they like just call them the backup letters.
That'll be sure. But then you never get into by after that 30th show, are you still sitting over there with tension? Or are you doing, you know, doing you and the other guy next to you, trying to do all these things in your mouth that you trying to fucking sin daddy, or you would leave your wife for each other, you know.
That's beautiful, actually. That's like a love story.
Yeah.
In the darkness of being backup bass players or whatever, you can talk to here.
They found real love, 2 men, sin.
So that's actually beautiful. Like, I'll turn around the whole thing now because I think that's awesome. Like, maybe those giant 72 guys are just standing there good. The other guys on the bench. That's a lot of gay sex. By the way, you said this fucking each other in the ass.
You're like this, dude.
You know, what can I say? It's again, cultural differences are real. I came in this backsuit, Baltimore. We just trying how we go about stuff. We just kind of talk about people fucking each other in the ass. I think there's more Boulder, East Coast poor city. If you come from like a shitty town, you gotta get fine. Yeah. There's no like that year of like, you know, the core of what you got in the South. It's like kind of high as the desires.
Yeah. But it's just hidden, though. It's just hidden behind like something's there. Yeah, like behind a picture of lemonade.
You can see it. You can see it. Yeah.
Like, oh, right behind here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they got that here. They got that everywhere.
How we doing our audio and stuff in there? Okay.
I also want to say before we go to the next question that we've been somehow talking about ourselves. We got strong. Real fast. I
I'm on 4. I got 5 weeks late. There's some, people out there. So go to YouTube. I'm just trying to that's unbelievable, right? It's crazy. Yeah, so there's some questions. So that's like something a little bonus. I don't even consider this like a special. It's like a half-hour salary special. I do this to go off of this book, that last one. And I just took, I did social in New York, that's just like mobile. So free special, go watch that. Matter of fact, I was talking about this special for you. And that person really, did you say that they had a big step of foot for you to say, oh, I mean, I don't know what you said to it, but I never thought people would want to 35 seconds or 45 seconds. I was good, I thought that, I was like, let's understand that they were trying to do, but I was like, I'm putting out a again this year, so like February, well, I have like, that was the thing, every show I did, I was watching back, I was like, I got it, I was trying, we were working hard on it, and then I had all these like little cowboys on it, so I was like, well, we just throw them away, yeah, we might just throw them up there, but you can get like 20,000, so what was the story, and then I think you can just kind of flip the top.
statute of limitations for
Like, and so they push all that stuff, yeah, any kind of little clips, like pushes it, and then she started to film, and then when the ends, I put the silver up, it was like, fuck this, like, truly, I still playing, but I did a bunch of theater shows in Chicago, and if you step out, you're like, how the fuck are 5,000 people know who I am and want to see me in Chicago? You don't hear my stories about all those suffocating people from a lot of buildings? It's like 5,000 people in a city I've been to 3 times. Last time I was here, I did, last time I was in Chicago, I played,
It's intercontinental. It's NAFTA fund. It was in Century City.
you know what I mean? It's like 1 year later, so it's like, it blows my fucking mind. Shout out to the algorithm. I'm sucking on the algorithm. It's nice. I look at the algorithm. I'm fucking breastfeeding on the different stuff right now. Yeah, I mean, I remember when your special came out. I remember I met somebody that was on, yeah, I think we met way back. It's serious. No way. Like, oh my God, 7 years ago, we did a serious raw dog podcast, and it's like none of us, I mean, like, you were doing better, but not like this, and I was nowhere. It's like, we were just like a guy, you were like a guy working for us, I was a guy working like Thursday or Sunday. Oh my God, dude, I looked up, because you didn't know that was me? You didn't know the ball documentary 6 years ago was me? And I was looking for him. I know you're not, I can see in your eyes. Yeah, dude, we met so long ago. And that was a fun podcast. We didn't know each other at all. He's like that guy there. No, dude, it was like the guy, like such a low-level, serious show. It was like the producer's son or something. Yeah. It was hilarious. And it wasn't even like a studio. It was like in an office. They put 4 mics in, remember?
All the T's crossed on the ice.
I remember, yeah, somebody yelled at him where they're going to walk in there. Sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry, Rob made me really mad.
was arrested in Florida.
How long was the ride? The only black dude in that rotation is Opie had Sherrod back to back to back. Let's start that Sherrod with the dude, that's the best thing about like a lot of like I think you go like, oh, you know those things and stuff, and they're like, that's right there. Instantly, they have to follow up. You're like, man.
Well, that's the thing, because he's so connected. Just like Jeffrey Epstein had pictures with all the rich members. He also has those body screwing, parts of a feather, right? Clubbed together. So today also has all those pictures with rich, powerful people who probably have not been above board their whole lives.
Watch.
Those two. Yeah, so you guys don't do that anymore? You guys still stop I was fucking I remember you telling me how freaking good it was. It was fun, dude. It was fun. It was fun. Yeah, we just started and we still look at the letter we had seen. It was like, yeah, it was still fun. But that's just what you do when you're like, you're listening to your voice, and it was like, yeah, you got something to say. Now, I need everything. I need, I'm when I know I'm getting well, I'm going to be food. I'm getting ice cream, take my phone. Just to make sure everybody coming there. But then the stage started fun for a while, and then, I was like, man, am I going to do this? I'm trying to know. When the brand was getting yeah. Most people in my life are like, oh, yeah, come on, dude. Well, stop getting greedy. You found the Guinness, stick with it. You have to make fucking things, being able to friend jokes until you die. Which I still do. Right. No. So that was just like, I was like, evolution. Yeah, I was like, your own show, it's nice to just be the only person who schedule anything, do it on your own time. Oh, yeah. I mean, I did that for a while, and it was fun, but I started to miss. I didn't have enough energy really to focus on like what my own world was, and what made me feel comfortable, and the scheduling. It becomes a lot. People think we're only working 5 hours a week. It's a lot. There's a lot more to people see. I'm not complaining, but that's what it is. Yeah, and that's basically it. Where I was really not
Excellent work, per usual. Very cheerful continue event like this weekend today at Democrat visitors. Dealing with the clouds of a wild chase west LA take away the and then on Friday, 5 this morning, clouds of trees taken into all the years of increases. Prices for trees,
so, and I just kind of like really went stand up. After a while,
social media platforms URL now reads x.com. It's about a year and a half building their own company. Southland Weather from KFI from cloudy to 60s to mid-80s. This report brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Great source. He's got a special coming out. What's his special that just came out? My dude, we came on each podcast, and we just he really did live in every time I'm around here to the party, him, it's like, that reminds me of a party that just never left me. Yeah, like you could have, you got a big old fabulous, you never buy that party. They can't leave. Like, you need to see them upstairs, cooking meals over like somebody's making like a fire with a burn, like stuff that's flammable with that. Yeah. And then I'm over there with the petty savers, I'm looking with a stick over. So all that toxic gas is going straight to flavor, straight to that deep. And you discovered subscriptions that you've forgotten about. Maybe you're getting somebody keeps sending you dang soaps. You get another box of soaps and a cat in. And he's all soaked out, soaked in his cat eyes. And he's clapping around, but he can barely do it. And he's soaked out. Well, Rocket Money, they'll help. Over 80% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about, and chances are you're one of them. Like that Stars app, just to watch one show, or the HBO trial, or this or that. Always forget it. Rocket Money will quickly and easily find your subscription for you, or claim that you don't want to pay for anymore, just get canceled, and they'll cancel it for you. It's that easy. Over 3 million people use Rocket Money, saving the average person up to $720 a year. Stop throwing away your money, cancel unwanted subscription, and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/Theo. That's rocketmoney.com/Theo. rocketmoney.com/Theo. You know I am a big fan of Raising Cane's. Their first location was in Louisiana, and now they're everywhere. They got the chicken they got the cricket stuff fried. Like somebody just gave them, they just a beautiful haircut. Right, and they come out that fryer, they got that buttery Texas toast. I'm so laugh so bad. And they do it all. I love the Caniac combo. That's my go-to over there. And I gotta let you know that it's so easy to order on their mobile app or online at raisingcanes.com. You can check it out. Taste buds like it's their dang wedding day. Satisfy your pain fix fast. Order through their app or online at raisingcanes.com or stop by your local restaurant. If you have an upcoming summer trip planned, if you're planning to go somewhere, and the place you're going, maybe it's a country. It's a new country. You've been there. What are you gonna say when you get there, huh? You don't know. But Babbel does. Babbel is the largest language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions thanks to Babbel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons. There's still time to learn a new language before you get there. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson. You can start having real-life conversations in as little as 3 weeks. They have all types of languages over there. You can learn French, Italian, German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to Babbel.com/Theo or BABBL.com/Theo. That's for 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language. It's amazing to see people doing them onto YouTube and stuff these days. One thing I think is also easier is to do your science stuff. I think it's really easier. Like Netflix is pretty online. It doesn't have the same YouTube videos. Or they're watching shit you don't even like that. So that's just the way that YouTube is. It's like I'll watch it fucking And it's just like, he's got kings and generals, like, fucking rules. There's just some guys that do action, like, shitty cartoons. They don't fully in it. It's like, you know, it's just describing more that happened. I'll watch more of them. I love watching episodes of Terry Murray. Really talking about the lie detector that's coming out. It's so much. Yeah, I watched this. I watched yeah, I love how here you can get to anything immediately. Anything that happens like they can get something about it immediately. Yeah. If you let down it's the one where you're like, oh, I am. Where that other shit, you know, you'll watch like, something like on Instagram or whatever, they're semi. I mean, you also you're like, yeah, I used to listen to
Extreme ball games in HD on the iPhone app. $39 sports car by LA Camera, Money show, free to 6. Dr. Todd, Tim Cates. Well, to screw you over a different military in California. It's on average, we pay about $300 a year in state gas taxes, but with the state pushing to get us to go electric, they need new ways to get money from
we're fully hacked. We are fully hacked. And if you look at like that new chat GPT or whatever came out with, I've gotten like some people send me stuff like, hey man, this comedy set of yours that we had a chat GPT. And I'm like, it just sounds like you put anybody who say like terminally there on the sub. It just sounds like stuff to me. Like, I wonder how like advanced
we pay taxes.
yeah, I do think maybe
that's what we pay taxes. That's the first thing that they should do is to fix the roads.
but
They keep going back to the well that is our pockets because they don't know how to spend the money that's not theirs in a efficient it's disgusting, it's bad. It's so bloated there. And like you said, how long was the 5 construction? Was that like 12 years? The 5 Burbank looks like a third world country. It's a mess.
and it was like, they didn't have the cause in the thing of poverty, but they were real jokes. And the thing, I've heard these. And it's like, clearly, I didn't steal, maybe the truth, possibly or wherever, and stole like fucking open mic level comments or like mid-school times or like, starting out comments, and just stole the literally for the joke.
So you did what they told you to save the planet and all of that, and not the electric vehicle. Well, now, because they're not getting your money for taxes on gas because you're going electric, they want to charge you miles to drive in or for the electric car.
Right, but there's gonna be times where jokes that are very like pattern based, like you have like a lot of variety, joke writer style. I think a performer may be able to
They're claiming that it's you
even rise of like
electric vehicles
still
that
have
pay
some
less
uniqueness.
because
I'm
it's
not
all
sure.
balanced. The gas
Yeah,
tax
you
is
have
all balanced.
that powerful
The max
level
that you
of
can get for electric vehicles so they're making you feel
but if
bad
somebody,
for
that's not
poor people essentially that are paying
it's not a
well, they're just trying to screw you over. Like, don't believe in extra registration.
But it seems funny because it's like, well, it's about a robot that runs the he's so good. It's like, man, everything is just like, yeah, he's the guy that I'm just talking about here right now. It's something that is so awesome about him. But yeah, just literally like this is how influential this stuff is. He's bringing that out. Man, guy who kills, took his own life and telling a relationship. Where they kept keeping people and he was texting a woman at some point was like, look, you're not doing life right or something. You gotta check out. Man ends his life after an AI shot by encouraging him to sacrifice himself. Well, stop punishing.
This is why you've got to go force if you achieve.
A Belgian man reportedly ended his life following a 60-minute conversation with climate president. So really, the point is, now, here's what's interesting now. Here's what I think with I believe that most of everything you see in the world today is advertising. It's about advertising, and then they pay for stuff that's going to come out later. I bet this was a fake article. Which sounds real. Sounds real to me, it does. But if it were like not last,
think they would go turn it up. We'll lose, like, truly, you know, dude, I'm telling you, we're gonna figure out.
Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, the mayor in San Francisco, has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. David Adams found guilty last November of attempted kidnapping of a federal official and assault on an immediate family member. Prosecutors asked for 40 years in term. He had admitted during trial that he broke into the Pelosi's home in 2022, intending to hold Speaker hostage and break her kneecaps. He also kidnapped Pelosi's husband, the hammer after he showed up. A judge in Ventura County has ruled there is enough evidence charging pro-Palestinian protester with involuntary manslaughter.
Walk around a little bit, basically like, not yet, but when it's not
The IDF has announced its over 50 miners whose families they say were killed by Hamas on October 7th.
you can already pretty much fucking done this.
The IDF scandal with August is as far as
Yeah, carpet, dude, if they teach that shit to jack you up, you're
Second of all, yeah, the only thing is saying that
twisted and violent photograph of the back of the pickup truck on October 7th, bringing light to the scale of terror. And Texas Governor Abbott asked Martin A. former Army Sergeant convicted of killing a Black Lives Matter protester during a demonstration in 2020. These two riots, Barry was convicted of murder and sentenced last year to 25 years in state prison. Governor Abbott called the shooting a case of self-defense and asked Florida Gardens and Girls to consider being part of the recommendation yesterday was unanimous. We're going to check out SoFi next. Check out this hot deal right now on the Wilson Buick GMC in Pasadena. Ford Bay, the 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Highway Edition at $11,000 off MSRP. And there's more. You also get a $4,500 endorsement discount, more than $2,700 in customer cash, and $2,500 in Buick GMC loyalty cash. Give Ted a call. He's the GM there. He runs the place. He'll give you all the details. So just head into the showroom. Thorson Buick GMC. It's not your typical car dealership. You can trust the guys there. Right off the 210 freeway in Pasadena on Colorado Boulevard. Thorson Buick GMC. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Provide Fees Today. The Dow is on 53, S&P 500 down 4, and NASDAQ is down 46. South Line Brothers and KFI, part of the Coffee South Dubuque, highs mid-60s, below 70s for Metro LA, upper 60s to mid-70s for Valley, upper 70s to mid-80s, high desert, and upper 60s at the beaches, low 70s for Atlantic City, upper 70s for right now 65 in West Kansas City, Newport Beach, 63 in Montana, 40 in Anaheim, Gratiot 605 in Fort Rivera.
everybody has like this like one of those like little clown faces with the bubble. Yes, it's absolutely the hard bubble gum. Yes, and what's tough too is Johnny is back on. Once you get some of that food stuff, he's just ready to go. Yeah, you're right. I hope they fuck with us.
Resigned to 15 North Unemployment Street. That's still big right in
Well, I didn't know like it. Here's what I say. It's like,
he's got a fucking gun, dude. Come on.
They're gonna take it. And it's not make it dizzy. It's
So no more people there who are attracted outside Jimmy Arnett. Kick off your summer with
It's interesting. How does a robot get the ability to, like, say it shows up on front, right? Are people just gonna be like, oh, shoot, baby, I don't know what to do. I'm not a robot. I think that article. I think that article is fake. I think there's a lot of fake articles that we don't realize that are leading to other things. Yeah, right. That's what you think, because that's what all about so far. There's much traction from something fake that you can do. I'll call it fake, that's what you share. That was deep. Years ago. Yeah, you're like, whatever, good night. Like, whatever, good night.
Just the nodding technology that you fell for it. Whatever. Strap it in there.
So are you, do you think of yourself as, like, you talk about your weight a lot, right? Yeah. Are you
I'm both.
okay, cool identity. Is every Greek person that shit? I don't know that. I feel like if I've seen a Greek person, it seems like a romantic version of you.
Yeah. I definitely
Some people are very, like, if you go to Africa, right? Yeah. They don't really have the fat life. No, I don't think so. Like,
well, they have like one about this. As a background, you read about places where, and there is one side where the fat is
You're so fat people watch something on surface. Arguing rates controversial in the history of the world.
and they're not even that fat, the rest of their bodies. For whatever reason, that beauty's
So it's gonna take you.
Dude, that bad guy was having an awesome third.
Hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it.
What else?
Had a lot of fun.
Dude.
And so
Yeah,
we've got
I feel
the
like-
nuggets coming up. I just was
When you
handed
think
the
about, so you've
sour
gotten to
pot
see
nuggets with
having some
dipping
success in,
sauces.
like, with your stand-up,
Well,
right?
it depends on the day. Like I
It
did a
really is.
barbecue.
It was rock. It's every comedian.
The whole reason we started doing like,
Like,
I mean, it's funny because we all become podcasters by accident.
you still get straight honey and
People buy it,
that honey
whatever.
with your
But
biscuit.
it's like, I don't know. I just, when I was 19,
I thought it
I
was
just
someone's
like,
mom.
loved myself. I loved it. And it's like all the other shit. That hour,
Biscuits and KFC
these
and
people,
butter.
like, I can't.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. But it's a nostalgia for me. KFC in my youth.
When you're in a theater, you're like,
Shit,
oh, I
melted
see.
butter.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have to remember that, though, these people out there are also just as dumb as you. We're all friends here, we're all dumb friends. We're not, we're entertaining, we're not smart. That's what I try to remind myself. Is that, like, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
and that's the fun thing, you have an awesome time with 1,000 people, or whatever, 500 votes, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it's bad, it really is, it's the whole, movie, anything, today, like,
Mr. Hugh, Mr. Hugh, and Mr. Turner is my principal.
Yeah, it's congratulations, man.
Show me my.
Really, really
it's
cool.
fucking wild.
You're very much a man. You're very, you're a really funny guy. You've been making me laugh so much today. You're enjoyable to be around. And also, like, it's interesting what you said about the ego thing, right? I was just thinking about this the other day, like my own ego, and how it starts to fuck with you because you're like, oh, I'm good, I'm cool.
Yeah.
And you know how scary, it's such a scary, because if you really like making people laugh or stuff, that's kind of the antithesis of being connected. It's like, and I mean, I think you've done a great job. It's like, dude, your shit is awesome. It's like truly, there's like people I look at in the business. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get to those places. And like your shows are wild, the podcast is so successful, but you've done a great job of staying like grounded into who you are.
Thanks, man. It's hard. And it falters. Like there's spaces, like in my personal life where it's like I really got to. I can feel it when I'm starting to get like things got busier recently, like with TikTok really got to took off, and that was scary for me because this Instagram things like we're doing fine, but you kind of put your own stuff out. TikTok, there's no real like tagging or infringement. Societal rules.
It's anarchy.
It is anarchy. So suddenly there's like tons of people seeing you, but you didn't put the stuff out there. You didn't even pick what clips are going out.
Right.
So that's really, it feels like
I get that too.
I'm grateful. It's interesting, but at the same time, I'm like, it's out of your control. So that having something out of your control is fucking kind of scary.
Especially when the nicest, and I think stand-up attracts people like that, where it's like, it's like you're not a team. You know what I mean? You go by yourself. Even like your own podcast, like even when it's like clearly that means something to you, and I'm the same way. I like to be like in control of what goes out there, but yeah, it can be fucking crazy because your shit definitely spread in a way that's like awesome because it's like next level. It's like what you're talking about is like kind of getting into the culture in an organic way, and that's cool. But that's like a crazy, scary level of like being like well known, which I get why that sucks. Because like I think about it now, where I'm like even being this like whatever famous. And I don't know that I'm famous. I just think that like no one looks like me. So if you're even vaguely familiar with me, you'll be like, hey, it's not some other guy with that hair that's that fat, dressed like that. You know what I mean?
It's Don DeLuise. Like but that's
Hey,
crazy. A lot of older people think like celebrities never age. They look dumb. You look Don DeLuise. Oh, yeah.
He's the man, dude.
Yeah,
He's my guy. And all the Northwest movies.
my mom would tell us.
Okay, well, diversity, everybody, let's do
Is
it.
that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, that's it. He's not as fat, man. Yeah, there it is.
It's just in the white hat. I shouldn't have picked him. I'm sorry, dude.
Nah, it's whatever, man. It's actually all good. Yeah, it's all
This is
good.
just like an advanced way of just calling someone.
He is my guy, though. He is my guy. Don't worry about it. But yeah, anyway.
You need book, man. You're like a Magna PI.
I love that. That's a good one, dude. I've never heard that one, though. That's good.
99%.
I'm sorry.
It's a rise.
You got any system? You got any more?
You know what? This is
Where
a
you put it?
free song. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Not everything's
Exactly. That's
free to do.
with more haters. With more haters.
Man, you guys are racist. Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Okay, celebrate.
Yeah, that's I can see that.
Come on.
Some black guy the other day, I was somewhere and he yelled right at a mall in Los Angeles.
I've noticed that,
Young man,
you know what? Here's what we're gonna
yeah, across the mall. Dude, he said it so many times, dude.
say embrace.
I was like,
Yeah. Yeah, in this interaction, we're averaging so many N-words between us, even though he's the one doing
Actually, I
all
prefer
by the time he got there, I was like, oh my, I felt like he said it so much that I had said it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You were involved in like a 20 N-word exchange, you know, like between the two of you.
Yeah, he had like an NR-16 or something. Fire in the ass. Like, oh my god. This kid would yell at Lance. Lance on video.
Yeah. Absolutely.
People walked up and people, then white
like
people,
scowl at you.
yeah, white people can be like, I had said it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just
Come on, you're my friend.
Mr. Brown?
I'm better than you.
All right.
That's what you should have said.
First test.
When's the last time somebody called you the N-word? You should have yelled
Yeah,
at
right.
people.
Yeah, get your shit together.
You're not a true
allies unless you would call the N-word recently. And I actually kind of believe that too.
How many
You want to have friends, you need friends that will call you that.
That's true. And that's what I remember. I think when I was growing up about the closest thing. There was enough of that where I got called their number. It was like, okay, well, I'm at least
Yeah, I can say it now.
I'm in the culture. Yeah. It's like you can't say it.
Yeah.
But bro, you can't say it. You can think it was sound, but you can't say it.
Yeah.
I would like to see someone else.
What do you television when you think about that?
Okay.
Or is that
Like
just part of
guy
your, like, do you even think about that?
I think because like I love comedy, so it's like I like getting laughs in every way, and I do love stand. I truly stand up. My first love, I'll never stop doing it, right? Like even when I'm not good at it anymore, it's like I'll do it for you. Like even when I moved to New York, I was like, if this doesn't work, I would be one of those guys that runs a monthly show in his hometown, like just opens at the club. I would never stop. But also, I don't know if you feel this way, like you can't really talk about certain complex things in stand-up because at least if you're good at it, you gotta get a laugh every 15 seconds.
Black people want to have a good time.
Yeah, at least I feel like the way what I like about stand-up, because I don't like when it goes too like preachy or that shit. So like that's why I like like movies and TV because it's like you get to be funny in different ways. Like, you know, we all have like shows we love, and, like movies we love that are so important to us. And it's like, yeah, the way I wanted to do stand up, because I like stand up, it's like I want to be funny because I fucking love these guys down. You know what I mean? I want to be my version of fucking Kenny Down. That would be fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like being like, just being able to like tell a story and like do different shit. The shit that you're stand up that you can like touched on. But you can be a little deeper with it if you write, you know,
Right, if you put something into it,
write a movie,
put something behind it.
Yeah.
They just had a, was it, they had that he's, you got me thinking of Danny Down syndrome. They just busted a guy.
Danny Spelling Down syndrome would be an awesome show too.
It would
Kenny
be.
Powers just developmentally disabled.
No.
Well, they just busted a guy. You see this alleged gang member with Down syndrome and decided on stepping Chicago burgers. Wow.
That's got an honest.
Let's zoom in.
Oh, damn.
See, this is the kind of thing, and
Smush, they call them smush.
It says here like
That's kind of rude.
or let's zoom in a little.
stuff already, so I can, you know, I can sign
Can you close out of the video? Do you mind?
I can teach something. So
Can we change something on
Nicholas
this?
Smush Samudio was indicted on felony murder charges in the February 16th fatal road rage shooting of Humberto Marin Garcia and the February 26th slaying of Tomas Villa.
So he's also keeping it in the community.
He reportedly killed a man in front of his pregnant wife.
We might have just had a
Okay, well, I know.
I don't know if we have about pregnancy.
Yes, but
That's top tier there.
Is he fully down though, or is he just kind of a little something wrong with
this seminar.
Yeah, let's see. Do they say how much he has?
The only reason why I make boundaries for everyone is that
Do they have a percentage?
They covered a .380 caliber handgun. Police believe Samudio may have thrown out the window during the pursuit. Is that
Go up, all the way up at the very beginning. Just see how they describe it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
An alleged gang member. Wow. A member of the Latin Kings. Oh, wait. Samudio, who has been diagnosed with genetic disorder, according to his public defender.
I regret my
So this
actions.
might be his lawyer trying to get him out
my
on,
coworkers.
trying to play the hard card, you know what I'm saying?
Honesty,
He
empathy,
like the reverse card. He's like,
Let's down go. Yeah, right.
you know, like,
in the workplace.
Right. He's like, what's your guy? You know.
I mean, he was, look, I don't know much, but I'm not an expert. But he's driving around, you know what I mean?
I had a Uber driver that was down at one time, and he would talk to his mother, would tell him everything to do. She was on a call with him.
No.
I swear.
Really?
She told him everything to do, and I was in there, and I was like, this is just
Pledge
God working, or just sitting here, this.
Yeah.
God's just using me today to be a passenger in this guy's car, and I'm there with him. But that Down syndrome's close, man. They thought I had it when I was a kid, man.
Really?
Oh yeah.
For real?
Oh She wrote in my baby book.
Oh, when you were like a baby.
Did that baby book for your kids?
Yeah.
Mom would keep them.
Yep.
What's your mom like?
The
Was she
guy,
cool?
Mr. Brown, he knows how to be there.
Are Greek moms good? What are they like?
Yeah,
Well,
truly.
I
Like,
got us nothing.
my mom is
He
like,
got us nothing. Yeah, it's
like
all.
think about like a classic Eastern European
All that
like
diversity
mother,
training.
like
Just
don't.
well,
yeah,
Well, there ain't connections
if we had a Welsh
between any
woman
of
out
us.
there making sure I had
Anyone
one.
look each other
like
in the eye.
Strega
Yeah,
Bullshit.
second on a vibe. Yeah, 100%, dude. My mom was just like, you know,
I just
all
see
we like, you come over to my house, you're not leaving without having a dessert. You know what I mean? Like, just like packed a nice lunch, like, just so. I mean, there is a part of me that's like the reason my life is the way it is truly my most cherished childhood memories. My mom was a waitress at a Greek restaurant, and Saturdays she would like come home like half the time with like leftovers.
All right,
like,
everybody ready?
calamari, lamb chops,
Here we go.
like this fat, like
It's
a little fat
time.
kid.
Let's do
Yeah,
some
baklava, sure. Yeah. And I actually had it on a Budico, which is like this cream custard.
Galactobudico? Galactobudico.
It's pretty good, actually. Honestly. Close.
Thank you.
Next time you're in New York, we'll get some
Yes.
Budico.
He's an
Yeah, it's
environment.
awesome. But she would come home, and I would stay up watching SNL, and it's like the Farley Sandler era.
Okay, let's go.
you were talking
Let's
about.
do it.
And so it's like, that's kind of where I started loving
Take a
comedy.
seat.
It was like,
Top
and it
squad.
kind of married my
And,
love of like comedy,
Thank you for
fried
coming in.
foods, and like the love of a woman. And it's like now if I think about it, that's what my weekends are. Except I do the comedy, I get the fried foods, and I try and just like fuck some lady, like and fill the hole in my heart. You know what I mean? And it's like in some ways I'm like, damn, my mom was so like I loved away from my mom so much that like fully like the whole course of my life just so I wanted to see my mom.
Like waiting for her to get home.
Waiting for her to get home with some food, and I was like watching comedy until she got home. And it's like sometimes I think like that's how little control we have over shit.
But
Like,
that's your Bermuda Triangle kind of. You'll
Yeah.
always be in there no matter what.
yeah. That's really where I am, dude. In all the biggest things that have like controlled my life,
Yeah.
that's it, dude. It's like food. Truly, food addiction is my. I'll do a bunch of drugs. I can truly quit them whenever.
Yes, I
I
like
can
it
do
now.
food is so fucking tough.
Yeah, you have to have food too.
Yes.
That's the trick about it. You gotta have a little bit of coke.
Yeah, dude, imagine. Imagine you have to bump every like 8 hours.
Yeah, if every day they gave you a coke break from 12 to 1. And I had to have it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll sit
Yeah, there's like a kiosk in the mall and some girl
Let's get
big
down to
tits
business.
and lunch. You can do it off of when you treat yourself. You know what I mean? There's like hibachi cocaine or some guy
Michael.
cutting lines with this thing,
English
popping fucking crack rocks in your mouth.
and Spanish.
You'd be fucked, dude.
Yeah.
I know, it's the worst one. But yeah, my mom was truly like so
Said
supportive.
I am also.
I don't know. I also feel like the recipe for like an artist too is like you have to really half hate yourself and half think you're the man. And it's like my mom is the half that's like she thought I was a cheat. Like she's that kind of mom. She's like, oh, she thought she was gonna be the kid who goes to Harvard
Let's go
at
here.
12.
Oscar, right
You know what I mean? Just because I like read she believed in me so
Oh,
much.
she is right. To the moon,
Truly,
myself.
like when I was gonna do stand up, she wasn't supportive because she thought I was like robbing the world of intellect. Right? Like true, that's how much she loved me and
Right,
believed
so
in
she
me.
loved you, but she had all her days on you was law.
That's a great story.
I was well because she would take. I was a good student.
Yeah.
I just
And I'm just joking.
no. She was off. Look at her.
Oh, yeah.
She fully no.
But she had utmost.
Something less
She thought by stand up your limit, you're cutting yourself short.
Exactly. It took her a crumb of proof. She turned like a crumb of me being kind of smart into being like, oh, that's a generational mind that we have to like, that's gonna like solve work under. But and then my dad was the other side where it's like, my dad just like, he was not really around. He was around, but not, didn't really get to like, didn't believe in me. Was always kind of warning. He was more like a punitive figure where it's like, hey, you better fucking be smart. You'll end up like me with my shit life. Just telling you how much he hated his life. And it's like, oh, cool. I'm actually
And I want
Aren't I
you
the
to treat
part of,
other
like,
people
most
like
of your life.
greats.
Didn't you make all your decisions to raise me?
Okay?
And now me and my brothers, now you're saying you hate your life
Nobody knows what
Spread
their
to kill
race
yourself.
is.
every 6 months. So then you learn like, oh, I guess by some math,
Because this is
you
real.
hate us, and we're the reason you want to kill yourself. as a kid, you absolutely.
Have a dream. That you will really let the sparks fly.
That's actually yeah.
Keep him out. Yeah, your dad's like, I'm gonna jump off a building and then some woman's scooter.
He did that. He's like, she got him. Oh, that lady, him and that lady would have gotten along famously.
So is it hard being a Greek man? Is there a lot of perils overall in being a Greek man?
I mean, that definitely is the stereotype of like, I mean, everyone I grew up around, they all either were alcoholics or cheated on their wives. You know what I mean? There was no like good role Greek model, which is really funny because I met.
Well, they took them all to a long time ago.
Yeah.
How are you going to compete with something? How are you going to compete with Zeus?
Yeah,
You know?
he cheated though. That was his thing, was cheating.
Right.
Even our God was,
I'd like to apply for a
that's
loan.
their religion, was like getting cycles. It was like ancient Greek wisdom.
Okay, I like
But
it.
no, there's no like, it's not hard. It's like, again, I kind of go back to it. It's kind of cool. It's like,
I like
It's very unique.
you get to be right. You know what I mean? Like, I know all these things are bad. Like, cops see me.
If there's any value in that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Totally untrue. We do not
but you
agree.
get to see white.
Yeah. You get to see white in all the ways.
Yeah, you're like olive juice.
Yes. Yes, in many ways.
Like grape leaf juice.
Great, yeah. People, I've heard people say like Greeks are like Jews that aren't good with money.
But I just like to
There's a little bit of that.
Front house juice.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, I kind of, I mean, honestly, I like it because you get to just be different enough, and I'm trying to also stay connected to that. It's hard. In America, when you see different like cultures, that shit disappears in a couple of generations.
So fast here.
So fast, like especially if you're just like a white ethnicity, it's like in 2 generations, it's like you just have like my kid might like I think about that now. It's like I'm 34, it's like I'm getting there where it's like full. There's no more like when I grow up, it's like fucking grown man, But like especially when you do stand up, you can convince yourself like you're still young. It's like
Oh, it happens. Yeah.
we're knocking on the door, so I'm starting to think about that shit. So, but it's cool. I go to Greece. I visit my family over there.
How are you?
I still speak Greek. I know, like,
Oh,
yeah. So it's like my goal would be to spend.
would you like some cookie cookie? Want to have some very delicious cookie cookie? Only 99 cents plus tax. Can I buy cookie cookie?
Yeah.
My cookie
And do they,
cookie. Can I buy
do Greek women like you? Are you a Greek woman kind of? Do you like Greek women?
Again, part of like getting older, I'm like, I find myself attracted to Greek and being
All
like, it
right.
would actually be
Yes.
cool to be with a Greek woman just because we share
That
all
was
this like
great.
Yeah.
that
She
culture
gets
and
it.
the
Now she knows what
language,
it's
all that
like
kind
to
of
be
shit.
a minority.
I've never dated a Greek girl. I'm attracted to features that I think Greek girl like. I like curly hair. I like a tan.
Yes.
I like a big nose. You know what I mean? Like I like yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, girl, man.
Yeah. Let's get you a perm, bro. And I'm in there.
Damn, dude.
But I've never dated a Greek girl.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe God's saving that for you for the end.
That would be nice.
That
would be nice.
You'd be like, you're the first Greek girl ever.
Yeah, no, that's actually how it's
Do you think that you could fall in love? Do you think it's hard for you to fall in love?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but it's like it's cool to like get to travel and like fuck a bunch of strangers. Like that part is nice. But it's just like,
First of all,
yeah. Fucking.
you also sound like the Golden State rapist.
It's cool state to state, no trail evidence behind me. By the time the cops know what's up, I'm fucking gone. That part's cool. By the time they file a police report, I'm in Ottawa. I'm across state lines. I'm across the border.
Sorry, go on.
But yeah, I feel like I'm tired of that. Like, you do start to get a little tired of like, even when you get the fucking like girls that are much too hot for you, which it's like it's cool. I've gotten experienced some pretty cool stuff. But after a certain point, you're like, it would be nice to just have someone here and like put effort into that relationship instead of like just
Right, just throwing a ball against the wall all the time.
exactly.
It'd be nice to throw it to somebody and then catch it.
Exactly. Yeah. It is a lot of like playing catch with like no father, right? Emotionally, I feel like
That robot.
yeah, exactly. Talking to a robot. So I think I'm gonna, but it is hard on this schedule. I don't think I can do it.
It's hard. It's
I'm
hard when
going
you're like,
every
yeah.
weekend. It's
And
like,
your brain's like, I forgot about that. You know,
Yeah.
I come home, I forget that. It's hard. It's because I don't think your brain, a human brain, isn't supposed to be different places in different days like
we're
that.
not even supposed to be flying.
Yeah.
This much.
And they should say that when you get home.
This is an affront to God. And if we make it, we're on borrowed time. You're one step closer to death the next one.
Yeah.
That's what they should say at the beginning of every flight. If we make it, we have deceived God, and He's a vengeful God, and He will get us eventually.
I love it. When turbulence happens and people are shocked. Like,
Yeah.
we're flying.
Isn't it crazy there's not turbulence constantly? We're in the fucking sky going so fucking fast.
There's more turbulence on like a street in New Orleans,
Yeah,
right?
potholes.
On a side street in New Orleans, there's 7,000 times the turbulence. And you're just like,
Yeah. And it's more dangerous to drive a car statistically. But
that's what they say, but then airlines made that up.
That's a good point.
They obviously made that up.
Yeah, dude. They were on Euronews.next talking about it's much safer in the sky. You should ride a helicopter to work.
What was it? Whenever you was going to school, do you remember like your first girlfriend growing up?
Dude, I was so like shy when it came to like, because I had this big outsized personality, and that like I never got nervous in any social situation, and then except girls. So it was like this weird thing where it's like everyone loved me and everyone assumed I could talk girls into whatever, but it's like because that was nerve-wracking, it was the only time I ever experienced anxiety, like social anxiety. So it made it impossible. So like I didn't have like a girlfriend. Like I dealt with a couple girls in high school, but I didn't get pussy. Like I didn't fuck till college.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until like I like put in the time and like felt comfortable with somebody and that I could like say my feelings. I was so scared of just like, I don't know, ridicule or I don't know what it was. So in high school I had like one girlfriend who I touched her breast like twice and she might have fucked like 6 guys. Like in that time frame, you know what I mean? She was like, it was one of those where she would call
hurry
me.
up and touch my tits. I can go fuck you.
Get me warmed up. It was one of those things where she would call me, and like we'd talk on the phone, and it was one of those relationships. And she lived in a different part of the town, and it was like, you know, before I even had a driver's, I had my permit, and then it was like I got my license. I went to a couple parties that she was at. We made out a couple times, and then she called me. She's like, "Hey, I accidentally got fingered last night," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, don't let it happen again." You know. And then she called me like 3. She got accidentally fingered like 3 more times, and I was like, "You know what? I don't know that this is gonna work out." Like I broke up with her. She clearly was like wasn't even dating me. Effectively, we weren't dating. I would like call her, and she would fuck other guys, and she didn't even touch my dick. I touched her tits like 2 or 3 times.
It sounds like you have a resentment.
I have a real resentment toward her still to this day. Resentment is a big problem I have for sure.
Is it really?
Yeah. I don't like.
Wow.
I have a hard time letting things go. I'm a grudge keeper.
Is that a great characteristic?
I think it is.
Wow.
I think it. And like definitely there's anger problems in my like that runs in my family. I'm working on. Like I'm in therapy.
Or anger specifically?
Anger is one of the big ones. Yeah, for sure. Anger. I mean, my dad had an anger problem that we all just kind of inherited. And like anger and then guilt also are like my big ones. Yeah. Immigrant shit, guilt is huge, dude. Because it's like your parents like, well, I came to this fucking country so you would have a better life. That like my dad would drop that. He's like, I hate it here. I want to be in Greece. You know, meanwhile, his life would be dog shit in Greece, but
right. My dad was crazy. My dad grew up in Nicaragua until he was like 12 or something. If they had kids eating dirt, he said, in his children and stuff like that. They'd have kids with like distended bellies.
Worms in their bellies.
Yeah, he said from just eating dirt and stuff. But then he'd be like, go get me some mayonnaise. You know? And that was it. He never told me like a lot of stuff. You know, I would just kind of watch him from afar, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense too, because it's like, that's a different kind of immigrant where it's like, if you're leaving a place with like, they're eating dirt, like you want to be in America. Whereas like, you know, my dad like didn't want to be in America. He claimed he didn't want to anyway.
Right.
You know? But I think both of them sound like they weren't very, it doesn't sound like your dad was very emotionally open. It sounded like there was a lot of sharing going on.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think you get older at a certain point, you kind of lose the space. It's almost like you almost have to share your emotions in a certain time period, it feels like, because I feel like sometimes maybe, I wonder if you lose an emotional connection, like sensibility once you get past a certain age. I never really heard about that, but that'd be interesting.
I bet you relate to things differently,
Yeah.
you know? But I could also see it almost going the opposite way, where it's like, the older you get, you kind of like shed a little bit of that, like, who am I, what am I pretending for anymore, you know? I definitely feel myself getting a little more open and just more like
What a
touch with shit, because I'm just like, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
This
One of
is
these
who I am.
resentments, yeah.
Yeah.
They'll fall away.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, still have a couple enemies.
Yeah.
You know, a couple people who every day I think about like how much better my life is. I look at theirs and I'm like, it's something like that. He fucked me and like she was so rapping him. 10,000. Like I thought, well, I feel like gold is just a little bit of that. You know, just like
Yeah, it's something that gets you through.
little treat.
Something to pick your teeth.
Yeah. But for the most part, I also think you realize what the problems are in your life and you don't let those people go. You're more aware of the patterns of people you don't want to do. And like now everyone around is like, I work with my best friends, like I hired my best friends to like be my best friends like,
Oh yeah, I met your friend. What's his name?
oh Ben.
Yeah.
Ben's the man, dude. Shout out to Benny Buttcheeks, Ben O'Brien.
Ben O'Brien, bring him up. Let's get a gander at it.
Yeah.
He has a train conductor vibe.
He does. He loves overalls. He loves overalls.
I love that dude.
No, Ben rocks. And Ben works for me, and then I got He was a part of like an awesome comedy collective, Glam City. He was like went to art school, did like his own.
He kind of has that Boo Radley smarter brother vibe.
Yeah, he's definitely, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's more in touch with his shit, more emotional, on his own little journey, just figuring his shit out.
Because we all went to
Paris,
man.
That was fun.
That was
sick. That was so awesome.
They put us in that plane.
The jet was insane.
God, nice, dude.
That was all. I mean, we had a great crew.
It was so nice. Bro, sometimes I remember I'll be in hotel rooms and it's like $400, $500 a night, dude. I ain't even sleeping in that bitch. I'm staying awake up, get my money's worth.
Yeah, dude. I was sitting on the couch. You got a suite, so you just sitting on the couch. You're tired. You're like, no, I'm sitting on the couch. I was in a fucking Holiday Inn Express 4 years ago. I'm hanging out. I'm putting shit in the mini fridge, even if I don't drink it. I'm just getting this shit cold. I'm putting my ID in there. So I pick it up in the morning. It's fucking freezing. I don't used to have a mini fridge and fucking hotel money.
Yeah, man, there's something about it. It's like, oh, I'm not sleeping. It's gonna cost me $70. You're out of your fucking.
Dude.
I'm gonna walk around this half living room.
I love the half living room. I've become such a fucking half living room like fucking diva, dude. I love I gotta get the half living room. For what? I don't know, but I gotta have it.
You got it. It's like, dude, hotel room. It's like they give you half of every room.
I know.
It's like the power rooms. It's like they all got together. We're like, this is a room.
Yeah. It's like
It's all the different
This
ones.
is the last. What was that called?
Last week.
No, Zordon was their fucking leader.
Oh, are you
But
talking
I mean, what
about?
was it called when they got together?
You're talking about the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, Kyrie Harden, and Kevin Durant. I'm thinking about the Brooklyn Nets.
I'm not
Sure,
sure.
now since disbanded.
Yeah, dude, it was so fast. It's like Diddy's making the band. I don't know, that band wasn't made.
The band was really, but it was a good show.
Yeah, the show was good.
We made him get cheesesteak. We made him walk in Philly or whatever the fuck we made him do.
Bro, they didn't do he took any.
I know, dude.
He basically got 5 brothers and sisters.
I know.
They made him walk 6
It
miles
was so
to
fucked
get him
up.
a dessert.
But at least
It was almost like a story out of the Bible.
But it felt more like a parable than it did
In the future, that's what people will look back. Remember 700 years ago?
Yeah.
You know, when Tony had to fucking
You
walk.
must
Yeah.
go to Junior's for cheesecake. And what did we learn? And you must not be tempted by the evils of Dylon. You must be true to Diddy, no matter what the temptress Dylon says to you. At least we got the Chappelle Show skit too. We got a couple nice cultural artifacts from that. But yes, no good music. The music was dog shit. Chopper, he was pretty good.
Yeah, Chopper was good, man. He was out of I think he fell for the ladies too much. What else? What we got in the news, man? Let's get a couple of news topics. And you got your special, and it's out tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. 4 nights in New York. It's on my YouTube channel. And the Fat Rascal Show, I'm coming all over the place. Going to Cleve, I'm doing a bunch of fall dates. They're selling well. It's big theater, so it's like I'm a little nervous. But they're selling pretty good, you know? But it's one of those things where when you do small shows and sell a lot, you feel good. But when you have these like big rooms, you're like, fuck. I hope this just keeps selling.
Oh, it's so scary. That almost became too scary for me. It's one. I had a real problem with that. Yeah, and I still do sometimes. It's like I'm afraid. Yeah, it's like there's something inside of me. The last thing I want. Man, this is crazy. I didn't really realize this. There's a huge fear that somebody's not going to show up for me.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't mean like actual people buy it. It's not, but it's like it goes back to like being a child. It's like somebody's not going to be there.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
So if you put something out there, you're basically opening and saying, "Hey, will you be here for me?" And it's kind of different because it's a transactional thing, but it's still the same like concept.
No, I get it. You're putting yourself out, especially when it's like one level higher than you're used to. And it's like when you're putting yourself, when you're at risk, right? When you made yourself vulnerable, and then you're like, oh, I know I could have done this smaller place, but it's like, I hope all these people that it seems like they're there are going to show up. And then if they don't, it feels fucking horrible. But things are going good so far.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Oh man, you're so funny. They definitely continue to go good. I think I noticed even on that topic that. Yeah, I commit to my work is my biggest relationship because it's like the safest, most controlled place to even be.
Dude, I felt that happening where it was like, which is a little scary, right? Because you're like, you stop being a person and you just become like, oh yeah, I'm just got to because this is going good. I know I can control this. I have full control over it. And you start like I started feeling like depressed when I had time off. But while I was in it, I was like, I can't wait a couple days off, I'm fucking run down. And then you get it, and you're like, fuck, do I even do? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you don't have the updates. So I was like, and I felt, then when I went back to it, I had a month, I had a stretch where I was on the road like 7 weeks in a row. And the 1 week I had off, I had to do a different trip. And it was like just too much. But when it starts, you're like, at least I know what I have to do. There's no ambiguity.
Right.
There's no, if you're like me, there's like no your own thoughts. You don't even have time to think. It's like, I have to be on the road every weekend. I have to podcast at some point, in between that. And then, you have to do fucking YouTube videos, all this other shit. And it's like, there is something freeing to not have to make a decision. But then at the same time, and there's something that feels awesome where it's all going good, right? You see the fucking numbers go up, the feeling of success. But that is a little, that can be a trap too. Because some of this shit, you can't have control of. That's the scary thing. It's like, you gotta kind of put yourself, you gotta have that vulnerability with just a person or people in your life or like some other shit that just not work.
I think when I was a kid, and I take everything back to when I was a kid. I'm like, I love just walking through my own haunted house.
Of course. Ooh, that's on. That's on for good. You're all going to
But I think that just going back and to somebody gonna be there is, am I gonna be like, I think wanting to be seen too, why you even end up doing it, Why do I need to go have people show me that they see me? And I think comedy is like something you see me in a very real way. It's like, I need proof, I need audible, I need to see it, and I need to hear it, right?
And they did it for 15 seconds.
And I need it to be undeniable. And that's one thing I think about. If somebody's laughing, it's kind of, they're genuinely laughing. It's undeniable. So it's like, I I don't trust things enough in the space that I'm in or in the like home space I'm in that I need undeniable proof that you see me.
Absolutely. Yeah,
And it has to be almost from like a cellular level.
That's
why I get to, right.
Involuntary. Laughter is the one like involuntary thing where it's like, yeah, even if you're trying not to laugh, you'll still laugh if it's fun. If something hits you just right.
Oh yeah, it's just like it's like feelings just sparking right out of your skin.
Yeah.
Joy feelings.
Yeah.
Let's get a little bit of news, man. So you got a few minutes. Yeah.
Actually, Star Wars does a advice line show, so we didn't know if we wanted to do a couple voicemails together.
Yeah. Stop World. We do half the show is advice, so I love to help. Love to help the fans.
All right, let's bring it up. So, Sabi, you have on your show, you have.
Yeah, Stobby's World, we do half the voicemail. So it's like, we bring somebody on, and next time, come anytime you want, come do the show. For
This
sure.
is so much fun, man.
Yeah, you just fuck around for the first half hour, for the first 45 minutes of the show, and then we do advice. And there's calling and all types of shit. So,
Great.
yeah, Stobby's World, we got
Brought to my attention that some of you are unhappy with my
so.
plans. What I'd like
Yeah,
to do
Yeah, so I'd love to have somebody fucking.
Let's see what we got here. Play it up, brother.
Kind of make a callback to a classic that was on the show. We'd like to get just Stavros' take on it.
Oh, I didn't say write your name down, did I? Fill it out, leave it anonymous.
Hey, Gio.
Or, you need to see down at all?
I'm calling. I work in a learning center, and these past few weeks I've been having. It's just been. I work with special ed kids, and it's a job. It's done, but recently there's been a kid named James. He has autism, and recently he's been trying to sexually assault me. And no, I don't really care, but it's more frightening for the other students. And the thing is, I know they can't help it and stuff, but every time he does it, he just has this look in his eye. This look, evil look. Almost like he knows what he's doing and he knows that it's wrong. And he'll be running around. Stop that, James. Stop it, James. Please stop. And he'll be helicopter in it. And it's just scary. And we're a little afraid for our safety.
Okay, that's it.
No way. This is fucking real.
So real to me. You don't think that that's real?
Hell, this kid's pulling his cock out and flipping it around in
What would
class.
you do if you pulled your cock out?
I guess I would give it an up and down. I don't know what a full helicopter. Maybe that's a size issue. Maybe this autistic kid's got a nice fucking piece. And he's really letting it hang. I would go up and down just
ask you a
the helicopter's not impressive. When the circumference of the helicopter, when it's like a mini, when it's like a hummingbird.
It's always drone.
That's right.
I think the first thing you do if you've already exposed your penis, you have to then, and then you realize, okay, this is weird. I don't know what to do now. I think you have to spank your penis.
Okay, that's fair. And this kid's doing it on a primal autistic level too. It's just kind of connected. It's like he's not thinking, he's just pulling his dick.
Very limbic system. It's like very much if you are, you see this a lot on Nature Channel.
Yeah.
Where the monkey will kind of, or
The way the monkey uses his penis, this kid probably uses his penis.
yeah, or a grasshopper or something, or like one of those little lizards or something. They'll clean off all the area around them, and then they'll make their go big like this. They'll make their little like
a mating.
kind of it's like a part of the back, this is like a fake hat pops out behind their head, and it's like red and blue.
Yeah.
But I think everybody has their mating call.
And you think this kid's penis, pulling his penis out.
I think what else would it be?
If you're autistic,
I still have that's the thing. I think everybody has primal needs, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
I would think, okay, so if he's really this one, is this thing hard? And what you think is hard, you're not really in the helicopter all the time.
I wonder if autism can get an erection.
Oh, I think they can.
You think?
Oh, yeah. I think they could probably get real nice ones because they're not up in their head. Like we said, it's limbic.
Oh, yeah.
I have some anxiety problems sometimes when things like get hard or something, nervous.
Yeah.
This kid's not nervous, especially if his dick is out in math class. He's like overridden.
Yeah.
His dick is overridden his feeble autistic mind.
Yeah.
And just gotten hard, like with
This root is square.
Yeah. I think this guy's lying though.
Sir, it's at least rectangle.
Yeah. This is a cylinder.
What about, do you think his guy's lying?
I think so.
Oh, it's funny. See, I
I can feel a smile on his lips. I can hear the smile on his lips.
You could be right.
I just feel like if a kid is pulling his dick out in special ed, first of all, it happens. There's no way it doesn't happen.
Well, it happens in regular ed. If somebody tells you you're special, you definitely pull your dick out. I feel like it's
so maybe though, but you're not though. So maybe they've misdiagnosed him. Maybe this is a form of rebellion. Although he claims he's not evil, lustful looking, and he says he's sexually assaulting, which means he thinks the kid is trying to rape him.
I think he said the kid has a look in his eyes and the kid is trying to do sexually deviant. But I believe that the kid is just trying to advance sexually.
Now how about this? Isn't this a perfect place for sex robots? Because you don't want to jack the kid off at molestation, right?
Yeah.
But if there isn't, in fact, sex robots, especially in like high school special ed, that might be the place they're most needed. Just get them, you know what I mean? Clear their brain. They're up against enough challenges. They don't have to be ready.
He is not here right now.
You should have to milk every special ed kid before you start a lesson. I've actually flipped completely on this. I think this is the natural way to deal with this. We need those Chinese dick sucking machines that Jordan Peterson retweeted. I don't know if you saw that.
I think you got if you bring in robots just for sex. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I think you almost have to have a parent of a child like this.
They would have to sign a permission slip.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can't just send a robot in there or be like, hey, who's got 50 cents? It's in a hole.
A gumball machine. You put the you turn it.
So let us all out to get a candy.
You're actually, that's true. The school nurse has to.
I think you have to have someone there.
Because he can't be. Because if it was like,
then are you teaching an autistic kid? Sorry,
no, please.
Are you? I don't know.
But is it Pavlov's dog? Now are they going to get horny every time they learn anything? You've taught them to evacuate their nuts.
This is the big surprise, is it?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Then
you might have to do the opposite. You listen all day.
This isn't the surprise.
It's
surprising.
kids are like answer like what?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Exactly.
I feel like if I have autism, you put your. I just feel like the
sensory overload.
Yes.
Or
a robot, like
Yeah, it would be more of a jacking off thing, and it wouldn't look like a woman. We want this to feel medical.
Okay.
We want it to just be a hole you put your special penis inside of, and it just drains you and gets you in the mind frame for docile.
I'm not going to read aloud your submitted medical condition.
Yeah, ready to learn.
Raise your hand.
Honestly.
Crazy, brother.
Yeah. I feel like I would have learned a lot better if they like somebody jacked me off right before.
You would have just gotten in line over and over again.
Yeah, that's true.
You would have missed every class.
Well, that's why it has to be controlled.
You'd had a book bag full of dried out semen. You would still be in school.
I'm in community college. I'm in continuing education.
You weigh 19 pounds. You have nothing left in your body. Yeah.
That's true. You're right.
Let's see what other news we got.
It's not a perfect solution.
But yeah, at that age, man. It would be just
hysterical.
It would be a lot. Huh?
I just remember specific lessons I probably missed because I was thinking about
sex so much.
Yeah, I had a hot teacher. You know what I mean? Think I can.
Oh yeah. We had a lady when she would come over. I would say, I don't know what this is, right? She would come over and I would be so just caught up with like the smell of her and like and even just her possible tits. Like, and she had like 9 layers of clothing. She had like clothing from like the 1600s. She had all of that with the collar,
frilly collar.
Oh, definitely. She had bra, over bra, under bra. You know,
yeah.
She had her tits. She had an underbite on her tits.
Yeah.
She had every thing you could have, right? As much as you could, you know.
Yeah.
And you could still feel her tits, her tit meat somehow
being close,
radiating through all that clothing.
Oh, dude, believe me, I had one of my teachers in 6th grade.
Just
Had humongous fake titties.
fake ones?
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't allow them at our
Thanks,
school.
Dwight, for the crappy plan.
I remember it was natural. You only had natural.
Yeah,
breath.
big natties. The teach. They did a silicone. They did a fucking. They put her through an MRI. Make sure there's no. Make sure there's no silicone in those titties. The principal's like, okay, checks out. He's feeling good.
Back then, they had the ones you could tell them.
That's true. Back then, that is true. The technology's not really.
It looked like everyone looked like somebody had vacuum sealed.
A couple chicken cutlets.
Hibachi bars. Everyone like
They were a little too heavy. You can see exactly where
they were so tight. I was like, man,
This lady, to my knowledge, had pretty awesome tits. Like you can, she didn't wear, she didn't have like layers. She was putting them out. Like she, don't get me wrong, you wouldn't see titties, but it would be like one of those things. It's like just a tight T-shirt. She has big old titties.
Yeah, this lady, I wanted to drive right through her tits in a small car.
And Geo Metro, driving Geo Metro through her tits.
Yeah. And I would have left the windows down and just.
Oh yeah. Well, another. I remember speaking of just being in proximity of titties or girls or whatever.
I was like, dude, my neck would turn red if I got around some tip.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my fucking god. I remember when I was like in 5th grade, I would wear a scarf for like 3 months because I was just so horny. Because I remember the blood would like, it would just.
You had an anti-erection scarf?
The blood would come to the edge of my skin. Get me out here.
Oh man, I remember because I had a full beautiful head of hair in high school. I had this hair length, but it was like even longer and like curlier and nice. And you know, my high school was like, it was like it was like 85% black or 90% black.
Yeah.
And then of course Greek. I was cool. I was on the football team. I was a funny guy. You know, whatever. I was hanging out, and girls would just love to just play with your curly white hair. You know what I mean? Girls would love to like braid my hair, and I just remember just feeling the warmth of a pussy, like when a girl is like standing over you. Yeah, but no, I mean like.
You feel
yeah. This girl must have had a heater. I don't know what was going on. She had a little convection oven between her legs, and I remember feeling heat.
Oh yeah,
on my neck. And I was like,
it's a real thing. Look up is the vagina warmer?
Oh, for sure.
We can't say it in children.
Yeah, teens.
And be careful what you look up, dude. I don't think you can do stuff like that.
But I think probably you're developing.
Just,
for the record, I was 16. She was 16.
Yeah, and everybody, even in my imagination right now, is
38 years old.
You didn't go to jail, bro?
No, you didn't search it, so we're good.
Did you search it?
No, when is the vaginal warmest was the closest I was willing to get to.
Okay, that could be time of day.
Okay, let's see what it says.
Or maybe we shouldn't, it sounds like.
Vaginal temperature is indicative of thermal.
Is winter vagina a real thing?
Let's look at that. Maybe this will get us out of trouble.
To put it mildly, not all experts are convinced this is a real problem. What's going on here?
This is very blocky. The vagina maintains a steady temperature, and human body temperature only rises with the outside temperature when someone is suffering from heat stroke. Maybe this girl was out in the sun too long. Because I do remember just an emanating pussy heat.
Oh, I remember being around a woman's vagina, dude, and just the first time you even I remember the first time you even allowed a girl allowed you to put your deviant, criminal, perverted fucking claws on her.
Yeah.
And how every part of her body was and you would touch anything.
Yeah, we got, whoa, what's going on here?
Just put your elbow in my
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember being
We were so
shocked.
excited, brothers, to be alive and be touch women. But I do remember around there, uvula or whatever, that it would be warmer.
Yeah,
Or it would seem warmer. It could have been in your brain.
It could have been your brain. It's just been how bad you wanted access to some pussy.
Because
It
you
felt like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction were just like that's what pussy was in your head. It was just
sometimes it's
sure. There's been plenty of those.
those briefcases were leaving.
Go that fast.
But already,
Put chains around and throw it in the ocean.
yeah, man, it would be so. Just geeked up. When you just, it was even if a woman wasn't going to let you touch her body, even just the fact that she let you put her hands. I remember my first time just being around a damn titty, I remember putting my ear up to it. This girl, that was the first girl I ever even dated, and I just remember putting my ear up to it and
Hearing the ocean.
No, I think I even remember, this is kind of crazy, but I think I even remember doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
That would make me patriotic. The first time I see tits, that's a beautiful moment.
That's all.
Yeah. Breast autism.
It's I think it's as close as you can get, probably. Knowing that you have these feelings and they are just, they take you over.
I remember just the first time
When you guys made love, where was it?
in an apartment, a dorm. The first time I got pussy was in a dorm.
It's beautiful.
But it was nice. It was cool because it was my college girlfriend wanted to kind of wait, and she was like, all right, well, I had gotten jacked off, I think she blew me, and it was she's like, all right, well, now you can go down on me. I was like, great. And I ate her pussy.
Oh, brother.
I licked her cooter. Is that
There
better?
we go.
I tickled her cooter. And I remember being feeling proud of myself because her plan was to just let me lick her cooter.
Over you.
And she was like, maybe we can just have sex right now.
She said that?
Yeah, she's like, let's just fuck it out. And it was let's have sex now. And I was like, really nice. And it was incredible. And I was just like, I can't, this is incredible. I felt like I earned my natural pussy eating abilities. I think that's the first time I ate a girl out. I had fingered a girl before.
Right.
But I never
And when you got, was it daytime? Or was it evening?
daytime. Yeah. First time I had sex was it was 11 a.m. It was fucking Price is Right is on.
Bro, imagine.
I think I literally went to lunch with a family friend. Afterwards, I think it was she was over my dorm, and it was
what do you do? What do you do today?
And they were just talking about shit, and I was just I think it was a guy I was trying to get an internship with.
Yeah.
Right, I busted the first time inside a woman ever, and this guy's talking to me about Greektown development, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about any of this.
Yeah, you're I'm having a kid at 9 months.
It was in a complex.
Where this apartment complex goes. Let's get some more news up. What else is going on out there? I'm trying to think of what
I
I've
don't
seen.
even know, dude. I haven't been.
Well, they have this beer, all this, a lot of stuff with trans activism,
Shout out to them.
Yeah, and it's got to be, what is it?
What is being trans?
Yeah, I know it's is it, I know it's men or women who want to be the other, right?
Yeah.
Or they feel stuck inside of you. They feel wrong wrongfully convicted.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good way to put it. Convicted in the wrong body.
Right.
That's what it seems like to me anyway. Although some people just want to go, I'm neither, I'm non-binary, you know. I'm throwing on some overalls. I'm just hanging out. I'm getting honestly a haircut a lot like yours. That's
Oh, yeah, so many lesbians usually up.
Yeah, but I think mullet is a pretty nice non-binary look.
Yeah. What do you think? Because there's a lot of companies out there advertising stuff, right?
I mean, this is hilarious. Kid Rock. So fucking chill out, Kid Rock.
Kid Rock says, but he's also Kid Rock.
I know.
You know, fucking Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day.
Right, you really show them buying their shit and shooting it with guns, and then basically giving them an advertisement. Like everyone who likes trans people is gonna be like, "Damn, Kid Rock's dumb. I'm gonna get some Bud Light." Also, I didn't know this, but Kid Rock apparently grew up rich.
He
That's kind of wild.
grew up at least middle class. Yeah.
Yeah.
His family had a car dealership, I think.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. I think what the thing about it, I think, is that the place that he's coming from is are they trying, like, I just wonder, what is the business, is there a business goal of it? Does it seem, that's what I'm just curious about it, because it seems like an interesting move.
Yeah. I see, that's the thing. That's what I think has kind of been blown kind of crazily out of proportion. Is like trans people that I know, they just want to be trans.
Right.
They just want to like not be like killed. Like, 'cause that's the thing. If you're like going M to F, if you're like born a man, you transition to female. It's like that's like a lot of them like become sex workers. A lot of them like get like violence against them with guys who feel like they've been either tricked or like whatever. And it's like scary. It's like a pretty scary thing to, you know, it's a pretty like tough lifestyle. And they're just like, hey, I just want like not to be killed and to be like basically respected and to be able to go to like the doctor. And I just don't, it's such a low percentage of people too. It's crazy to me that we're having this discussion.
That's the part to me is interesting. It's such a small, and I wonder, are you helping trans people buy like Bud Light? Like, is this the move to help? Because I totally understand what you're saying. Like, imagine if you feel that way, right? Imagine if you really feel it, right?
Yeah.
Now, I think there could be a difference between people who really feel it, and also now if they're commercializing it or if they're sensationalizing it so much that a mind that isn't sure now adapts to it to like have a cause, because people can grasp onto a lot of causes, right?
For sure. And I think like with any kind of thing that gets a lot of publicity, you will have people that are like just unsure, will like reach onto it. And you will have, here's the thing, with anything that gets any traction, you'll get people doing it cynically to get famous, right?
Right.
But the way that there's like, it's like a 1% of people are trans, 0.001 of them are like these weird people doing it for attention.
Right.
You know, so it's like, that's what is crazy about these discussions. It's like, for the most part, what we're talking about is like, let people have jobs. You know, like just let them have basic, and the way I look at it, right, it's like just let them go about their lives without facing discrimination, and like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
What do you care if somebody like was born a guy who wants to chop their dick off and be a girl?
Yeah.
Why does that bother you? And I do find it a little ironic where it's like, especially people that are talking about like, you know, like, not to get super political with it, but it's like the states that are very anti the trans shit. It's like you have people talking about how they want limited government, but then they're like, oh, I have to check your daughters to see if your daughter has a vagina before. Like Florida was talking about a bill where they're tracking girls' periods to prove their biological female. It's like
a weight bracelet or something.
Yeah. A boob strap. Florida, Ron DeSantis won around like teen girls' pussy. Yeah. Inside of them. And it's like, aren't you supposed to be the one for like limited government, but we're checking girls' periods? It's just like, where they made it like illegal to mention a period. It's like, dude, it's fucking crazy. And I'm just like, I don't get, like, I have some trans
I don't
friends.
understand why it's like, if someone's trans, let them be trans. I would never be upset at anybody that's trans, or like, I would be very curious what it's really like.
For sure.
I would be very very curious in today's world, what if someone is like just gay and they see an option to be for clout, or just totally straight and sees it, because there's such a it's such a like a currency out there now that I could see that being somebody. I don't say that to diminish it, because those people are also diminishing if people are really dealing with that. Like,
For sure.
I don't know. I guess I just wonder, is this the best person to introduce that to the world? Like, because a lot of people now are just starting to talk about trans, which maybe is good, but it's such a small percentage of people. I guess I just don't understand. Is this going to be helpful to trans people? Because it almost, like, if I'm a trans person, right, and my life is tough, right?
Yeah.
If I really am, because I believe that, I mean, God makes so many cookies, man. You can something, or nature could be also merging. You don't know.
Yeah.
And
I also think in like other societies, like ancient ones, people were kind of like in between genders, and other societies had like multiple genders.
Yeah, look at Robin Hood.
Yeah, exactly. Those guys were in tights. Come on.
You tell me.
Somebody threw on Maid Marian's dress.
Big John was a bear. But I wonder if, like, say, like a regular trans person who does not want the wild attention, right?
Yeah.
And who just is trying to figure out their thing, do they think that I wonder if this feels comfortable to them, that now it's this thing, it's like attached to it's like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I know what you mean. Like, it's become like a, well, anytime like advertising or whatever, when you become super mainstream. But I think a lot of the attention is unwanted, I think, for the most part. But I do think it's because it's a kind of a political backlash, because I think of what, I don't want to get fucking super political here, right?
Yeah, maybe we are getting
but there is something to a culture war thing where conservatives have been very shrewd, starting with like Karl Rove, where it was like, it started with gay marriage, right? And it's like, because people are like shit sucks in America for a lot of poor people. But I think when you don't want to offer poor people anything in terms of like material help, in terms of like better schools, better, healthcare. Like, healthcare is a big issue, right? Like, people are fucked, and everything's getting more privatized, and there's less like support. I think the way that you that you get people to like vote for you is you like rile them up and scare them. Whether that, and like, there's this big backlash against trans people, because I think it's become a conservative boogeyman, where they're talking about like, drag queens, and they're talking about how drag queens are gonna like groom your children. Like, they're calling gay people groomers and shit, and I think that's really dangerous. And I think that attention has come because trans people are being used as a political tool in the negative. Whereas, like, I mean, dude, it's so funny to hear people talk about how drag queens are like, they're so dangerous for kids. Where it's like, drag queen, like, you think they molest people? Like, politicians and priests are up 2 million kids to 0 on molested drag queens. It's like,
at least maybe 1,000.
Maybe like 1,000. Yeah. Maybe there's one. Yeah, there's one of them who's whatever. But it's like, still, drag queens are going to start having to do like flea flickers and like trick plays to get back in the game.
Yeah.
Priests compared to politicians, they're the ones fucking kids, and it's like, it's just become this political ploy,
Yeah.
It's like,
I mean, look, that's a really great point, man. I think what I hear a lot of times that people are scared of, especially on the backs of like the vaccine and stuff like that, people are scared that, well, is this another reach where they're where the media will then use like a lot of like film, television exposure about gender uncertainty, and then to start to get young people to want to take like a gender blocker, right? Or some type of a medicine, right? Sure. And I don't know enough about the medicine, but I think when I look even how influenced I was, I watched WWE wrestling.
If The Rock cut his dick off, he'd be thinking about it.
Dude, if somebody threw my grandmother if somebody just threw my grandmother against the ropes, I would have hit that bitch's head off. That's how influenced I was by WWE.
Absolutely.
It was over, bro. No amount of calcium pills was going to bring her back. So I think that's a lot of people's fear. It's like, man, there's so much influence over my children that if they start to use this chip, are they then just going to come in with another medicine on the back of COVID, where a lot of people are skeptical about the vaccine now, and rightfully so. So I think that's probably I think that's a lot of the fear.
Yeah,
But I think the molestation part, you're right. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, you can't molest my kids. I'll let, it's only going to be done by my own.
Yeah, by my preacher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a guy with lipstick. Which again, it's not like I just don't. I'm not convinced that the numbers are that big where it's like all of a sudden all these kids are transitioning because they think it's cool. I think it's so hard to do that. Like people would say that about in sports, right? Or like Leah Thompson, they would talk about that swimmer.
Yeah.
Who was trans and was like a much better swimmer as a woman than she was as a man. The idea that you would cut your dick off to win fucking college swimming. You really want that bronze medal in college swimming that bad that you're gonna chop your nuts off? It's like, I don't know. That's like, and then have people like
you'd swim faster without.
Nuts might be weighing you down.
Sure, you're a sea.
But it's just like I guess I'm not convinced that, and like I think a lot of this shit is just fear mongering for no reason.
Yeah.
And especially when you see the statistics. Like I saw some poll. I don't know if like we can find it, but it was like there's like a poll of shit of like the percentage people thought. Like, a bunch of things, not just trans, but like a ton of stuff. Like how many people are Muslim in America? How many people are like whatever? And everyone overestimated everything. And then like I literally think the percentage of trans people in America is like 1%.
I think we looked up the other day with 1.7 million, about 5% of young adults in the U.S. say gender is. See, now this article sounds so delusional to me, right? 5% of youth, it could be. Now that could be. They asked 100 youths in Brooklyn, outside, but that's the thing about articles, you just don't know, but that kind of percentage, you see that, it could definitely make people think what's going on, and then you get scared.
Well,
it's just so scary, man.
I also think there's a difference between like fully transitioning and being like, hey, I do think there's a lot of kids who are like, hey, maybe I'm non-binary.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm like, I'm not going to change anything medically, but like maybe I'm going to start, instead of being called Eric, my name is now Sock.
Yeah.
And I'm half a guy. You know what I mean? Like it is. There is some change in that. I think definitely. I think I have more like young friends who are like maybe open to experimenting with gender in that they think people. And I think that's another thing I try and think about is like. It's something that's like people are going to find themselves and they're going to like settle down and it's like whatever those percentages might like drop or whatever. But it's just like I think this shit is kind of like fluid and like always changing. But ultimately, I don't think it's dangerous. Like that's the thing. It's like who gives a fuck if somebody wants to change their name?
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that. I feel like a lot of people probably don't. Yeah. But I think if it came to a point where then a kid could go get, say, if I'm 14, right?
Yeah. Sure.
And I don't know how I'm feeling, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm gay. Maybe I'm straight. Maybe women just don't like me, bro. I mean, there was times when I was younger when I thought that women didn't like me enough that I thought maybe I'm supposed to like men.
Dude, me too. I was like, maybe I'll just.
I was like, there must be something wrong with me. That maybe in my head somehow I'm messed up. Yeah. I'm not messed up, but I'm just not seeing things clearly.
Yeah. For sure. No, I'm with you there.
So say if you're going through that and then you decide to, that's where it's like, I just don't like it when there's possibility for the drugs to get involved. That's the part for me that's like, man, I don't know. Because I got on antidepressants at a young age and I can't get off them.
Yeah.
So sure. I don't know. It's definitely interesting. And I think we've had some good thoughts about it.
Yeah.
Some good discussion about it.
And I will say just from I've hooked up with some people who are they, them, non-binary. I've gotten some excellent they, them pussy.
Damn, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, bro.
And no joke, the best head I've gotten is a tie between two they, them people. It was awesome.
Damn.
Yeah. It would probably traditionally appear to, if you saw them, you'd probably go, that's a girl. Here. You know what I mean? But still, yeah. So shout out to, they, them pussy is very powerful and it's out there.
The Lord's leap year.
That's
it, baby.
Exactly.
Look, a lot of Asian people, I think, are against this sort of thing. They're very gender.
Yeah.
Samurai
or ninja.
Yeah. It's like they're even starting to name their kids, I think, him was one of them. It's like nobody's confusing my son. Him. Yeah. Him and him. Whatever. That was lame. You know what's interesting, man, is that I wonder a lot what nature's doing. Like, because that's what we don't know. We don't know what nature is doing.
Yeah.
We don't know. Every second that we are alive, like right now, that's what nature's doing.
Yep.
So we don't know also if nature is doing something genetically where in the future we're all going to be one color, one, ambidextrous. Yeah. Wearing like just an ambidextrous holster around our waist.
That's true. You could like remember like WWE figures where you could like switch the heads, and it was like maybe you have a genital thing. It's like you flip your dick and it goes into your ass, and now you got a pussy. Or maybe you got a pussy under your balls. Maybe that's how we evolve. Imagine if you lifted up your balls.
You had a vagina under it?
You had a vagina right under it.
You was like, now it's time for the show. Pull a little rope that's on your leg.
Your balls spread apart like they're curtains.
Yeah. But I just then why are they? I don't know why. If it's a small thing, and I feel like I just feel like it's such a sensitive topic for whoever's really going through that.
Yeah.
That I don't know if it's the right thing for a company to come along. I don't know. See, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Like,
or what I'm questioning. I don't know. It's hard to feel that out.
I understand the question. I think I think anything that kind of normalizes a struggle that somebody's going through is fine. You know, it's like, okay, like I see what you're saying where like it brings attention to it. And the negative attention to me is a problem, but it's like, it's on the people who are negative about it. Like, I'm obviously very, like, I just don't, I think the real problems are the legislative stuff that's happening against trans people personally.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's making their lives difficult. It's making some people not be able to get like medical care. It's,
Well, insurance will find any reason not to give you anything.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like, that's another problem with our country where it's like so many of our biggest problems come down to we don't have our basics covered in the richest country in the history of the world, which is so fucked up. Like no one should be fucking.
Well, it's not profitable. It's not.
Yeah.
It comes down to the bottom line. You start to feel like a pawn. I think that's another thing. It's such a time where everything that the media does feels like someone is being pawned. Mm-hmm. That I think that just everything these days, I feel like kind of makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I am a little.
What's the shell game here?
Yeah. I'm a little pessimistic about the forced law in general, just because of like global warming shit, but also like inequality in America is so crazy, where it's like dude. And I think a lot of the anger that you see in general, even for some people, trans has become like a boogeyman, mm-hmm. And it's like they're angry because their family member has fucking cancer. Insurance doesn't cover it. Their job has been, their job is gone. There's no fucking, a train gets derailed. No one's fucking cleaning it up. Now they have fucking poison in their water, and it's like these are all things that can be covered with like if we held our government accountable, and they just they had to provide basic needs for people.
Yeah.
But everything has gone kind of to shit, and it's like it's easy to start disagreeing about the stuff that does not matter when you're just so angry because you feel like you're getting screwed. Because we are getting screwed, but we're getting screwed by, in my opinion, big corporations, by everyone who's just like gobbling up all the money and making sure that it's like, wages haven't kept pace with inflation. Minimum wage, if it was like what it was in the 70s, now it should be like, like $40 an hour or something. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the root of all like our disagreements and all the anger here. And I think,
when people don't feel like they're not belonged to.
Yeah,
like they're
taken care of.
It used to feel like you also, at the same time you're kicking down the traditions of the country.
Yeah.
And at the same time that you're taking away, or you're making it harder, I think. I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to not think about it. It's just a lot.
Yeah, no.
And maybe I'll turn the subject so we can get into something a little bit. Okay, let's get into one or two funny ones, man. Something that I love thinking about it.
I'm with you too. I mean, I really.
And I think it's important to think about.
For sure.
You know, because that's the thing. I don't know anybody that is trans, and a lot of my friends don't. You know, and I'm even in LA 5 months out of the year.
I have some friends.
Well, we have one. We had a guest, Robin
Tran.
Robin Tran.
I believe so.
Yeah, and that is
a little on the nose.
I mean, Robin Tran is a comedian, and I don't know. She didn't have the surgery at that time.
Okay.
And then Joe Dosh was a male comedian, and he has Joedostosh. Fifi now is his name, and he got a transition.
Okay.
I believe. I don't want to talk out of pocket. Joe's one of the smartest and just really it was really a captivating.
Yeah.
I don't know him as much as a woman, and I don't know if there's a difference between knowing someone when they are a man or a woman. Wouldn't that be crazy? Because I had a buddy that used to clean the pool over at my friend's house, right?
Yeah.
And they would come every year, right? And there was a big guy, right? And he was awesome, right? And then one year he came, dude, and he lost a lot of weight, and I was out there just catching some D, right?
Yeah.
Vitamin. And
you're out there, getting spit roasted.
Why can't there be even just one dude?
And catching some D.
You go to extremes.
I just feel like if you're catching some D, you're getting more, or the more, you know what I mean? It's like, if you're getting a D, it's different. Catching some. I guess I thought about like the way vitamin D is like, you're being bombarded with sunlight. I guess I was thinking bombarded with dick.
Yeah.
You know? That's why I went right to spit roasted.
You're right. It's just even hypothetically, I don't want to be doing that much gay stuff. But what happened then? And when he lost so much weight, first of all, I didn't really know it was him. I'm like, who's this guy who's just tall?
He's just a piece of ass.
Yeah.
Do you have 3 friends?
Who's this guy that's just talking to me so much? And then I was like, oh my God, he seemed like a different guy.
Yeah.
So that's what I wonder too, if you talked to someone before and after, how much changes differently. Because, dude, that's a journey to grow.
Sure. Well, that's the thing.
I remember when I first time I went to Florida when I was a kid, and I was like, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
But imagine every cell in your body being like, you know what I'm saying?
Going on?
We're going to San Fran.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to San Francisco, brother.
Or we're going to, Brooklyn. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably some, you probably just feel more, I would just guess you feel more comfortable. You probably feel like more yourself. You know, I can't speak to being trans, whatever, but, you know, I'm sure you just like, maybe even more pleasant to be around, because it's like anything, imagine like hiding something, and then and also it's like a hard thing, like a lot of people don't understand it, a lot of people could be like, probably in your family, like, coming out as gay is hard enough, imagine being like, to like somebody who would have a problem with being gay, it's like coming out as 5 times gay, you know what I mean, like going, I'm a girl. I'm so gay, I'm a girl. Like that's what like a, you know,
like I'm chasing my own tail. Yeah, you're like the ultimate warrior of gay. Like bring up when the ultimate warrior came in the ring. There was nothing like that, bro.
It was electric.
Yeah. But that happened. That changed the scene. I bet there's a lot of gay people also are like, man, they're stealing our for sure. That's
huge.
huge.
Gay as hell.
That is huge right now. Gay has been like, what are we gonna do, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Being a white gay guy at this point is like, not even gay. You know what I mean? You're like,
and maybe that's what some of these guys are doing. I think, man.
Well, I would go costume. I mean, yeah, dude, wrestling is so gay. It's like,
and I wonder what does nature have playing? Because nature's done some wild stuff. Dude, we used to be cavemen, right?
Sure.
We used to be monkeys, right? So it's like, what?
A lot of rape in nature. It's fucked up. We're much more civilized now.
Yeah.
You know?
But I feel like we're just a fucking screen. We're just right behind a screen door run civilized.
Yeah. Power goes out for like 2 weeks in a row. Shit's gonna go bad.
Dude, in 40 minutes, power goes out. I'd be holding my sister's hand.
Well, again, that might be cold. That might be have to get cultural, having to do with saying cooter.
You know, make sure she's okay. But but it's like how
you're bonded now.
Well, you're just like, dude. That's another thing. Or there are a lot of power outage gays out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't even take long. The lights flicker. You're like, oh. The hell, man. Some guy just backed up against the light switch. It wasn't even an outage.
Yeah. And Ross Roper just tripped it. Dude, calling down is like a cloud in the sky. What's another news thing?
Were there a lot of like secret gay guys when you were growing up?
Well, when I was growing up, they had, I've talked about this before, but they had a rest area back behind they had a river back behind us, and they had a rest area back there. And a lot of gay men
float in.
No,
on the lazy river.
It was drug. People were back there drugging.
Nice.
But you do enough drugs,
Absolutely.
you're gay.
Yeah.
And so that's when they had a lot of guys they had these dudes with like one of those potato launchers, like those, and they would every time, if they had two men that got a little too,
they'd shoot a couple spuds at them.
they just fire a tot at them. And it wasn't like trying to hit them, but it was like, hey,
yeah. The way you hit a dog with a rolled up newspaper.
How are you gonna say that? No.
Just a little warning, a shot across the bow.
Yeah. Just a shot, just something to let
Hey
you know.
fellas, we know you're here. We see what's going on.
Yeah, we respect it.
Yeah.
But also, we know you're just drugged out right now.
Right.
And we
You
want
don't want to come drunk.
Yeah.
Thinking about when how you're going to explain this to your fiance.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to come to and be like, damn, I didn't know they had a Cinnabon in town.
They started making savory Cinnabons. Oh, dude.
All right, what do you have there, Bubba? What's happening?
I'm trying to remember if we had any secret guys.
Oh, well, that happened, and then they had a guy who was mentally. He drove a bicycle, right? And he had a baby. He was mentally handicapped.
Yeah.
Right?
The full downs, what are we talking? Little touch-ups. We had a couple guys.
He had
ups.
So it was like kind of like, he was kind of like, he was like hide and go special kind of.
Yeah.
You didn't know. You
I know
had to
what
get close.
you're saying.
You had to get near the fence.
You had to do the Ren and Stimpy close-up to really see it
Yeah.
from far away. From far away,
It was
like
so
normal.
Well, so, and then this is what happened. So he would ride around town, right? His parents got him a bike or something when he was like 30.
Okay.
So,
For good behavior.
I'm not sure. I don't know what he was like. But his parents, so he would always be in town, right?
Yeah.
He'd cruise in the streets.
Love that.
Everybody was like, he's gay, And the story was he had they put a baby seat on his bike, right?
Okay.
And so there was like an old wives' tale or whatever that he had a husband, like a little husband that he left him.
Oh, that sucks.
So there was kind of two sides of the coin where some people were like, get these queers out of here, And there was other people that were just like, kind of heartbroken.
Of course.
Because here he was, he had somebody that he'd lost, that had left. And so people were always like.
So the baby seat was for the little husband.
Yeah.
It's not for the baby, okay. So we're talking, he's a baby-sized husband.
Well, that's what people said. He was small.
Like a Filipino guy, or what are we thinking?
I don't know.
Did you guys say, how many Asians did you have growing up? Doesn't feel like
we didn't have any. There was a rumored Asian, actually. They had, remember when Pizza Hut had those unique rooftops? Bring it up, buddy.
Sure, yeah.
Remember when Pizza Hut had those unique rooftops?
Yeah, absolutely. You still see it. You go to a town, and it's like a bank, and that's a fucking Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Or like a mattress discounters. It's like, I know that roof, motherfucker.
Yeah.
There used to be fucking deep dish in here.
Oh, there you go, right there.
Yeah.
God, it was beautiful.
It really was.
Well, one of those.
It's a travesty. They're not. They don't do sit down.
It
They're all
was.
takeaways.
That is one of the saddest.
It fucking sucks. When you grow up poor, sitting down in a Pizza Hut.
That's Thanksgiving.
Truly, dude, those little cups, the red cups, the stained glass.
Then some of the pizza pans, they even had like a cork or something on it, I think.
Underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it felt that's the first time. So they would bring out the like cast iron, and you're like, oh my god,
Who are we?
yeah, this is crap. I've never seen.
Yes, it's the Titanic.
Yeah. Truly, dude, it was like that, and like our big place was like Applebee's when it first came out. Like they first got to East Point Mall in Baltimore, in Dundalk, Maryland. My family would go there, and then Chili's as well. But in those days, it was Pizza Hut or Applebee's, and that was that was when we were fucking. Oh, that's fancy.
Yeah, that'll make you. That'll make you want to do a line of coke.
Yeah, absolutely.
But one of those had burned down.
Yeah.
Right? And so that rooftop, that unique roof, was fresh on the ground.
No.
And so people, I guess a rumor got started that an Asian family moved in town.
Because it looks like a dojo. Because the shape is dojo
They
like.
had an Asian shape. You know, like a bimbapazole or something. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Bimbapazole.
Oh, are you trying to say bibimbap?
Yeah, is that it?
That's like the Korean like stone bowl.
Yeah. It had an Asian shape.
Yeah.
You know, and so people were like, "Yeah, they got an Asian guy over in Slidell, Louisiana." So
Okay.
I remember we saved up money. We fucking saved up money to get a taxi to go over there,
To try and catch him.
or just to see him.
Yeah.
Whenever we got there, we're like,
Do you legitimately think you could have made money showing like if you had like a guy from Thailand in like a little enclosure? Could you charge people from Slidell to look at him?
"Not now,
But back then,
not much, but yeah."
but maybe like a quarter just to take a peek.
Oh, I think for 50 cents people would stop by. But now a lot of people know Louisiana has some of the most Vietnamese people in the whole world
Really?
because of the fishing. Yeah, we had the first Vietnamese House of Representative.
Hell yeah.
House of Representative.
Yeah, representative.
But yeah, back then they didn't have.
Well, in
as much.
Houston, there's so many Vietnamese people because I don't know why, but they got good ass Viet food, dude.
Do they?
It's all, yeah, Houston has a crazy Vietnamese population. I was just there and I was like, damn, I would love to get like a chubby Vietnamese wife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Grew up around black people. Just a lot of culture shock.
Do Viets and blacks get along, do you think?
I think in Houston, just because that's who's there, you know? And I think there's definitely, a boy can dream anyway. I would love like a half, like a mixed Vietnamese black wife.
Yeah.
Big titties, knows how to cook pho. Would be awesome.
Yeah.
I really would like a little something, because everyone in my family.
Even barba pho.
Boba pho?
Somebody made fucking barba pho.
Ooh, ribs and some fucking
Dude,
pho.
barba pho, did we just invent
We
barba
really
pho?
did, dude. We really did.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. There's no end to it, brother. That's my dream. Yeah, I want, because my brothers both married white women. And no, nothing wrong with that. But I just feel like I got to get a little something going in the
But are you a
bloodline.
white denier, do you think?
I think I am in some ways. Not denier, but like I just think like it would be fun to get a little something different in the family photos.
Yeah.
You know, just a little, mix it up a little bit. I just think that would be kind of nice. But that, like, my dream would be like a Greek girl. Like, you know, Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's Greek. He grew up in Athens, but he's ethnically Nigerian. Like a Greek, and that, like
He's
a.
an ethnic and American, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think that's right.
Ethnic and
Athenian American.
Athenian.
Yeah. My dream would be like somebody who speaks Greek, but like just doesn't look. You know what I mean? Just to get a little, just to get the like
Memphis Greek.
get some fun in the bloodline. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Mix it up. Well, you know.
Well, that, I think, yeah, look, I've long said that we're all going to, it's in 3, 4, 5 generations, it's going to be a lot of like Ben Simmons-y,
Sure.
very.
Well, even you're sneaky. You
Right.
just said your dad's
Right, my father's from Bluefields, Nicaragua,
Yeah.
right? And so,
Bluefields.
yeah,
That's
it's
hilarious.
a coast, Larry, bring it up. I've never been.
Really? You've never been to Nicaragua at all? Oh, you gotta go.
I know.
That'd be interesting. But see, even what I'm saying is like you got a little something in the mix.
So many people do.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing. Like even when you look back on like you talk about like slavery, it's almost like I wish they just had some of the invoices.
yeah.
So we could
be like, look,
or if somebody's last name was Fruit of the Loom, that they're Larry Fruit of the Loom, you're
yeah, you get some underwear.
Donnie Haynes,
yeah.
I
didn't even know Bluefield seems like a fake name.
You got that one.
Yeah, dude, you gotta go. It's gonna be sick. I don't know if you gotta go to Bluefield. I don't know if you can or not. You should at least go to Nicaragua.
I've met some people on airplanes and stuff, and they told me about it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So, but yeah, my father would speak Spanish a lot, and he worked at, it was like I don't know, he didn't work that much, I think.
The opposite of the stereotype.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it was a time that he did. I mean, he was 70 when I met. My dad was very old.
Yeah. That's another wrinkle.
I can't say that in any more podcasts.
I know. But it's still, I mean, I know what you mean, but it's still so interesting.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how in depth you've gotten with it, but that is that's something to explore so much. That was such an old ass dad.
Well, it made me so aware. I was just like, is dad okay? Like,
Yeah,
what's going on? Like, it was never like, am I okay? You know, like.
Oh, you really felt mortality at a time when most kids don't even consider it.
Oh, I was scared of everything.
Yeah. Because like even when grandparents die, that's usually a kid's first entree into, oh wait, this shit might not last forever. But it's like an old ass grandparent. Wait, it's your fucking dad? Like, wait, the guy who's supposed to protect me is old as shit?
And my mom was very, she'd be like, you should get to school, you should get to school, your dad's gonna die. She would just drop it in the way.
Yeah, you want your dad's last memory of you being cut in class? Get some good grades.
Dude,
He's on death's door.
Yeah, I developed this concept in my head that if I did everything perfect, that my dad would stay alive.
That's fucking wild, dude.
Isn't that crazy?
That's like light OCD, it sounds like.
I didn't realize that until like last year. I did that ayahuasca stuff, and it made me think.
Ooh.
And that came to my. I was like, man.
Yeah.
When I thought that, I hadn't thought it for like my whole life.
Yeah.
When I was young, I just burst down from it.
Yeah, dude. Reminds you of that shit. It's so fucked up. A little kid carrying that.
Oh.
You should be thinking about fucking baseball cards. Trish Stratus' breasts.
Okay, my dad was just I think it's just part of it is like you're just heartbroken for the kid as a child. You know? I'm not trying to get into self-pity, but interesting.
No, that's not self-pity at all, dude. No, that's wild. You deserve to be like, damn, that was fucked up.
It's interesting, man, what's going on in the world. I think I just get so scared. I get so activated about how our media just trickily uses stuff against us because they don't seem to have a real care about the general well-being of people.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially once we go to like 24-hour news and you're selling advertising, it's like when the news was like a couple times a day and we're telling you just what happened and we're not worried about selling ads, then yeah, you could probably trust it. But now it's like everyone does have an agenda and you do kind of have to like cut through what the fuck's being said.
Yeah.
And corporate media is just it's just like they're invested in keeping like everything the same and not really helping anyone and not telling you what's fucked up.
Yeah, they want to keep the same pattern too. Yeah. It's just like you've been, your race keeps you down, or your where you're from, or your Christianity keeps you, or it's just something, you know. It's always something. And if you look at the patterns, like damn, it's the same pattern.
I think they're invested in the status quo and the like, you know, I think shit that doesn't really affect you. And they don't want to talk about, I don't know, shit that our day to day, the shit, just fucked up shit that's like, damn, you know, our government did it, like, they fucked up this many countries, like, you know, like all the CIA shit, all the like, you know, again, I like inequality shit, like, culture war stuff is easier.
Yeah.
Because it's so divisive, people feel it so deeply. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like it's like going back to the same shit. It's like, yeah, you're like, your dad's from Nicaragua. It's like, even, like, we're all the same people. Right? We're all the same people. Everyone's exactly the same. Or not everyone's exactly the same, but we all have something in us we can relate to everyone. And we are different in ways that are cool. Like that's even going back to what I was saying about it'd be cool to have somebody from a different culture in my family. Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like I have a better time when I'm with people different from me.
Oh yeah, dude. You ever get the nuggets and they accidentally put a fry in that bitch?
Yeah, dude. Give me a couple of fucking fries. Give me a spicy nug.
Yeah.
But even with like to bring the conversation kind of back to comedy, it's like I like when crowds are different. Like I like seeing people that I have not like that you wouldn't think it's just some like bro. Like older couples have started coming to my shows, or like people of different races, whatever. It's like, and even like comedy shows, it's like I like doing shows with comics that are not like me. Like I like bringing people who have different experiences. Even on my podcast, it's like let me get some gay dudes. You know what I mean? Like let me get some gay dudes. Like
we need some gays in here, huh?
Get some gays in here, dude.
Damn,
got some good gays. Get Mateo in here. He's the man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think
it's cool, but it is cool to be around people that are different. You just kind of like soak all that shit up and have a good ass time. Eat some different foods, suck some different cultures.
They should have gay foods.
Yeah, what would be a gay food? I think a clear broth. Anything that easy on the old butthole. I think like a clear broth. Yeah, that could be part of the barbafa.
Yeah.
And like just a clear broth for our gay friends. It's like, yeah, gum.
Yeah, dude, I just wanted it's so interesting to think like what is history gonna be like. But it's interesting with ethnicities because we truly only win as a people, right? If we all win, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way that like humanity. If you hope that 1,000 years or whatever it is, that everybody. That's why sometimes I think it's almost like different ethnicities and cultures have like different parts of like the whatever's going to bring everybody to
Voltron.
Yeah.
You gotta come. I mean, I do think you're right in terms of like it's got to be like a collective thing.
Yeah.
Like people realize, like I think most people, I think America's held down a little bit by like the richest in our country, where it's like shit is hard. You know, the inequality is crazy. They have a lot of resources. Like these motherfuckers have islands. It's like people don't have fucking water, and it's like, or people can't like don't have a living wage. Or like you look at how Walmart treats their fucking workers that are busting their asses, and it's like they're on fucking food stamps.
It's like you got
It's like come on, like that, like, and so I do think there's like a collective thing where it's like if everybody realizes that there's a few people fucking our shit up, there's like a that's why I think like labor unions are good, where it's like you just be like, hey, we do all the fucking work, like you should just have to like. There's this weird thing where it's like even like child labor is back in certain places. Like that's how much they don't want to pay people a living wage. If they're like, they're rolling back like child protection laws. It's kind of fucking wild, dude. Wow. But
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a couple of states that they just started doing that shit. It was fucking crazy. Dude.
But I do think that it's fat. Yeah, it's like how can people survive on these on wages?
Yeah. No, it's fucked up.
It's also like some jobs are like stair-step jobs. Like to advance and stuff.
Yeah.
But for some people, maybe they're not these days. It's just it's shit. Child labor laws are under attack in states across the country amid increasing child labor violations. Lawmakers must act to strengthen standards.
Yeah, they're like, and they're just even the laws that we have on file. They're just kind of like ignoring them, which is kind of crazy. I think I think
it feels lawless right now.
Shit is kind of crumbling, and it's like we even are like basic shit. It's like the infrastructure in this country sucks dick.
Yeah.
The roads are bad.
Amtrak?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, don't get me started on that shit.
But I'd rather FedEx myself somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, put some holes in a box.
Easy.
Yeah, which sucks too, because in this country there used to be so much rail, but that was, I mean,
Amtrak was fun. It's fun.
See, that's the other thing. It's like when you go back in time, you look at history. It's like car companies destroyed rail in this country.
But then they let them lobby against it so that so that it wouldn't even be competitive. You know, I just wonder also, are we sitting on the down, or do we get to a point where greed and that sort of thing has happened so much that it's like this is where you end up?
Absolutely, I think that's the logical end of like always putting profits over everything. It's like I'm not saying you shouldn't make a
I agree.
make a living, you should make a profit, but it's like there is something fucked up when it's like that's the only goal. I think you make a good living, you have a product that makes a good amount of money, you should also pay your fucking work. Like I have a problem with Amazon, but if Amazon just took some of their profits and paid their fucking workers better, and made sure they all got like health insurance and shit, and be like, that's the best company. Well, not their profits would be a little worse, but it's like, I think you could. It should be a twin goal of like make profits and provide for the people that like work for you and shit. But
yeah, it's interesting. It's like there's a lot. It's like because you ask somebody who's a business person, and they'll say like Mike Rowe was on here and he said, well, people just don't want to do jobs. They don't want to work anymore. It's so, and there can be an article that's created to kind of make you think anything.
Of course,
that's the scariest part. It's like,
yeah.
And to not know, like we don't, we know our instincts, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's unbelievable that they should put a cap on wealth. I believe.
I'm with you actually fully. Like when you look at like how we got out of the Great Depression and shit and all that kind of stuff, it's like after a certain point, it's like it could be a crazy number, $20 million a year, whatever. It's like after a certain point, it's like okay, tax that rate high, and then fucking provide basics for people.
Yeah.
And it's like it doesn't have to be like poverty. Like it doesn't have to be like no one's allowed to make any money. But it's like I do think it's like a moral issue in America. We have so much homelessness, and so much of it is like fucking people that were in the army. It's shit that like how much teachers make. It's like why the fuck is a teacher getting paid $34,000 a year, but like a consultant? You know what I mean? Like some fucking fake job where they tell you to like slash prices to make more profits. Why do they make $200,000 a year or whatever? It's like that's the shit where I just feel like I don't feel like a very political person, but it's like when I start talking,
it pains me.
It sounds like I'm a fucking communist, but I'm just like, no man, just like we should provide for the weakest in a society when we have so much money, and that's like my belief is that like we should just provide for like people, and I think you see it with like
you still want people to work, you still want that, right?
Of course.
But then like it's I don't know, there's a lot of like nuance to all of it, but I don't think that. But then also you have people that'll go and have 20 kids.
Yeah.
And they don't have any social responsibility to the fact that when you do that and have no plan or anything, that the drain you're putting on society is unbelievable.
Sure.
Just with your own real cooter.
Of course, once you got the cooter fucking humming, once you got that hot cooter humming.
So I used to think they should take your nuts away when you're born, give them back when you graduate high school.
That would be a great idea. That would be awesome. I would love to be able to put my nuts on ice for a little bit.
Oh yeah. And then make Disney put it to music.
It's doing triple axles.
Yeah. And Axl Rose is doing the music.
Fuck yeah, dude, get him in there with his little bandana. He's
Stavros,
looking comfy these days.
Stavros, thanks so much, man. We've been going through a lot to you.
Absolutely. This is a great episode, dude.
I mean, we even got serious about stuff, so it's
we did, yeah. We're not serious guys, really.
Oh, I know.
But it is fun to think about this shit.
It's okay to get serious sometimes.
I think so.
Yeah. I think there's just a lot going on, too.
Yeah, it's a strange time.
And then how much of it is just a trap where they're just like, hey, look at this while something else is going on,
Yeah.
We're fighting over here, people are arguing about, a young, trans beer can.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And meanwhile, there's like they're shipping away a ton of our money, or they're doing this, or
fully, dude.
It's weird.
I think all that culture war stuff, especially gay and trans issues, it's textbook. Let's get you to not pay attention to the economic issues that are actually ruining your life and making you this angry. So I don't know. I mean, I think that's a big. Like I was a big Bernie guy when it came to the election last time, and I thought like I think him versus Trump actually would have made a lot of sense because it's like there's anger, like there was a populism behind Trump that the Democrats would have been smart to like to pick their populist candidate, and the one saying like no, big business is fucking us, like we have to fight back against this or they'll take advantage of us, and I do think that it just comes down to that, man. When people are like angry, it's easy to keep them distracted with shit that ultimately the guy wants to wear a dress, let the fucking guy wear a dress, but like give me health care.
Yeah.
Like make it so that if my grandma gets if my mom gets a treatable skin cancer, she gets to live and not go bankrupt. And it's like when people are so mad about they're so riled up about all the negative shit in their lives, that it's easy to channel that into anger against, groups that are kind of fucking marginalized, whose lives are hard enough already. But everybody's life is kind of fucked.
Everybody, that's another thing too. It's like this constant, and the
quality of life is going down so bad.
The healthcare can't just be, they can't focus only on the fact, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's because kids can go to a therapist now and say something, and the therapist can put them on a drug. Do the parents have the ability to stop them? But that's crazy. If your kid's 12 and he's like, I feel like a man. That's a woman. I don't know. I'm assuming you have a closer connection to it.
Yeah. I know. None of these issues are cut and dry. That's the other thing. Is these are case by case.
Yeah.
And again, not that many fucking statistically, not that many. And that's the thing. Even us talking about it this much.
Fuck, I know. We fucked up.
But hey, what are you gonna do? The important thing is people watch the crowd work special.
Yeah.
That's
over. Yeah. No matter how you. No matter what's going on in your genetics. Or diaper.
Come any kind of genitals. Come to this Fat Rascal tour. We won't check to see what you got. Unless you want me to. I'm gonna take a peek.
That'd be crazy. They start checking people. Yeah, what you got in there? Empty out your purse, sir. Nuts, man.
Yeah. So dude.
All right, cool, man. We'll go check it out. I think this might be the longest episode I've ever done.
Hell yeah, dude. I got another. I'm down. This is awesome. It's fun as shit.
It's hot in here, though.
It is hot. I had a hot flight here.
Oh,
I was napping one of those when you're you're so hot your body's just having a fever nap almost. Yeah. I was like, do I have a fever? Am I about to give fucking COVID? But I was just hot in the airplane. It turns out. But I'm feeling. I can't wait to crack that door and just feel the breeze. That's our reward for this podcast. To just feel that breeze.
That's it. We're two of those kids that have to mine for the iPhones or whatever. And their lunch break is just cool air.
Yeah.
What's lunch?
Go fill up.
Yeah.
Don't get your lunch too comfortable. You got another 12 hours in the mines.
God, dude. It is so sick we're even laughing about that.
I know, it's fun.
Man. But we were not really laughing about it. God bless you guys, bro. Thank you, Stavros, for being here, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see the new special that comes out tomorrow.
Yeah. So Crowdwork special just for fun. The real big specials coming in the fall. I'm recording it in May at the Paramount in Austin. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
That'll be really fun, and it'll come out sometime in the fall. But just a little something to tide the people over, You
gonna go to Rogan's new club?
I went, dude. I was checking out the Paramount. I was scouting it on opening night, and so I wasn't on the shows, but I went to check it out, dude. It's fucking awesome,
really,
dude. It's so you walked in there and it was whoa. There was an energy there. I can't wait to go back and do spots there for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to pick up some extra spots there when I'm there in Austin.
Oh yeah, dude.
Congrats on the
fuck.
Congrats on the specials, man.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Stavros.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind out loud. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Calm down. What's going on? Good to see you, my friend.
Take me to the river, I wanna go. I'll go. Take me to your river, I wanna go.
I don't even know who sings that.
You don't know who sings that song?
No.
Leon Bridges.
Leon Bridges.
Yeah, he's like a folk country singer, black dude. I think he's Louisiana's where he's from. But about 5 years ago, he had a very popular song. That was like a song that really charted well. It was called The River.
That was that.
That was that song. And then,
there he is.
And then what he does is...
You wear it, Jamie? No,
I've seen him before, yeah, but I don't
But this song is like... He's had other songs, But for some reason, this song resonated with a lot of people in the country, man. It was like him reminiscing with going to a place that made him feel good in the river.
I hope when we go over to Spotify we can play it.
I go, oh, I could take me to your river. I wanna go. I'll go. Oh. That's pretty much it. That's the one part everybody knows.
It's acceptable now for people to wear like neck scarves.
Are you being insulted?
Chips? No, not at all.
It's what you
It's
say
normal. If you had wore that on any other time, I'd be like, what is on your neck?
and I would explain it to be a gator.
Right.
A gator.
I know it is. I know what a gator is.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's my gator.
You wear them when you're sneaking up on animals.
Or
you don't
people,
wear them in
or
that
people.
color. Well, that color's not. You can't sneak up on anybody.
Gay
Or
pride.
people.
Gay pride. All right.
Well, there's a lot of colors in that. Yeah, I guess that's a rainbow.
Yeah,
It's not as traditional.
It's a liberal gator.
Liberal gator.
Yep, it's accepted by anything. Gay people, black people, Hispanic people. I'm sorry.
No worries.
My baby mother asked me about weed. Jesus. But you don't like me. But you don't like me. Why you keep pouring me up about weed? You said you don't like me.
She likes your weed.
I mean, they like something, man.
What happened to your son?
I got shot.
Who shot you?
That's a question I haven't found an answer to.
Really?
This shit happened so quick, Joe. I didn't really get a good look at the person that shot me. Not too many people around to witness it, but I have the wound to show that I got shot.
What was the situation?
My dog. I think I got a new dog.
She's adorable.
Listen,
that's as adorable as a dog gets, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that little cutie.
yo,
Can you see her on camera?
Yo, this is my emotional support.
That's
dog.
Maggie.
Yeah, that's Maggie.
Maggie, come here. Come here, Maggie. Come here. She's adorable. She doesn't know what coffee is. She's like,
She don't know what weed is, but she don't know what coffee is. But I was protecting her. Some people were Joe, you want to hear the story about how I got shot or what?
Yeah.
I was protecting her honor, right? I was protecting her from a hell of bullets. It was a gang. It was a lot of people. I don't remember all of that, but I got shot in my motherfucking thumb.
where were you?
In the streets.
Oh, just regular.
Yeah, I was in the streets. No, not just
the streets.
I was just in the streets.
No town.
No, just the streets. And that happens sometimes, Joe. You're hanging in the streets, you put yourself in some unforgiving situations, and that's what happened to me, and that's how I got my motherfucking thumb shot the fuck off. And that's the story that's the story that I'm sticking to.
So you got caught in crossfire.
A hell of bullets. 45 shots rang out.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Legitimately?
Pop, 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 pop. And this is the only injury I sustained.
Very, very happy that that's the only injury you sustained.
You're not happy about it, Joe, because when
I love you. Come on.
I know you love me, but when I told you I got shot, you continued to question me about.
Well, Donnell, that's because you're Donnell.
Right, but you continued to.
I didn't question you like I didn't believe you.
You did 100%.
But you said it so casually.
That's what
I said. Do you want a drink? He said, I can't. I'm on antibiotics. I said, what happened to you? I got shot.
That's it.
Usually, any of my other friends who've been shot, if I said, hey man, what happened? And they said, I got shot. You wouldn't just end right there. They would say, it's a crazy story over, man.
Yeah, but you don't
I'm with the car. I had my little dog.
Right.
I was protecting her.
And that's the story that I told, but the thing that you didn't believe me, if someone said he got shot,
you can't say I didn't believe you. That's not true.
It didn't look at your face.
Well, it's unusual the way you were describing it. I got shot, and then you wouldn't say anything more.
It's like, but you black people don't. What happened? How'd you get shot? Well, remember I had a disagreement with so-and-so. Well, we finally had an opportunity. Our paths crossed. We found a situation where those energies came together. We was like, how are we going to settle this, right? It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It was a.
Okay, so you don't want to get specific about details.
No, I don't want to get specific. I just want you to respect the fact that they got shot.
I believe that you got shot. I do respect it. I'm sad that you got shot, but I'm glad you're okay.
I'm better. I'm good.
So, how is your thumb doing? Is it going to be all right?
Yep. It's going to be good. You know, we got all the bullet fragments out of it. You know, we avoided the surgery, so I'm going to be good. Just got to get the range of motion back.
Oh, that's real good. They didn't have to do any surgery of tendons or anything like that?
Nope. I got lucky.
I have a friend who cut his finger on a window, man, and he never got his fingers back again. His fingers are like this, curled.
I know everybody knows a motherfucker like that, and we've all made fun of that motherfucker.
Mm.
We've made fun of the person that that don't have a thumb.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, doing this after me surviving this gunshot shit, just buttoning my pants become a task that I took for granted.
Right.
And the point I'm making is that you're lucky to have all of your limbs, all of your shit on your body.
Yep.
And you don't appreciate it until one of them motherfuckers gone.
Well, I think that's the case with everything, right? Like, we didn't appreciate how good we had it before the lockdown. Before COVID came around, nobody appreciated how good we really had it.
We was living in a moment.
We were also spoiled. We were spoiled by how good everything was.
But we didn't think it was spoiled because that was what was going on.
Right.
Until shit shifted, and then same thing, like you lose your thumb. You're like, oh shit. I really do appreciate doing those 3 spots that night.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I appreciate the fact that I could just walk with my family anywhere and I wouldn't be judged. I wouldn't be discriminated against, whatever. It just be like, it was Joe and his family, not just like, do you have a mask or not?
Right.
But I do believe that it took a pandemic for people to really realize what the most important things in life are.
I think so, for sure. I think at the beginning, people were nicer because they were scared, and they were like, it was almost like post 9/11 feeling.
Right.
Like, we're all in this together.
Right.
That didn't last very long.
It was unrealistic to think that everybody's going to be that way. People don't get frustrated.
Once also resources started getting low, people started realizing that they're not going to be able to work for a long fucking time. Did you see the governor got busted? Did you see the photos?
Which governor?
Governor of California.
He got busted for what?
Got busted going to a restaurant with 12 people, no social distancing, no masks, all the shit that he's been preaching for, he didn't do. They were saying that he was outdoors, like his people said it was outdoors, but now they have photos of it, 100% indoors.
Right.
They're all indoors.
But the
talking,
thing is,
sitting.
the unrealistic part about that, people got to push their platform. This match has been crazy. But me, I know it shouldn't be like this, and I know it's like, but what does it?
She curls up in you.
But what does
She's
it
so
represent?
adorable.
When I see motherfuckers like that in a situation like no mask, not social distancing, I just assume that they all been tested and they all been in a bubble situation.
Well, that's because you've been in a bunch of bubble situations, like when Dave did the shows down Yellow Springs.
Like you bubbled me first.
I bubble you here.
You're the first person. You're the first person. You didn't rape my nose. You raped my finger.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did.
I hired a nurse.
You made somebody do it. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to do, but she worked for you.
That's true.
And you forced that she had to do it.
Well, I just suggested it probably be a good idea for everybody.
Yeah, but it was good for everybody, and you knew that, so we know that that's a bubble world.
Yeah.
But it's not surprising that you see the governor in a situation like that, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't send out the right message, but I'm pretty sure that the motherfuckers was tested.
Well, that's what you should have said. They can't say that because they're a politician and everybody would go, wait a minute, if I just test people, can I go to work? Like what Dave's doing with all his shows.
Yeah.
Test people in the audience, you can have a full audience. You know you have a bunch of people that are healthy.
You're taking the measures to create that safety.
Yes.
It's a bubble. Here's the thing that a lot of people understand is that, like, you can literally create your own bubble.
Yes.
Like, I know people, like, well, certain states, you have to meet a certain requirement to be tested. You can't be tested unless you start showing symptoms. But you can create your bubble. There's testing almost everywhere. There's an opportunity for people to get tested.
It's a little harder than that for most people because
most people make state for state.
Most people, in terms of like just people's your access to it, it's not that common where you can go to a place and get a quick test yet.
Okay, so then what's the difference? Now, I may be wrong. This may be my ignorance. Like California, like I know the situation like at Dodger Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like for the most part, anybody with, I guess, a California ID or whatever, they can get tested.
No, but hold on. You know that takes hours. You know, those people have to wait in line for hours. There was a line
to get it done.
Yeah.
But what does that
mean?
Our
students, it's fucking, if you have a job, man. If you have a job and you're supposed to be at work at 9 a.m. and you get to the COVID thing at 7:30 and they tell you it's a 2.5 hour line, that's what it is. That's the reality. And most of those aren't giving you the results immediately.
Not immediately, but enough where you could, if you got those results, say you get those results in 18 hours. Say you were going to plan a family function or something.
You don't do shit
like
for 18 hours.
What I'm saying is like when the idea of the bubble first started with the NBA, you kind of contributed to that. They did it.
Well, UFC did it first.
Yeah,
they did it and UFC did it first.
But they always thought like, oh my God, you don't have to be a millionaire to create a safe bubble for you and your family, your friends, right?
No, you can do it now easier than ever before. But the problem with the governor saying it is other people will let us make a bubble and go to work, because that's what they should do. What they should do is what we're doing here. We're just lucky that podcasting is an essential business. I think she's trying to jump down.
She's not trying to kill herself.
No, I mean, she's just looking over the edge.
No, she's my emotional dog.
I understand.
All right.
Listen,
if anybody gonna jump, it's gonna be me.
I'm in tune with her.
Okay.
She's the most adorable little dog I've ever seen. I've never seen a little dog as a puppy.
Maggie River, she's 5 months old. She knows her biological dad, and I'm her new dad. It was important for her to know her biological dad, because I didn't want her to come from a place with like mental issues and shit. I understand. She's in tune with her mother. She knows her two brothers and sisters. They have play dates.
She
knows she's my little bitch right now.
What kind of dog is she?
A Chihuahua pit bull.
No. She's part pit bull?
That dog don't look like it's part of it.
What kind of pit bull? Fuck the Chihuahua.
A toy pit bull.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's
I want
toy,
a little one.
She's toy Chihuahua.
Toy pit bulls are cute little dogs.
Yeah, she's ferocious. Don't let that fucking sad ass fool you.
Have you ever seen a toy pit bull, Jamie? They're really tiny. We know real pit bulls, like the fighting pit bulls, they were like 30 pounds. They weren't big dogs. The ones that they bred for fighting. The smaller ones are little demons.
I don't even know if I can remember ever seeing a small pit bull.
Yeah. Brian Callen used to have a small pit bull. It was a tiny one, and it was ferocious.
That's where he gets his personality from. It's not him.
He bought it. We went to a guy who raised them for fighting.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. We were like in our 20s. Oh my God, look how tiny.
Damn, that little motherfucker look tough as shit, the black one.
Look at his
the
face.
Black Lives Matter one, son.
Look at his face. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. That dog's ridiculous. See, that's the thing that they do. They take these dogs and
But they break their legs and shit like that, right?
No, they just breed them. They do what's called they select, right? So like a dog with shorter legs, they'll breed with another dog with shorter legs, and they'll try to select for certain traits. Like I used to have a dog that was from Hawaii, and they used him for hog hunting. That's what they use his family for. So he had long ears.
It was a dog specific to Hawaii?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. They breed a lot of pit bulls in Hawaii.
And what are their jobs? Because most dogs do they go get birds? What the fuck does it do?
Hog hunting.
Okay.
See, what they do is in the real thick brush, you can't really get to the hogs. Like it's hard shooting with a gun. Like you're shooting through hundreds of yards of brush. Right. The dogs can go in there and get them, and they'll hold them. They'll hold the pig. So there's a style of
that makes the hunting easy though, right?
It does, except for the dog. It's not like the same kind of hunting because you're relying 100% on the dogs. Usually there's two groups of dogs, depending on what animal you do. Like if they hunt mountain lions, they use a certain kind of dog that'll obey the dog. Right. That'll obey the mountain lion. But if they hunt pigs, a lot of times they'll use an animal that lets you know where the pig is, and then they release other animals that hold the pig. So those are the pit bulls.
And then you shoot them.
Well, they usually stab them.
Like up.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked.
Oh, so that experience is all about the dog.
It's the dog is the one who did it, and you just finished the job. Damn. It's crazy too. There's there's videos of it, of the way they do it, and it's like, oof. And I've been asked to go on one of those hunts. I'm like, I am not interested in doing that.
What happens when the dog gets old? Do they
get new dogs? But this is a thing that people are doing for two reasons. One, for food, right? Because this is the best way that they can get food. Like you can trap this animal, and then that's how you're going to get the animal. If you just rely on just hunting with like a rifle or a bow and arrow and real thick shit with wild pigs, you're probably going to go hungry. Right. So there's that. And then the other thing is these are invasive animals. Like they were brought over to Hawaii, and they're wild and they have no predators, so they have to kill them. They have to control them.
So did they bring them over to kill a species or something? Like I know that.
No, they brought them over for food.
Oh, okay.
Like Captain Cook and those dudes used to do that shit. They used to release goats.
I don't know Captain Cook. I know Captain Crunch.
I know Captain Crunch.
Yeah, that's I don't know Captain
delicious stuff.
Yeah.
Captain Hook was an old pirate, right? Wasn't he? Cook. Don't say Hook. Hook was a pirate too.
Yeah, that's a Disney pirate. Yeah.
Captain Cook. He used to go to islands and they would drop off animals so that the next time they came around, they'd have something to eat.
That's smart.
So they'd leave goats on an island. I think that's how the goats got on Galapagos. I think that's how they got on a lot of islands. These pirates or sailors would drop these animals off. But meanwhile, these animals would destroy ecosystems.
Yeah, but you had some fresh coke when you
Yeah, some fresh coke.
Yeah, fuck the rivers.
They had a lot of turtles too. They killed off a lot of sea turtles because they would take sea turtles and they would flip them over and put them on their back, and they'd be good for weeks.
And
Like they didn't. Yep, they would eat them because you don't need any. They don't need anything. Like they can survive just on their back for weeks and weeks and weeks, and you don't have to worry about refrigeration. Them.
Yeah, but you can't tell somebody you're hunting turtles.
You're not trying to do
That's
it.
like slow as a motherfucker. Be like, I fucking stalked this fucking. I followed this turtle for 3 days.
I think they probably get them on the beach, but if you got them in the water, they'd be quick. Sea turtles.
When I was growing up, we catch a motherfucker, a turtle on the road, and it was always one country motherfucker. Like this, he usually was a mechanic in the neighborhood, and he had like oil up under his hand. He always helped people's baby mothers with fucking changing their brake pads and shit. Just one of those grimy, dirty motherfuckers that eat any type of roadkill. And whenever we saw fucking their dead turtle or something, we knew that nigga was gonna yell out turtle soup.
Yeah, people
That's
like
what he
turtle
did.
soup.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, but
I've never had it.
yeah, it seems like we'll probably be an alligator, meaty type of family.
Alligator tastes good.
It is.
Yeah.
Everything tastes good when it tastes like chicken. That's the reference for anything. It tastes like chicken.
Yeah, I had frog legs recently. They were good.
I've had frog legs before, but trying to convince a black person to eat frog legs is a tough sell. That's all.
Order.
Yeah, to get a black person to order frog legs off of a menu is like getting them to say, I want my steak rare. It's always got to be well done.
You eat well done?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
But how do you eat your steak?
Medium.
Medium?
Yep.
Not medium rare?
There's a lot of black people who watch this show. And they're going to be like, I'm going to tell you when he changed. When they start talking about blood.
Medium rare.
Yeah, when they start talking about blood, that's when he lost the streets, son. I could do medium rare, I can't do it. I understand. I've had it like that, but my preference would be medium.
Yeah.
But dude, average, the circle that I grew up around.
My jiu-jitsu instructor eats it well done. And when he orders it, I cringe. Like, John Machado, well done. I go, whoa.
Do you know what that feeling is? Imagine the chef that gets the order and says, 2 well done steaks at table 49. They're calling them every fucking racial thing that they can think of. That's the quickest way to fucking make somebody order a fucking well done steak. And
chefs did not enjoy it.
Not at all.
They don't like cooking it like that. That's a weird thing, like a preference thing. Like if you ask people's preference, like it's not like you just cook it. Like if you order chicken, they just cook your chicken. They don't ask you what temperature you'd like your chicken breast.
But they know.
They just cook it.
Right.
But even pork chops, same thing, right? They don't ask you, but with steak, they'll give you options. Well, why the fuck are you giving me an option if I can't have well done?
You should just have it your way, but it's just insulting.
It is, but
it's insulting. Like,
give the opportunity to insult because they do have that as an option.
Have you ever been a certain way, like judge somebody by the way they order their steak?
Yeah, I do, honestly. But again, John Machado, like I said, I have nothing but respect for him. It makes me sad that he likes well done meat.
I know this is going to be bad. People are like, what type of brother am I? But I took my sister out to eat once. She ordered a steak, and she ordered well done. I said, I think you should order something else. I said, I'm not paying for a leather belt. Wow. And I didn't have to eat the shit. I wasn't going to do it. I just felt fucked up.
But you felt judgy?
I didn't feel, I was judgy.
A little judgy?
Yeah, I was like, let that fucking shit go.
Isn't that the only food that we have that with? Like cheeseburgers, nobody gives a fuck. If somebody says, how do you want your cheeseburger? You're like,
well, in the black community,
well done.
In the black community, when you say cheeseburger, for the most part, that's going to be well done.
Yeah,
black people want to see the pink in it. That's right. They'll tell you all the pink out.
Well, you really should with ground beef. See, the thing with ground beef is you don't know what this area is. When you're eating ground beef, right, they take a cow's, whatever, and they grind it up. The stuff in the middle, like, that could have been on the outside, right? So you don't know, like, when you get a steak, you sear the outside, cook the outside. There's no room for bacteria. Anything that could have grown on the outside is dead. And the inside you don't have to worry about unless it's rotten.
That's why black people get their fucking hamburgers well done.
Well,
Joe.
that's wise.
We didn't know it, but that's just what it was for a hamburger.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want to get food poisoning.
Right.
Yeah, hamburgers, unless you are right there when they grind it, or you go to a top shelf restaurant where they'll take a piece of chuck roast and they'll grind, or even filet mignon. Like some of them do it with like a.
And you get a burger that's ground out of filet mignon, you're in the right neighborhood.
You're in the right neighborhood. They usually add fat to it, believe it or not.
To make it juicier.
Yeah, to make it juicier.
What is it with white people with blood though?
I don't know.
I mean, like, I know this because white people get a kick out of like the rarest they can order a steak, like the blood part of it. Like,
No.
yeah, you know what?
Rare is weird. When someone orders rare, or you know what blue
But
is?
you proud of the blood, Joe.
No.
Every time you post an elk picture, it's like you can't just show the meat. You want motherfuckers to see the knife, and you do your picture, Joe. And it's like you waited for the blood to sweat at a certain temperature. You know when it looks the bloodiest, and that's the shot.
That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is show that it's cooked perfectly. It's medium rare with respect for the meat. When I do it, I use a thermometer. I mean, I do it nice and slow, and I know you know how to cook. Don't get crazy.
Wait a minute.
Don't get crazy.
Wait a minute.
Just
Joe.
trying to explain something.
Wait a minute, Joe.
What?
You're a man of wilderness,
Yes.
right? And all that. You're well respected, right?
Look at that, though.
Yeah, look at that, Joe. Look at that.
Perfect.
Look at that.
That's perfect. You can't. It doesn't get better than that.
But you're proud of the color of it.
Because it's perfect. It's perfectly cooked.
But it looks, it's like, what is it?
That's elk. That's elk. That's a super athlete.
I argued with someone because I told them that you like elk and I can make elk. And they were like, this,
I'm sure
you
you
can't
can
make
make
it. But they were like,
Tom Papa makes it.
the last time I spoke to you about me cooking, you were very condescending.
That's not true.
Yes, you were. You made
No, I said it the same way I said you got shot.
No, okay.
I said you can cook.
Yeah, and you're
That's
right.
not condescending.
It is, but the way you looked at me, you looked me up and down, you judged me. That's the difference, Joe. That's the difference. When I said I could cook elk,
Let me just tell you what I've heard. Let me tell you what I've heard. I heard you cook really well.
Okay.
I heard you have amazing barbecue skills.
That's
Quite a few people.
That could be borderline racist. That could be borderline.
That's
like
shit. What
Yeah,
is
but
shit?
you said barbecue. You
Listen, barbecue is one of the most complex forms of cooking.
I know,
You gotta
because
be
when I
really
hear barbecue,
careful.
I
You're
hear
doing it slow. Too much, you fuck it up. Too little, you don't do it right, and then it's hard to put it back on because it hasn't been sitting at the same temperature the entire time.
That's the art of barbecue.
Yes.
But when I hear barbecue, I think about the barbecue.
I understand.
Like the black barbecue.
I understand.
With like the Frankie Beverly and the whole
Right.
thing. It's a whole production, not just one
Right.
piece of barbecue. That's
The
what I'm
barbecue
saying.
in Texas is mostly white people, I think.
And I
As far
will
as
say
my own
this.
personal experiences.
I will say this. White people can fucking smoke some meat.
They know how to do it here, I'll tell you that.
And when I first got it, I think it was a place called Black's. I don't know if you found the favorite.
Terry Blacks, phenomenal.
Didn't that franchise, didn't they break up? Like,
Yes.
they broke up.
They used to be with a family, then the sons started on their own.
They
That's
started
the
beefing
place
with
I've been.
each other,
Yeah,
literally.
they had some issues. I don't want to air their dirty laundry on a podcast.
Right.
But the sons
Somebody stole the
opened up a
barbecue
spot.
secret
Something
sauce.
happened. Something happened. 'Cause
Somebody gave up the secret sauce.
these people, Terry Black's in town has only been open since 2014, I believe, and it feels like a place that's been around 100 years. I mean, they got it dialed in. That barbecue's off the hook.
Think
It's
about it.
so
They have to have it
good.
dialed in if they came up generations and generations.
Yeah.
They're just putting whatever the recipe is, whatever the love
I
is.
know they make their own. They make their own smokers. They use giant propane tanks, and they make their own smokers.
Maybe that's what I enjoy.
Next level.
Yeah, white people level of barbecue when they start doing machines and
I should say they hire someone to make their smokers, but they get this dude to make the smokers out of propane tanks. They're not buying like a big commercial smoker. They're having this commercial smoker made. They gave us a
just change
tour.
the game, bro.
They did an amazing job. They wanted it to their specifications, and those propane tanks are thick as fuck. It's heavy.
Fuck that,
steel.
man. Where's the wood?
Well, you cook with wood.
Okay.
The wood is an offset. You know how those smokers work?
Right.
So you have an offset, a firebox. The firebox is over on the side, and they're constantly checking the temperature and opening the flues, make sure it's at a perfect temperature. And then you got the smoker, which is off to the side. And they're moving meat around because it's hotter where the air comes right out. But
So you got
they're
the
really
system.
well. It's, oh my God, they got it dialed in. The brisket is ridiculous. It's so good.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That shit melts your mouth, and it don't come off bloody like that.
It's a different kind of animal. That's elk. I mean, you could have elk and you could do it that way. They cook the neck meat that way. My friend John Dudley, we're in
elk
neck meat, because the neck meat is very strong and dense. Because elk has giant antlers, right? So elk's carrot, it's like it's doing weights.
But elk doesn't have no fatty. It's no fat.
No fat. There's a little bit of fat on the outside of them, but there's no fat in the meat at all. It's a totally different thing. So you got to cook it slow. So if it's anything other than that, like medium rare like that, it's got to be dried out.
Right.
You want it just cooked slowly and seared on the outside. So like I take a totally different approach if I'm cooking like a ribeye from a cow versus an elk steak. Completely different way of cooking.
I know that because you never post regular steak pictures. It's like
I hate regular
no,
steak.
you don't never. You fucking once you did your fucking first elk, your regular steak pictures was just dead, man.
Well, they're not as interesting to me. Regular steak is great. I'll cook it. I'll eat it. But the elk is like I have an intimate relationship with that.
Everyone knows that.
Of course they do.
I mean, even when I tell people I want to do your show, they're like, take a bite of the elk from me. I'm serious, man. It's like, yo, you done some cool shit. They see you do a lot of cool shit, but they never seen you. And you told me, do I really want elk? And I was like, yeah, but I was in the hospital recovering from an injury, so I couldn't get here the way I wanted to.
That's a lucky injury in a sense, right? Like I mean, all the things that could have gone wrong with your thumb, but not even need surgery.
Right.
Get the bullet fragments out.
I mean, that's how I run my life, man. I try to make it easy as possible. Anybody else could have fucking had this injury and been fucked up. And the pandemic can't stop me. Neither can this fucking thumb, man.
Yeah.
How does it feel? I know it's a crazy question. You get it all the time. From being from a place, like you were saying, like what we took advantage of.
Yeah.
And one of the things, we never took advantage of stage time because we always did it, but not having it accessible to you all the time. How does it feel here with not being able to, like, you know what? I'm getting ready to go do like fucking 3 spots and hammer some shit out real quick.
Well, I haven't done that since March, since the store closed down. There was no comedy at all in LA, so there was a whole life shift. The only time I did it on the road was July. And in July, I did 4 shows at the Houston Improv. I had a great fucking time.
I just left there, man.
Great place.
Did you feel, I know this sounds crazy. I know we're going to get you some mask shit story, whatever. Yeah. But it's a club that had a certain capacity. Now they got to trim it down to meet whatever mandated the rules are. But people were in there, temperature check, they were in there. Yeah. I know this sounds crazy. Some people were masked, some people didn't have masks. And I'm thinking, when I was thinking, they sell tickets as a group, right?
I don't know if they're doing that now, but they're doing that in a lot of places.
And it's like, you feel good about it.
Yeah.
But then it's like, people take away from that feeling because it's always somebody like, where's the mask? Where's the mask?
Right. There are people that are rightly upset at people taking risks because those people that do take risks can then get sick. And if they're irresponsible enough to take a risk and get sick, they might be irresponsible enough to go out and mingle with people and they know they're sick. But some people are like that. Some people are selfish. You know that, right?
I know that.
Yeah. So
then
that's where
you have to be.
And then they can even give it out when they don't know they have it. But you're asymptomatic.
But then, at some point, don't you have to be selective about the people that you engage with? Don't you have to be selective on the chances? This is my frustration. I'm not a mask or a non-masker. Like, people make the argument, but what if I go to the grocery store and I have my mask on and there's this old lady that doesn't have her mask on? Then I don't think you should go places where it could be people that don't have their mask on. Shouldn't you order online or something?
Just don't get in that lady's face and you're going to be fine. It's
man,
I don't think you should tell some old lady that she has to put a mask on. I ran into an old lady at the grocery store. She didn't have a mask on. I was like, all right, what are you going to do? She's old, man. I mean, this lady, she probably feels terrible breathing through the mask. Anyway, feels like she doesn't have much time.
She might have an asthma attack.
She had one on, but she was doing this shit.
I got your argument. Yo,
that chin shit that people are doing.
I get yelled at. I went to a grocery store. I'm getting a couple of items, and I had my motherfucking mask. And Joe, when I tell you, the tip of my nose was showing. The tip, right here.
They got mad.
And this lady behind plexiglass, she had sanitizer. She was squirting the register there, and she had a mask, everything. And my shit went right to the tip of my nose. She was like, sir, you gotta put your mask on. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, okay. Then I gotta pay. I do Apple Pay. But to get into my phone,
You gotta open up the phone.
with my face.
Yeah.
So I put it down. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm trying to pay. I gotta log in my face. She's like, well, you can't do that in here. Right?
You can't use Apple Pay?
I can't show my face to open my phone up.
You gotta use Samsung Pay. They let you use your fingerprint. Time to switch to Android.
I don't have an Android. I don't have it. That's very evil for you.
I have an Android.
I know, but I wasn't talking about your fucking phone, Joe.
Why is it evil?
Because it was the wrong time. It was the fucking wrong time. And the thing I was making, so I had to.
How'd you guys, your day?
This is what I had to do, Joe. I had to actually leave the register, go to where I could, outside,
Yeah.
show my face, open my phone, and I went to pay. And then when that happened, I could have been pissed, but I could have been like, you know what? I'm just never going to go to that store again.
Well, it's just a lady working. No, just put the mask over your nose.
I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I can get frustrated. I did it. It was just for, is there any...
Just for Apple Pay. But you were already arguing with her, right? Is that part of the problem?
I've never said I was arguing, so...
She was already telling you to put your mask over your nose. So she was in a heightened state of
awareness?
Frustration.
Yeah, but she also... I don't know if it was me. You know what? It was me. I didn't see that energy around anybody else. Perfect time to use the black card. I'm not going to do it.
It's the nose card. She saw your nose, and some people are just like real sticklers for shit. You know Bridget Fennessy?
No, where's that? And all that. But for some people, it's a perfect opportunity to be an asshole.
Exactly.
It's like, and that, do you really care about this mask, or you get to either, there's discrimination against masked people, and no masked people.
It's just people have an opportunity to tell people what to do. They get mad.
They do.
Yeah, they
and
love
then
it.
you want to adhere to it, then they get mad because you're not listening to the rules. Fucking
right. Well, that's why people are particularly upset at this Gavin Newsom shit. Because he's been the one telling us you can't have large gatherings for Thanksgiving, stay home, social distance, wear a mask in between bites of food.
Right.
This guy's been saying all this shit.
And then he's
and now you go see him eating at a restaurant.
So does that mean that we believe everything but you got? So that's a perfect example of, you know, a lot of things are motivated through politics and looks. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you see is not really what you think it is. So how much are you going to put into a person? Like what their thoughts are? Yeah.
Not much. What kind of person wants to do that? That's the problem. What kind of person wants to be a governor? They're not normal. And you didn't care until the pandemic. When the pandemic rolled around, you realized, oh, the mayor matters. It really matters for your
You know what? I think a lot of them like have dreams of a certain amount of fame and want to be superstars.
Yeah.
Because even though you say you do it for the people, you have to be likable or have some type of personality to connect with those people.
And you're cultivating your act. They have an act too.
100%.
They have an act that's different than our act. Our act is to make people laugh. Their act is to get people to think that they're the person who's got the solution. There's our leader.
So their act is to lie.
Yes. 100%.
Man, Dave, you know what, Joe? We're going through all of this shit. And even with this last election, whoever you decided you liked, appreciate, whatever, it was just a weird thing going on. There was a weird thing going on. And I was watching one of David Goggins' posts, and I have to say, David Goggins, I've never seen nobody have worse feet than my feet.
Oh, his feet are broken down. But he just got done running 240 miles.
I know you was going to defend that, and I was going to say the same thing, Joe. I know you were going to say, well, what has he done with his feet, and what have he done with So I know you were going to be like, you know how many mountains? Those are fucking rock blisters.
Yeah, legitimate.
I knew he was going to say that, and that's the point I was going to make it. That's the point I was going to make. He said, everybody...
Yeah. Jesus Christ, look at those big toes.
Yeah, those look like crazy, like they've been through it.
That is hilarious. That thing on the left, you showed me that. If you cut out, like, ouch, the right foot's big toe.
Damn,
that right foot's big toe. If you showed me a photo of that and didn't show me the rest of his foot, I'd be like, that's like a snail or something.
People would say, if you did that, people would say that was my foot.
That's a Mars rock.
But like you said,
Jimmy, just zoom in on just the toe. Don't show me anything but his right toe. That's a rock from Mars. That's not real.
But that's fucking a lot of miles, Joe.
That's a brain of steel. That man has a brain of steel.
That's a lot.
He knows how to force himself to do shit that hurts.
And that's what he was saying. He said, and then whatever it is, one thing about him, he always has to remind you that he was a fat piece of shit.
Yep.
It doesn't that's gotta be fat. Must be the number one motivated thing for
you. That tough.
God damn.
So if you didn't see the rest of it, you'd be like, what is that? Oh, that's a rock somewhere. That's on another planet. That's a satellite photo. That's a satellite photo.
See, white people, y'all gross as shit.
That's a satellite
you
photo.
You want to see blood and pus come out of that motherfucker. I know you're thinking like, Jake, go closer. But the point he made, son, he said, everybody, I used to be a fat piece of shit.
Yeah, he was 300 pounds.
Yeah, I was 300 pounds, piece of shit. Everybody's looking for, I need the answer with this person. I need the answer with that person. But fuck it, why don't you be the answer for yourself?
Yeah.
That's I know people are like, well, that's easy to say. But why not find the answers you need in life through yourself?
Right.
And through what you do, your hard work, and the type of person, and type of human, type of father you are.
That's why people like him are so important, because he'll tell you. People like him are so important because he'll tell you he used to have no discipline.
Right.
So like, look at him now. It's not something he was
really
born
quick, I gotta interrupt. It's so funny you said discipline, because I was having coffee with Dave today, and then he said that about you, because I was talking about I can't drink no shit with my antibiotics when I got shot and everything. And there's some kind of way we talked about you. And then and that's what he said. He said, I fucking love and respect his discipline.
I do have some of that.
Yeah,
but I'm lazy too, man. I force myself in all the stuff that I do.
Yeah, but you get challenged by something, though. Yeah. Something kicks you in the ass.
Yeah. Well, I don't like falling. I don't like not doing what I'm supposed to do. So I force myself to do what I'm supposed to do, but it's never easy. It's not easy, you know. It's like I always would think of disciplined people as being like there was no wavering. They just got up and did it. But that's the other thing Goggins tells you. He goes, sometimes I'll stare at my shoes for 30 motherfucking minutes before I put them bitches on.
Yeah, because you want to get rid of looking at them ugly ass feet. So, damn, son. God damn. Hey, son,
that's not what he's talking about, though. He's talking about discipline.
I know this is the worst time, Joe. I did a pivot. I opened up my own store, right? And after I just saw David Goggins' feet, you got to help me get that. Look at that shit,
I know.
son.
We sold candles.
No, son. You don't know about that right there. Yo, son. That is, Joe, put a little on your hand. Please put a little on your hand.
It smells good.
That shit is vegan. It's all natural. It's fire, son. That's what you can, watch what I say, son. Watch what I say. Watch how long that shit lasts, Joe.
Okay. Feels good.
I know it sounds weird. Look at that shit, son. That's the shit, son. Raw edge. The ingredients are all on the back. I know you don't got your glass. You don't have to read it. But it's like type of oils and coconuts I never heard of in my life.
Like coconut.
Coconut, Google, all the black nuts and oils. CBD, son. Feel me?
I don't know what this stuff is.
When
Mongongo oil? What is that?
Google it. Google it.
And Mad Rich Plant Butters.
Good, man. Yo, you laughing, son? You're laughing, but that shit is fire, son.
I'm just laughing.
Erykah Badu put that shit on, right?
I love it.
Erykah Badu put that shit on. No, that's you, son.
Oh, thank you.
Listen, Erykah Badu put that on, son. And she started rubbing herself real slow. She hadn't been on a big pandemic in a while. And she was like, She was like, is it edible?
Wow. How high was she? She really high.
Are you disrespecting my product? Or
no, but if I was thinking about taking cream and eating it up, I'd probably have to be pretty high.
Certain people react to things differently, Joe.
But it does smell like food, though. It smells like a delicious
But wait till it. It's like food.
It is.
It's like food for your body is eating right now, Joe.
Mm-hmm. And 100 milligrams of CBD.
Yep. Look at that. Mongongo oil. There it is right there.
There it is. It's a nut.
Cocoa butter. We got all the nuts.
Look at this. When did you start this business? How long ago?
I've been working on the formula for 2 years.
Scroll down. Look at that.
I know that's what.
Why does it say too classy? Oh,
that's
so
the feeling.
From ashy to classy.
That's the feeling. That's the feeling you have.
Look at that. I like the sparkle.
The thing about it, Joe, I've been ashy my whole life, right? You know that, everybody knows. And for years, people like, you should do lotion. I'm like, man, it's kind of corny. I mean, it could be the novelty could be funny. Yo, Ashy Larry got his own lotion. And I was like, fuck that shit. Then I met with this young lady, and she's like a chemist when it comes to this lotion shit. And we started working on it. And then when I finally tried what was the end product, I was like, this shit really works. Like, it really works and it's good.
It sounds like it's good for your muscles too. It's
good for everything. Your hands are going to thank me later. So.
I believe it.
Yeah.
What is the name of the website?
Down there, Rollins. That's where you can get it.
Oh, okay.
I opened up a stores, man.
Oh, I like it. Look at you, entrepreneurial.
I never. This is one thing that came out of this, and not just for me, Joe, but for a lot of people. Think about this: a person that makes their money on the road, a real road coming. This happened to me. 95% of the money that I make is on the road. 95% of the shows I had are done. So only thing I have from what I usually make is that 5%, and that ain't enough for shit.
Right.
And even though you have some money stacked up or whatever, you still gotta ask yourself, what the fuck is going to be the pivot?
I don't think the pivot's going to come for a long time either. In terms of us being able to get back to work.
No, we about to work next summer.
Next summer, you think?
Joe.
I know.
Well, I'm not trying to say I don't believe in Corona right now, but we are on the track of not just getting this shit, but being able to have it under control. We're about to get to the point where people are going to have more security. You know what I'm saying? Just think about the progress we made in a year from when this shit first happened. You take a Corona test, we had to wait like 7 days.
Right.
Think about it when it first hit. We had like, oh my God, it was so scary. And all these ventilators. But if you know now, since when the pandemic started, yeah, we still losing people. But you don't hear that ventilator talk too much no more.
Well, ventilators are actually a bad idea now. They realize.
My point. You know what I'm saying?
I figured out a lot of things. I did a whole podcast yesterday on COVID with Nicholas Christakis from Yale.
He a COVID nigga?
He believes that COVID is a real problem. Yeah, for sure.
You know, I believe it, but I believe it's controllable.
It is controllable, and I think it's a multifaceted problem, and I think we're only handling one aspect of it, which is keep people from working, keep people home, keep people away from people.
No, you can't do
You're
that.
treating people like they're children.
This is what you got to do.
You got to let them go outside.
This is what you got to do. We're going to have more creative ways to make money. Like, think about the comedy scene. When we thought, like, the only place to tell jokes was on a stage. And I had some resentment toward some of those outdoor events, the parking lot shit. First time I saw one of those parking lot shows with horns, I was like, never give a heckler an instrument to fuck your show up. I'm like, there's no way these motherfuckers don't like me. There's no way I'm going to be,
yeah, but people are happy to be out, man. It's a different experience.
And the point I was making is like, you can suppress people, you can hold them down for a certain period of time, but after a while, you're going to have to figure something out.
My point I was going to make is they're only looking at one side of it. They're not looking at telling people how to be healthy. There's no talk about that.
Nigga!
Yes.
Nigga!
That's what's up, right?
Son, you a strong motherfucker. All your niggas are strong. Jamie might be the least strong out of everybody.
Stop.
Now, I'm just saying, like, Jamie, I know.
Ding off, man.
Jamie, I'm not saying you're not strong, son. I'm not saying.
Yeah, but you could.
But I didn't mean it like you got. I'm just saying.
Yeah, or Red Man.
Oh yeah, I didn't forget about. Yeah, you.
Listen,
you
he's got a deadly
three-pointer.
He's got a deadly three-pointer, and he runs. Like Jamie's in shape.
That's black shape.
He does pull-ups.
That's black people shape.
He does pull-ups.
That's black people shape. Run, play basketball, pull-ups, and push-ups. You do like the jail workouts, sir.
Jamie's actually in good shape.
No, I believe it. I'm sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean to offend you.
I get it. He's back there. He doesn't
God
talk a
damn,
lot.
I know. Then when he talks, then when he finally talks, it's like, yo, when he finally talks.
Jamie, show him that video of you dunking, shooting three-pointers.
I never said he could make basketball.
He can't dunk. Dude, it's impressive. Like Rain Man shit. No, he can't dunk. Working on that. This shit. He's hitting three-pointer after three-pointer like Rain Man. Something weird about it. Like he's got, like, he might have a wire across it.
I didn't know, because what I'm saying is, to go back to your point, Joe, is everybody's talking about the end of Corona. Like Don Lemon, man. Don Lemon. Son, 4 years. For 4 years straight, he complained. He was managed down for 4 fucking years.
Yeah.
4 years. And I was like, man, if Donald Trump wins this election, Don Lemon is going to jump off the seat in the building.
Do you remember all their faces when he won last time? We won 2016. They were all so depressed. Jake Tapper, all these people on TV, just like, motherfucker, I can't believe this.
But here's the thing, Joe. I'm like,
I don't think you're supposed to do that if you're doing the news. You're doing commentary, you do that. Like if you're doing the news, you're supposed to say the news.
Joe,
let us figure it out.
Joe, that's why I do subscribe to the notion that fake news. Like, to be honest, it's all fake. It's all of them are fake. It's all fake. And this is what I keep on telling people is like, how I know you're upset, but when you're like you're
well, first of all,
it's all personal. Like everything is you to the heart. Like,
well, that's where it gets weird. Those two guys, Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon, both of them, they do this editorializing and this like it's almost like they're doing a podcast.
And their opinion is all in.
And their opinion's in it, but it's also scripted.
It's on the other side too.
But it's scripted.
Yeah.
And they're doing it on a news channel. There's a lot going on.
But that's why if you don't, so here's another thing about me. If you didn't understand whatever party you agree with, but if you don't understand how easy it is to manipulate the media, Joe, it is so simple.
To manipulate the media?
To manipulate media and people to listen to it.
Well,
That's what
to manipulate people. What do you mean by manipulate the media?
But like, you can create stories. You can create stories.
Yeah.
You can make things happen.
like the new and improved
I got shot.
Yes, I see.
I got shot in my motherfucking thumb.
That's what I heard.
And a lot of people don't believe me.
I believe you.
So am I.
I don't believe that you believe me, Joe.
So,
That's what I believe, motherfucker. That's not convincing. What I'm making is, like, when I first got shot, Joe, I posted on Instagram. I didn't want to post on Instagram because I know that I didn't want to get no war in the streets going on. People like going out looking for a person that shot me in my thumb. So I kept it to myself. Didn't really bring it to me. People's attention. I posted one picture of me in the hospital. Everybody's like, you okay? You okay? They don't know what I got shot for, but they instantly got connected to their story.
Did you ever think of not posting it?
Some great articles in that. They did this
I did.
profile
What made you decide to post it?
of Doris
The world needs to know.
The world needs to know
A little
some
bit.
gigs I had to postpone when I was locked up, shot up, not locked up.
This is my
You know what I'm saying?
Like, yeah.
I wasn't ready to share it to the world. I didn't know how my friends would take
I'm
it.
right on the other side of this
And I wanted to be transparent and be honest and let them know I got shot. That's what I did.
There's not anymore.
You know?
So that's where I will be.
I see.
You feel like
So,
you still don't believe.
if
I
you
do
need
believe
anything
you.
else, something to make
I
you
think
more
you're just looking
comfortable,
for a very specific reaction from
hesitate
it.
to ask.
I gave that up a long time ago. I gave it up. I was like, whatever. That was what made me nervous the first time I gave it up. I was like, what the fuck do I say? Say what you say, nigga. Don't try to. All right, I'm here.
You are here.
It's like a slang for Starbucks. They're all
Are you thinking about
over the
bailing out of LA yet?
Oh man, that's just like the
I think
promised
so.
land to
Yeah,
me.
a lot of people are.
What a business
The
model,
reason
too. Oh, too
that
bad
we
don't get some
started feeling
No, it's not. It's,
when we don't,
no.
well, you don't really be in Hollywood like that. You know,
I don't think anybody
Do my
was in
best.
this one.
some people thought they did. You're right. Some people thought they did. They thought it was like we had to be here every night.
I thought I needed to be there for a long time.
And then once what happened in this situation, then you realize, oh, what can I do? You're like, wait a minute.
Breaking down barriers.
I really
That's what I
can
do
make
all day.
my own community.
Yes.
I can make my own community.
Not only that,
So,
you get connected to all the other communities,
regular coffee.
like and all the other podcasts. We all help each other. We're all together.
I will say one thing white people do when it comes to podcasts, they support each other.
Yeah, we support each other. But you know what, man? That's a new thing. Because in radio, it was the opposite. When they had radio, they'd attack each other. Like, I remember Opie Anthony was always at war with Howard Stern. And, you know, Jay Leno was always at war with all the other late-night talk show hosts. And,
But do you think that made people engaged? Do you think that made people engaged with their platforms?
no. They were just scared. Because they only had, like, back in the day when you were on television or the radio, you had a very specific time slot. You had 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., right? And other people were also on at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and no one's recording anything. So you have to listen to it live.
I was a part of that.
Television.
I was a part of that. I don't know if you, I was a part of when Hot 97 was the biggest and urban radio in New York was the biggest. And then I was doing radio when Power 105 came and became the competitor. They had no competition at first. You know, it was just them. Then they got challenged. And that's what made it interesting shit between both of them was like, yeah, we talk shit about 97.1, 97.5, then what the fuck? Then you start listening to both of them to see what shit they're talking.
You could do that if you're them, or you could listen, and if you like it, tell people it's good. That's what podcasters do. Like if I'm listening to your show, I'll tell people, Tanya Rollins' show's hilarious. Or listen to this guy, or listen to her, or listen to what I'll tell people I don't even fucking know, man. I tell people about podcasts that I listen to from NTR or the fucking Radio Lab. I always tell people because I'm interested in cool shit. I want to know about cool shit. If I find cool shit, I want to tell other people about cool shit. I'm not worried. That's cool. But they're worried about if they talk about something else, it's going to take opinion, it's going to take attention away from them. That's what's called famine thinking. You can never famine. Feast or famine. I'm a feast thinker. But I always think there's enough for everybody. Everybody come aboard. I want everybody to be happy. I want everybody to make money. I want everybody to be famous. I want everybody to be happy. I want them to be fulfilled. I don't want to be the man. That idea of being the man is, to me, is ridiculous.
That's your idea, but on your side, when you do stuff like that, for some people and their perception of you, that's what makes you the man. That's what makes you, if you're able to inspire and motivate, that's what makes you the man that you say you're not.
Well, I'm happy if that's the case, people think that way, but I'm in a position to be generous, so
they know it. They hold it against you too.
It feels good to be generous,
but they hold it against me.
Who holds it against me?
People that don't like me.
They hold it against you that I have you on.
No, people that don't like me,
they hold it against me.
Yeah, you didn't like me.
Oh, because like the RZA podcast.
Jamie? Jamie, exactly what he's talking about. No.
What are you talking about?
No, they
people don't like you, don't know you.
Yeah, but like some people, they told me they wasn't going to like you anymore because you like me.
Good luck.
They said you are. They said they wasn't going to like you because you.
But that's ridiculous. Anybody who thinks like that is out of their fucking mind.
They was like, they was saying shit like this, and I don't read the comments, Joe. They was saying shit like this. They was like, well, Joe was right up to this point. Yo, they like you had a track record, like, yeah, I believed everything said until he got loudmouth up there.
Here's the thing. I don't think anybody will ever understand the camaraderie that we all have, or the comics have. It's a different world.
But the podcast world is totally different. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all motherfuckers, it's just like, but man, the podcast world is so fucking dope, and the podcast world was ready for the pandemic.
Yeah.
The podcast people was like this. Well, pandemic, I get to spend more time with my kids. I get to spend more time with my kids.
And you get to spend more time doing podcasts because everybody's free. Yep. Even if you have to do a stupid Zoom podcast, you're still spending more time doing podcasts.
Yeah, but it's like, you figured out, like, they knew it was going to happen before it fucking happened. I came in right into it. I think I came in right at the right time.
I don't think they knew it was going to happen before it happened, but I think they got lucky. They got lucky to do it. But man, back when I was just dependent upon Hollywood and gigs, I'd be fucked right now. I'd have no income coming in.
But you saw the future too, son. I said this to you before. Like when you hear like Joe Rogan, you hear about this Spotify deal, you hear about all this type of shit, walk. And then, but you don't understand, like I said, Joe, everybody wants to be you right now, but nobody wants to be you when people are saying no and Christian was breaking down and we didn't know we was going to do it.
You know, the thing is, I didn't think about it that way. I didn't think like, I know this is going to blow up. I thought, I like doing this, I'm going to keep doing this.
So you just continue to have fun.
I just do what I like. All the shit that I do, if you think about it, I just do what I like. Whether it's stand-up comedy, or whether it's UFC commentary, or whether it's doing a podcast, I do what I like. I do what I like. I don't think, oh, if I do this, it's going to be huge. I just do what I like.
But that's the most empowering thing that is so hard. That's the most empowering thing that is so hard for people to feel comfortable enough to do it. It's hard, like, because it's turning into, but this motherfuckers that fuck bitches all the time. You know what I'm saying? They just figure out a way to get a W not anything for it.
You know, they get nervous about the future too. You gotta have enough confidence in yourself to take chances.
Do you think that there are a lot of pussies out here? Is our country pussy?
Our country has a lot of pussy in it because it's too easy to get by, and it's human nature to become soft when things are easy. And when you're in any sign of any kind of struggle whatsoever, that's when the real pussies emerge because they can't handle any pressure.
Or they go.
Well, you see how bad they are because they fall apart. any adversity at all, anything, but this is beyond that now because of
It's not beyond that now, Joe. The reason why it's beyond that, this is just a personality trait, or this is a sign. Not to say that I'm a fan of Donald Trump or anything, but there's certain things that I can understand where the fuck comes from, but how you articulate to people is all fucked up.
the way you articulate it to people is
It's like certain people need filters, certain people need like Kanye West needs a turn.
You know what he needed? He needed a coach because someone coached him for that second Biden debate. Right. If you watch that second Biden debate, right, he was calm and cool. That Biden worked himself up and stammer and lie about shit. And he still attacked him, but he attacked him in a different way. The first time he did it, he was obnoxious. He kept talking over him. He didn't let him talk. It was ridiculous. Everybody wanted to shut his mic off. But then someone must have coached him for this, or he realized himself.
Now I'm gonna tell you the difference. I'm gonna tell you something different. Whatever numbers the loser of this election still won. Second place still was second place was first place. Any other time in history with shit and everything.
It's nuts. It shows how everybody realizes it's important. When you realize a guy like Donald Trump can become president, you realize, oh God, it's actually important to vote.
Yo, bro, you know, it has to. Until you see those numbers, yo, it was crazy. It was like at certain places separated by 5,000 votes, 10,000 votes. And you can say, you can make an argument, but here's Donald Trump. Let it be known that he didn't give a fuck about anybody but his base. Yeah, that's it. And I'm not saying if it's a numbers game, understand that. Like, there's certain other people that help you get elected. There's certain other people, that's why you have strategists and shit. They're like, if we do this, we get these robocalls here and everything. You know, it's the science to that.
Well, if he
made all these great icons,
but he never made no, like,
if he softened his approach up, I think the base would not have appreciated it.
It's the numbers.
It's like love him or hate him. It's very polarized.
And for to hate him works for a situation.
Whereas Biden, I don't think people love Biden.
Something has to be. I don't think they dislike,
but they hate Trump. The people that voted for Biden hate Trump. Most of them, or just feel like we just can't do this anymore. That's
the people that voted for Biden hate Trump.
But they're not excited about him the way they're excited about Obama or excited about Clinton or excited about a million other presidents in the past.
Yeah, but for the most part, every time it switches over, it's because somebody goes totally opposite of what's going on.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, but it's usually bullshit. You know,
it's bullshit, man. But I'm like, man,
these old stories that they're repeating over and over again. Biden is filling up his cabinet with all these billionaire hedge fund people's like. Not hedge fund people, but like environmental, like the guy that is involved in environmental, just hired some guys that people are upset about. I don't know what color it is. I was reading about the environmental advisor because he worked for a fucking oil company.
The black part is important.
An environmental advisor was taking money from fossil fuel companies. They're like, hey, this guy has ties to fossil fuels, and you're doing something with him that involves the environment. There could be a conflict of interest. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if he's a black guy. Okay. Yeah, we'll find out right now. I bet they probably listen. I think they're probably going to hire a lot of Republicans.
That's what they did. They already started black guy.
They're gonna hire a lot of people that want to listen. And in their defense, they probably think some radical things need to be done to kickstart the economy right now. The economy's getting fucked.
I agree, but I don't know how they're going to be able to work together.
I think they're all dirty, girl. They all work together. Here it goes. Biden just appointed his climate.
Black man, yes,
told you. It's a fossil fuel industry ally.
Black. Black. Look at black as shit. That's all I need, Joe.
There you go. He raked in big money from fossil fuel industry while waiting to help oil and gas companies, or voting rather, to help oil and gas companies.
Look how he's greeting is different. Look, he's
like giving comeuppance. Hey, fella. There's a video of Lindsey Graham and Kamala Harris fist bumping each other. It's adorable.
Kamala Harris
reaching across the aisle. That was a good move to walk by. Well, she's the only good move. She's strong. You know, she was a district attorney. She got some questionable arrests on her. Just some shit that she did, imprisoning people and keeping them in prison to use them to fight wildfires and shit. But
in my community, I've heard people talk about her and they're like, what if she you have trust in her, you believe her? What I did believe in was when she got elected to be the first female vice president, first black president. Within a couple of days, the commercials I've seen on different urban platforms, or just period, it's been, you see a little black girl, right, looking up to something. Mm-hmm. You know,
we see that shadow of her standing there, and little black girls in shadow.
Black girls in shadow, but the little girls are just showing it's like this. They feel black girl joy. They see something that's.
She also, you know, she didn't do just bad things. She did a lot of good things. She prosecuted a lot of child sex predators, a lot of pieces of shit, a lot of bad people. She wasn't just the situations where people should have been let out of jail and weren't. But there's also like. This is the thing that we have to realize when it comes to district attorneys and just attorneys and prosecutors and defense attorneys in general. They're trying to win a game, and it gets dirty.
When I tell you what,
they're trying to prosecute people. You haven't yet, but I'm sure you will. But when you're trying to prosecute people or defend people, the people defend people they know are fucking guilty, and they'll keep shit from the prosecution even though they know they're defending a guilty person. They do it all the time. And people prosecute people that they're not sure are guilty. And they'll pretend they're sure that that person's guilty because they want to win. And they'll withhold information that could potentially exonerate that person because they're playing a game. When you let people play a game, anytime you let people play a game and someone's trying to win, they cheat. They try to figure out a way to do better than you with influence, by withholding things, by holding things back. They know this judge, they're tight with this lawyer, they try to win a game. You've made it a game. So you got a prosecutor and you got a defense attorney. So you got two competing forces. You're always going to have lies. 100%. Because people play games. So that was the business she's in. Her saying, that's her business.
That's her business. And they are a business of words. Like you said, they're all first business of laws. How do I win particularly? Laws, but laws are the word. How do I win with these words right here? Right. So no matter what you think, how do I win with this? Come on, Kamala, you know that's not right. We're not talking about right. We're talking about what we can prove. And that's what law is all about, right?
Well, that is, if you are a defense attorney, that's your job, is to protect somebody and try to get them off, even if they might be guilty. And if you're a prosecutor, your job is to prosecute somebody. Your job is not to go, hey, we might be wrong. Your job is not to go, hey, let's vote. But the shady shit is when you don't play by the rules and you withhold information or withhold evidence. And people have done that in the past, and that's when things get real squirrely. It's like, okay, now you're not playing the game. You're using your unfair advantage to be able to suppress you. No, it doesn't surprise me. But what I'm saying is it doesn't make a person all bad. Like, she's not all bad. Like, she's done a lot of very good things. And I read an article about all the different things she did, including the different things that she did that a lot of people thought were bad, like threatening moms with they would go to jail if their son was truant. But it turns out no one ever went to jail. It was a threat, and obviously it's terrifying to be a single mom and think you might get put in jail because your son is just running around and doesn't show up at school because you work 2 jobs trying to put food on the table. But nobody ever actually did get arrested and went to jail.
Yeah, that's going to be too hard to prove that shit, man. In some cases, some people are, I don't know if this was the case, some people are too lazy in certain situations too.
Well, I'm saying it's not a good idea to threaten a mother because she's a single mom trying to get by and her son is not going to school. It's not good to threaten her with jail time. But sometimes people make decisions. Yeah, sometimes people make decisions, like drastic decisions like that. And maybe at the time they had a perspective that's different than the perspective that they have now.
It's called evolution.
I want everybody to have I want them to have a clean slate. Biden and Harris are in there now. I think clean slate. Forget about, let's see what they can do. That's the people they put into office, all the cabinet. Just give them a chance. We want them to do well. This is what was so fucked up about Trump being in office. So many people hated him. Exactly. So many people hated him. They really would rather the country do bad under him. Because if the country was killing it under him, he's like, look, he's killing it. I'm the best. I told you. Then everybody's like, fuck. At least, maybe, please, even Trump supporters, go into this one with a different attitude. Let's all together say we want the best for America. What's done is done. The election's over. Maybe you were a Tulsi Gabbard fan like myself. Maybe you like Bernie Sanders like myself. But maybe you like fucking Jeb Bush. Yang. I love Yang. I love Anthony Yang. He's an awesome guy. I love a lot of his ideas. But for now, we know where it is. It's Biden Harris.
Have a special someone.
Some niggas mad, Joe. This motherfucking Trumper. You got different level Trumpers.
Well, there's a lot of people that think
they're so mad as a motherfucker don't want to hear shit, son.
Part of the problem is he's telling them that it's a rigged election. He's telling them
that's what's so fucked up.
But part of the problem is all elections have some corruption. They just fucking do. They've been around for.
That's enough for you to say, nigga. Look when you leave, nigga.
I don't think there's.
Did he keep his secrets and shit, Joe?
Well, Mike Baker, who used to be in the CIA, was on.
Mike Baker or your Baker?
His name's Mike Baker.
Oh, I thought you said
he was in the CIA, and he came on the podcast recently. He was telling me that even if they did overturn it, even if they did rather find corruption, the amount of votes you're talking about in most of these states, it's not enough. Not nearly enough. It would have to be crazy corruption.
Yeah, like he's talking about 5 or 6 people, bro. Yeah, that's the crazy.
No, it's not 5 or 6 people. I think they uncovered 2 different things today in, I want to say it's Michigan, where they found a memory card that had more votes for Trump than Biden, but it still was close. It was like 1,000 for Biden and 1,000, a few hundred for Trump, like 400 or 500 for Trump.
Where did they get the memory card from, son?
I do not know.
Come on, Joe.
I think there's a lot of
organizations. You could have brought up any memory card. So motherfuckers can't get memory card.
Someone who's counting votes got the memory card from the machine.
Who told you that story?
This is in the news.
Which news outlet?
It was in 3 or 4 different ones that I saw.
And they all said the same thing.
Well, they all said that there was a memory card that was discovered, and they showed the counts in the memory card. But they've also found like other ballots that didn't get counted yet. There's just a lot of disarray. You're dealing with human beings that are counting millions of votes. Billions, and they're counting a lot of them just paper. They're getting mail, and they're opening it up, and they have to find out.
What I didn't understand. This is what I understand, Joe. This was so funny. It kind of like backfired, right? That the mail-in votes is what killed Trump. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
for the most part. And the funny thing about it, Trump has type of following that he literally can tell them to do anything, they're going to do it. He told motherfuckers not to mail in.
Yeah. He wanted to make a point, come in person. Well, this is.
But how do you make a joke? Answer this question. How do you make that point? I understand making that point when you're not in the middle of a fucking pandemic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that would have been a great argument in 16,
especially for old folks, right?
For anybody that wants to participate, but the only thing that would stop them is if they're going to go outside and risk their lives.
Right.
So you're not thinking to give that person the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yeah.
And that's the part that kind of fucked it up.
Well, I don't know if he definitely wanted people to vote in person, but did he ever encourage people to vote by mail as well? Or was he was always saying that mail was going to get a fraud?
Son, this whole shit was crowds. I'm like, nigga, somebody Secret Service, break the secret. Tell this motherfucker that, somebody tell this motherfucker that the corona is out here.
He caught it. He knows it was out there.
This nigga caught it, right? They gave all the Secret Service in. They gave Secret Service and say that because they Secret Service, they got to keep it secret.
I'm sure they're young and healthy too. They probably shook it off pretty easy.
Decided that people don't know.
They probably got the same medicine he got, you know.
The medicine is probably, a lot of that medicine is called your immune system being up to par. As much like everybody's talking about this shit, it's the lazy route. No one wants to say.
Just a little bit of that, but they also gave him a bunch of experimental shit. They gave him this antibody blood transfusion medication. They gave him, what was it called, Regeneron? Is that what it's called? They gave him some other, I don't know if it's experimental or if it's like recently been released. They gave him that medication. They gave him a steroid. They gave him a bunch of different things all at once. So he got a cocktail shit that made him feel great.
I was going to say, not only that, son, how much is that cocktail? That's not an easy cocktail.
It's not cheap. And he wants that to be able to be given to everybody. But I don't know if that's feasible at the moment. They got to make those doses. Well, it's not just to make the money, just to make the doses. Like, say if they have all that medication and all that blood antibody medication and all this different stuff they're going to give him steroids. To make that for 300 million people, that's so many people. So if everybody gets sick, and we have one dose for every human being in this country. Even if you have one dose for half,
You can get it done if your money is right. That's all.
you would need 300 million vials of this shit. That's so much.
You're not gonna need all of
And
those.
probably more than that because
They
probably
wouldn't even make that
multiple
number. Joe,
vials
they
per
wouldn't
person.
even make that number for everybody getting one. They would make that number like it's gotta be. That number's gonna be broken down by okay, what's the criteria to get this? You know what I'm saying?
Well, also it would be how many people do we really want to get it to? Because how many people are going to be sick at one given time? It's probably never going to be more than 25% of the population, even if it's high.
But even if it comes out, Joe, motherfuckers, I'm telling you, certain motherfuckers are not taking that vaccine for whatever reason.
Yeah,
The black community is fucking, niggas ain't fucking with no vaccine. It's like an iPhone, son. You need the third one. No black person's gonna take it.
I think there's a lot of people that are not going to take it. I think what they think is herd immunity. Once we get to 50% of the people that took it, the virus will probably die off. I think it's going to be in that neighborhood of 50% of the people that had it. If either 50% of the people either have had COVID or have the vaccine for COVID, they think we're going to hit herd immunity and mostly die off. But it can always kick back in again. That's what they're worried about. That it's going to be like the common cold or the flu every year.
Would you take a vaccine?
Yeah, for sure. If it works. Yeah. It's been proven that it works, and I talk to doctors, they explain what the science is and how it works. Then I talk to people that have taken it, they say, what the side effects are. With the COVID vaccine, I think the side effects are you feel like shit for a couple of days.
We can't deal with shit for a couple of days.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't lose 2 days.
Yeah, that would definitely do it if I thought it was safe. I don't know enough about it right now to say that that was one of the things Nicholas Christakis was talking about yesterday. He was talking about the potential dangers of the vaccine, and I appreciate that he brought that up because it's such a sensitive area for people. They think that if you think there's a danger in any kind of vaccine, you're some sort of anti-vaxxer. No, there's a potential for danger of any medication when you're dealing with mass numbers of human beings. If you have 300 million people and you give them aspirin, I don't know what percentage, some people are going to die from aspirin, or they're going to get really sick from aspirin. It's the same with everything. Substances you put in people's bodies. Everybody reacts differently. People die from fucking Brazil nuts. There's some.
Yeah, but they motherfuckers want to waste time with these home remedies and shit, man. Them home remedies, they're cool for some people, but eventually, man, you have to talk to somebody.
Yeah, for sure. If you have a real disease, the people that want to cure like cancer by not going to a doctor, they can fix it now. There's a lot of cancers, not all of them, of course, but there's a lot of cancer. You're way better off having cancer now with modern medicine than you were having it 15, 20 years ago. That said, all that remedy shit, the best remedy for all this, besides the medicine if you actually get sick, so fucking take care of yourself. That's what I'm hoping people get out of this. More people take care of themselves.
Yeah, I don't understand. During this time, I don't understand how you can ignore that.
Because it's convenient. As long as you're not sick, you don't think you're going to get sick. Right. Stay home. If you don't have to go anywhere, you stay home. And a lot of people just stop exercising. They stop eating well. They stop drinking water. They fuck their body up. Then if something doesn't, you realize how much of a difference it makes in being healthy and not being healthy when something hits you, a virus hits you, or cold hits you. You see, when I got shots, there you go.
Oh, man.
I had to get the IV. I had to get the fucking IV antibiotics.
Well, you guys get IVs all the time. You're always doing vitamin IVs on tour.
Vitamin Flow.
That's such a good move.
It is.
When we did that, that was the first time I'd ever done that. Really, vitamin IV, yeah. Maybe I'd done that.
Yo, you got me for the hard.
Oh, I'm on it hard.
Yo, you had everything open. You was like, give me one right here. You had half your ass outside.
I'm like, what you got? You got a B12 shot in my ass.
And I saw your ass. I was sitting right there. I was like, nigga, take that shit across the street. He had his fucking stomach out in his ass. I was like,
I'm not scared.
I know you're not. It was like,
yeah, well, the glutathione was amazing. That stuff was great. Vitamin drip was amazing. We started getting them every week. We slacked off though once we got here to Texas. We haven't been doing it in Texas.
And that motherfucker, I'm telling you about, when I did Yellow Springs this summer, that was probably one of the things that made that experience so amazing is that we were living in our own bubble and playing by our own rules, and everybody was having a good time, and it was all productive.
Yeah. It worked. You guys put on a lot of shows.
Adult summer camps.
Yeah.
It was like, the shows were one thing, but the thing that was great for me was just the whole sense of community. You know what I'm saying? Like we would have potlucks and shit, and then I would have all the housewives of Yellow Springs. Like us saying, yo, those motherfuckers out there, those motherfucking Yellow Spring chicks, wives, they won't get upset with anything but a casserole dish, son. Like they was looking for a Rachel Ray casserole dish I had for like a week. They were stalking where I was living and everything. But the sense of community, man, is like in that area, just one coffee shop, Dino's, everybody goes. It's one grocery store. It's just one of everything.
That's nice.
It was so simple.
Well, that's better, really. Than there's real good things about cities, but the thing that's missing is that camaraderie.
I know.
Yeah, city slickers. They were calling me a city slicker.
I saw the videos of you in the river. You guys,
yo, it was the whitest, greatest adventure of the summer. I became the river nigga. That's the ritual, man. I'm telling you the truth, son. But yo, listen,
it's so peaceful.
I am at peace, son. Listen, Joe.
What does it say? Forever move. River, fishes, love. The river ninja.
They do, son. Bitches love me out there, son. All them earthy bitches, they got cords and rocks and shit. Yo. I'm talking about bitches, farmers market bitches out there like
I understand what you're saying.
Like women with rescue dogs.
That's a great picture, man. Jamie,
Look how peaceful I was. Like, I was a river nigga. I had to change the name.
Get that picture framed. I need that picture. Let's get that picture printed on steel.
Yo,
who took the photograph?
Federico. Federico, did I tag him?
Yeah.
Where's
There he is. Get a hold of Federico. We need that picture in the studio.
Yo, he's such a talented fucking producer and everything.
Beautiful. That would be a great picture to frame.
Yo, I fell in love with Joe. People think it's the river. Like, it's nature. Are you gonna let me describe me?
Yeah, I'll let you.
First thing came up with Joe, it was river niggas, right? And I like that for the streets, right? But people was like, I don't know if we can put that on t-shirts. They're looking at it from a market branding point, right? And I was like, okay, ninja, you know what I mean? But he's inspired by the river nigga. But ninja's for TV.
There's many layers to the story.
Many layers to it.
Do you fish?
I fish.
Did you go fishing at all with your
I didn't get a good chance to go fishing there. But this was me at a river and Jordan.
Changes your mind, right?
It's everything.
Changes your mind. When you buy a waterfall, you're like, oh, there's something about these natural things like mountains.
Nature. Nature free as shit, son.
Yeah, good for you.
Look at me, son. Let me tell you. I know exactly. They said, when did I turn into a river nigga, right? They said, when did I turn? When do I remember to change, right? It was when.
That waterfall, man, that's crazy.
Yo, let me tell you a story, son.
She's been talking to Michael.
So, when we were out there, Chappelle's wife used to make these events. Hey, it's family walk day. I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm from the States. I'm not doing all that stupid shit. She had all these days, like, every day had a goddamn adventure or a star. What's today? You gotta look at the little brochure and shit. And then one day she did one, and it was kayaking. Right? And I went on the kayak. It was me and my man Patrick. He's a Yellow Spring. He's a Yellow Spring native, whatever. And we were going down the river, Mad River. I had a kayak, he had a kayak. We were smoking the joint, and we just hear nature. It was like, just straight nature, right? And then he said, man, you know what this reminds me of? He said, this reminds me of when I was younger, building ramps, jumping ramps on my bike, and me fishing for crawdads with my dad. And I was like, nigga, this reminds me of looking for my dad. His stories, his two stories were totally opposite. It represented one thing for him. Memories he had with his dad. For me, it represented the memories I didn't have with my dad and the memories I wanted to create with my son. You know what I'm saying? When I was out there, Joe, all I'm thinking was like, I gotta bring this little motherfucker to the river. He's gotta be out here, he's got friends out there. And my son came out there, and the summer was beautiful. But one thing was just, no matter how you're celebrating in life, right? If you're not sharing with your family, it feels weird.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like, oh man, I don't really know it's fair for me to have as much fun. And although how great summer was going, when he came out, he was ain't gonna be on the river shit, man. It was like the best shit ever. Son, We would skip James. You know skip rocks? Do you know skip? Yeah. It's in the wrist, right? I was in the Boy Scouts. Yo, don't say you're the Boy Scouts today, son. They might play with your booty holes, son. Yo, there's a lot of them, man. Don't tell me. Don't be proud of the Boy Scout. Pick another division, son, not the Boy Scout.
But nothing ever happens to my booty hole. I had a great time. I hung out with a bunch of criminals.
That's what you do in the Boy Scout. We were skipping rocks. Like, yeah. I didn't know it was that much precision.
It depends on the rock. Like, if you really want a nice flat rock,
Nice
you get a flat rock, you can do some wild shit.
When we were going to everything, Talib Kweli, right? He thinks he's a real nigga, right? He told us one day, I can skip any rock. You know what's he said any, he said no matter how big it is, I can skip any rock.
That doesn't seem likely.
That's the fucking Brooklyn cockiness he had, right?
Yeah.
It was just like, it was like, the next time we went, he wants to challenge me in rock skipping again. This time this motherfucker was pulling rocks out of his shorts.
He had rocks with him already. He prepared.
Joe, he came with all perfect flat river rocks.
Oh, that's crazy.
He didn't bend over.
Is there a world championship of rock skipping? It seems like people take it super seriously.
I think it would. I think it's something to think. I'm pretty sure it's got something.
I never thought about it until this moment, but I'm sure there's got to be a competition. Rock skipping competition.
And they got groupie bitches.
Like, yo, the girls who, it's off season for bowling, so they go after rock skippers.
Yeah. We heard you had a 10 skipper last week. A 10 skipper can get you a blowjob, son. That's gonna be some WAP. If you're looking for WAP, do a 10 skipper, son. You know what WAP is, right?
I do.
Yeah. Who educated you to? Because I don't think, no disrespect to you, hip hop, whatever. Someone introduced you to WAP.
I don't know. Might have been Jamie. Was it you? Should be, yeah, because of the Ben Shapiro video. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Which was
it? Ben Shapiro, it was like, you know when people self-own, they don't realize they're self-owning?
Right.
When, you know, the song's about wet ass pussy, he's like, a lot of times like a gynecological condition.
I would
And people are like, what? But that's not the point.
I know the point is, but I understand that I understand this point. That's an abnormal amount of moisture.
Yes.
To be able to come up with a whole song about it, it's like, it's a level.
What do you think would happen if you came out with a song called Hard Ass Dick?
I want to do it.
Should not be received that well. As minimal controversy as wet ass
certain
pussy.
songs got to be answers.
Right.
Like answers to a song.
To wet ass pussies.
Can you show in a song, you can't change a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I flipped it into a song called You Can't Raise a Bitch. You Can't Save a Bitch. That was in the song. You Can't Save a Bitch.
Do you remember when they used to have songs and then they would have answer songs and then like there's been a bunch of those, right? When someone would have a song and then someone would have a response song to that song.
Scrubs.
Yes.
Scrubs was. Then they had another one. It was I can't remember, but I know you said.
Wasn't I Saw You Standing in the Rain? Wasn't there one of those?
Orange Juice Jones.
Wasn't there an answer song to that?
I know any
Orange
answer.
Juice Jones.
If I know any answer to that, I just immediately told how old I am. To know Orange Juice Jones and how cool he was.
Orange Juice Jones was shit. That song was the best at the time. That was an original kind of song. They never had a song that told the whole story of getting done wrong like that.
Especially didn't tell him in the rain.
Right.
Like everybody knows that story, but you followed this couple in the rain.
Yeah. And then at the end, when he chopped up credit cards.
Yeah. That's like, yo, bitch, get out of here. Had his credit cards and everything.
Yeah. That was a song that made people
Hey, Joe, I can't know me. I'm not selling shit.
You got more stuff?
Remember this, right? Remember my black ash, right?
Yes.
That's for real.
Thank you. We kept the other one in California because we weren't sure if we were going to be going back and forth.
Yeah, you got that one. Look at this one right here. There's some holes in this house candle. That's for the holiday, Joe.
Yes, you can.
So, hoes. I like HOE. There's some hoes in this house. Let's candle that. That's up.
Yo, look at this one though, Joe. Because I fall in love with Yellow Spring. That's one of my top sellers.
Oh, Yellow Spring candle. From the streets to the creeks.
From the hood to the woods, from whores to whores, from Adidas to Divas, son. I got a whole screw of boots. And this for the white chicks out there. Because I got a lot of white bitches out there.
Okay, Karen Candle. Imagine if your name was Karen and you were fine for like 30 years.
Joe, there's more. Look at this, son. That's
I feel like all of a sudden it turned into the home shopping network.
That's what I wanted to record, Joe, but at the same time, I opened up an online store.
Do you have a website you can just put up on screen instead of like getting all these objects out one after another?
Joe, you call it, no, listen.
Oh, you have like a little thing you scan with the phone.
You call them objects. I don't call it objects.
Product.
Man, give me my camera back.
What is it if it's not a product?
No, just if you don't want them, Joe, give
I
them to
do.
you. You gonna use them?
I'll definitely use them.
All right.
I like candles.
Those are good too. And they're soy too.
They're soy.
Yeah, they're imported in the
You guys have
USA.
a background that is soy.
It's a candle, man. Don't disrespect that. People want that.
People get mad at soy. Soy is like a political fruit or vegetable.
Is it?
Yeah. People call you a soy boy. If you're a Republican, people call weak men soy boys. That's like it's an insult.
I never knew that.
Soy is one of the rare foods that's actually attached to being a bitch.
That's a pussy food?
Yeah, like if you're a guy who's really into soy, and this is not my perspective. This is just I just think it's a plant. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's isn't that edamame? Isn't that soy? Like when you have edamame at a Japanese restaurant, isn't that soy?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the case, Jamie?
The first time I ever tried edamame, I was so ghetto.
I ate the whole thing.
Yeah, and I was like,
Throw them away in the recycling bin.
I was like, my throat was killing me. Son.
This part is the outside.
I didn't know anything about it.
Goddamn salt and everything on the
The
outside.
sea salt. Yes, salt. Sea salt.
I have a bowl of just edamame. It takes away from you wouldn't even want it.
It's the whole process.
Yeah.
It's the whole process of like ripping the sleeve.
Edamame beans are whole, immature soybeans, sometimes referred to as vegetable type soybeans. They're green and different color from regular soybeans, which are typically light brown, tan, or beige. Yeah, so it's the soy. I like edamame. I don't mind soy, but a lot of people think of soy as being like bitch food.
I never knew that. I thought it was a healthy. I mean, I knew that it's not the most masculine food. I thought it was like you stepped your game up. When you enter the edamame lane, it's like, oh shit, this motherfucker eat edamame then.
I think there's a reason. I think soy lowers your testosterone.
I think it's
And,
like a
soy isoflavones can produce estrogen-like activity in the body, mimicking the effects of natural estrogen. Yeah, but I think you
You
have
go
to,
titties off of soy?
not quite, but it might feminize you. It might feminize you.
Fuck
Plants affect your hormone production. You know, they actually develop testosterone, like synthetic testosterone from wild yams. Like plants, yeah,
From wild
yams. Yeah, that's how they develop some artificial testosterone or exogenous
I
testosterone.
don't think that would be part of the whole Cialis and blue pill era.
That's a different thing, though. That's just blood flow. That's nitrous oxide.
So why is nobody promoting
Not
wild
nitrous
yams?
oxide. Nitrous. What is it? Nitric oxide. That's like NO explode. All those pump things you do when you want to get jacked, lifting weights. A lot of those supplements, they mimic the same sort of effect, just not to the same degree as like finasteride, like Viagra and Cialis and shit like that. But they don't make you have more testosterone. With these, like soybeans, I think really for it to affect your hormones, I think it's just like it's a possibility, like chemically. But in order to actually do it, I think you'd have to eat some fucking preposterous number of soybeans. I don't think it's like something people really have to worry about. No, I don't think it's anything anybody really has to worry about. But I think it's just a stereotype.
I didn't even notice the thing, which is odd for me. I didn't even know the stereotype.
Yeah, they call people soy boys.
I didn't know that. I thought it was like you're evolving as a foodie. You know, like the first time I had it, I was like, oh shit, y'all niggas don't know about the edamames. Because I was introduced to somebody else to it, but I didn't know that it symbolized being a pussy.
It doesn't. It's silly. People are silly. Tastes good. Edamame tastes good. They do it right. Put a little chili powder and salt on the outside.
I like it with just sea salt.
I like sea salt too.
I'm working at a stadium, Joe.
What are you doing?
RFK Stadium
Where's that?
in Washington, D.C.
What is that?
Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh shit!
It's not the stadium, it's the parking lot, right?
You do like an outdoor show,
I'm doing an outdoor show.
just like the ones that Bert's been doing.
Yeah, but not at that level. Yeah, I talked to Bert about that. Shout out to Bert and shout out to the cat.
Bert's the guy who started it all up. People aren't giving him enough credit. He's the OG of drive-through shows.
Yeah, it was. It fit right into this whole shit.
He never stopped doing it. Bert toured the entire pandemic doing drive-throughs.
And I was saying to myself, is this like a throwback Thursday, whatever? He was like this. And then the name of what was the summer? What was the name of the tour? The Hot Summer Tour. I'm like, this motherfucker, but he created the bubble and he fucking did it.
Created a bubble, stayed drunk the entire summer,
and enjoyed it.
Had a good time.
I'm doing RFK Stadium. It's the original stadium for the Washington Redskins. The Washington Redskins used to do that.
Beautiful.
But for 9 years, that was my traditional show. No, at the DC Improv. I would do Thanksgiving weekend. It was a good time for me.
Because with them, it is an
I got to see my family. I got to work.
That's a great club too.
It's a great club.
That DC Improv was one of the 10 greatest clubs in the country.
And it's been probably the most consistent for 25 years.
So good. It's just a perfect size, perfect. Everything about it's perfect.
And they get every year it's solid. I don't even know that a comic can do bad in terms of ticket sales there. Everybody seems to do well, at least the longer they have.
They book good lineups. Right? When a club's got that much prestige, they've been around that. There's certain clubs like Comedy Works where people just trust them. You know, there's a bunch of Helium in Philly. People just trust them. It's going to be a good show. They're not going to book any scrubs. That's how the DC Improv has felt. Like they've developed a community.
For 9 years, I saw my son. The first time I took him up, it was just him in my arms. And then the next time he was kind of like crawling. Then the next time he was walking. Then he walked to the stage. I had like 4 years of pictures of his growth there. And then because of the pandemic, I thought the weekend was going. I'm like, damn, that blows a tradition.
Yeah.
And then they made a pivot from the DC Improv to partnering up with DC Pull Up or whatever it is. And they're doing the fucking outside shit.
That's beautiful. I like that people are adapting. It's one of the things you're saying. Like you started this business, and Bert started doing things outside, and Tom Segura's doing like these pay-per-view shows. Right. Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer are doing these, and sometimes Christina. They switch up back and forth. Right. They're doing these crazy live shows.
I saw
the shit that he sends me. I mean, I'll show it to you after the show. The things they can see during these live shows, it's 100% uncensored because it's pay-per-view. So they don't have to worry about YouTube. They don't have to worry about
just whatever.
They are showing the most fucked up videos I've ever seen in my life. In my life.
Really?
In my life. Like he sent me 3 things yesterday that changed my idea of what's possible.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Do one of his shows.
Yeah.
I would certainly do it if we were in town together. And he's, Tom's talking about moving here. If he moves here.
Everybody niggas moving out here.
Yeah. Well,
you got the whole squad coming back here.
We don't have a club here.
I'm down, son.
Come on down. It's better here. You don't have to pay taxes for the state. People are nice in the bar.
They said on the streets, they said, Joe is stupid, son. The street said, that nigga said, I'm getting the fuck up out of here, son.
Well, I saw the writing on the wall. I'm like, they're not going to open up the clubs. If you don't have a comedy club open, I can't stay. If the comedy store was open, there would be no reason for me to leave LA.
I know. But then at the same, on the flip of that, just because it's not open, there's no reason for you to
be in LA.
Be that. You can create it.
Well, the only time I could create it, though, is in an absence of the club. So, because I wouldn't ask people, hey, leave LA, the comedy store's hopping and killing, come to Austin. But when you can't open, they can't. They're not allowing them to open. And it could be years. Who the fuck knows now? Right? Here we are now, 8 months in. No one ever, we thought it was 2 weeks. But do you remember when you thought it was 2 weeks?
But then again, even moving forward, Joe, you got to remove the possibility of something taking, you got to remove yourself from the possibility of somebody taking something away from you. And like that, the way you're thinking and the way Dave has thought throughout this summer, I was like, yo, we really can make this shit.
Well, also, what we were saying before, that we were all connected to Hollywood because we thought we needed Hollywood in order to get us on television, in order to pay our bills. we needed to get hired. And then once podcasting came along, I think people realized, no, you don't. You just need your friends. And you have a bunch of funny friends, and everybody's tight, and everybody tells people, hey, go see, Theo Vaughn's at this place, go see this guy, go see that guy. And we all get along together. We don't need anybody else.
The toughest part, what did I notice in this podcast world, which is predominantly white, that's the truth of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a lot more white podcasts. When it comes to that, when you say like the friendship part and making money, they really, about that life, they really do it.
Yeah.
They really do it. They don't talk about it. Every one of the guys that I've done, from Dalia, from Bobby, from the whole crew, it's never oh man. It's like
everybody helps everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's friendly. And there's only a few people in the podcast world that don't have friends. They're weirdos.
Right.
I don't know. They're out on the fringes. They're out on the fringes.
All right.
Those poor people. A lot of people go into things with like a legacy attitude. And the legacy attitude that from radio is you competing against the other people that are doing the same thing.
Right.
But the podcast world's not like that. But some people are like that. Like some people will complain if a guest is on this podcast and then on their podcast. They'll complain. Look, you were just on that podcast. Now it's going to take away from people listening to me.
They got more shit to talk about.
Exactly.
You ain't got no life.
Well, no,
I just said that Sunday like, I'm like, nigga, every podcast I go on, it's talking about something else.
Not only that, but if you go on a podcast and they like you, if you go on a podcast and they like you, and then I hear now you're going to go on Bobby's podcast, I'm going to watch you on that podcast too.
Right.
Because it's not like I'm going to, I do one podcast, now I'm out of time.
But I
have more time. You're going to have another week is going to go by where you want something to listen to. And then more people are going to listen to you on Bobby's if they heard you on somebody else's.
And here's the thing, Joe. If you're interested enough for motherfuckers want to listen to you. That's it. If you can do it. The toughest part this week literally is, I think, the anniversary of the first time I've ever was on this show.
Really?
I think it's this week.
James checking.
I heard those fingers, son. My producers don't do that. Those bitches be looking at me right in my face. I'll be trying to. It is, right?
Yeah, yes. Was that? You were on before that, right? February 19th, you were on before that one.
Before that one? No, this was the first one we talked about the RZA shit. That was that one.
That was a year ago this week.
Yeah, that's when.
November 12th.
So, yeah, but you've been on longer. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
From the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So, I know you guys want to break down the story. It's not that sentimental, but I was just saying I remember the dates.
Yeah. No, I get
it. That. And it's been I've been doing it for a year. And it's been interesting.
It happens, right? It picks up steam, picks up momentum. I see on your Instagram stories your Instagram around you're putting clips up.
Little assets and
shit. Excited. Yeah.
Yeah, but you like everything you said. It was like once I got on the mode, I'm like, this has to be the greatest episode. I'm like, wait a minute. I started looking at the numbers of the most successful people in the podcast world. This is like episode 1,500. Yo, son, I'm struggling for this is the 30 episode anniversary.
Well, you know how Goggins tell everybody used to be fat? I tell everybody, go to episode 1. It's fucking terrible.
Right.
It's terrible. We didn't even think it was a podcast. That's how terrible it was. We were doing it with just answering questions off of Twitter and being stupid while we were high. No one thought it was ever going to be something that millions of people listen to.
Right.
So when we started it out, it wasn't. There was no expectations. Now people have expectations. Now you realize how much money is in it. You see all these people that get big deals. You see all these people that are number 1 on iTunes and number 2 on fucking Spotify, and you go, fuck. There's a lot going on. This is a whole network that you don't need a lot to get into.
Man, the number one thing you have to do, and I kept tricking myself, we had talked about it, was talking. Can you talk?
That's ridiculous that you don't think that you could talk. It's one of the most funny things I've ever heard.
Son, with no response, just like me talking to myself.
That's easy.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I got a better chance of making 1,000 people laugh than one person.
True.
Yeah.
But
it's been a great ride, man. My dude Jerry over there, Julius.
You know who's the best at just talking? Bill Burr. That motherfucker he never has a dead moment. He will start on a subject and like, and then you know what they want to fucking do, and then an hour later,
he was one of the guys that had it. I was like, what would your style be more like? I'm just like, I don't want to fucking talk to nobody. I just want to say what I want to fucking say and fuck you. And then it was like a Monday rant or something.
Monday morning podcast.
Monday morning podcast, and it was just like, that was like, this motherfucker can talk shit for whatever. It's like, whatever. It's like a dude that goes, he like wins all the bar fight conversations. And it's the perfect platform for that.
Oh, for Bill, it's the perfect platform. One of the things he used to do is he used to use his cell phone. And this is when, God, the early days of the Monday morning podcast, I don't know when it started.
I bet you it had to be around 2006, 7, 8, somewhere around there.
It could be. I don't remember. But what I do remember is that he did a bunch of them where he like left voicemails. So he would call himself or call a service and leave a voicemail.
Really?
So he'd be sitting there at the airport talking shit about some dude's haircut.
Oh, yeah, I remember those. Yeah, and then he had somewhere, it was just him really ranting.
The audio quality was fucking terrible because he was literally talking into an old phone at the airport and then leaving a message somewhere, and that message became the podcast.
And you know what?
It was hilarious.
It didn't even matter the quality of the sound. The idea was funny. Just like when I told you that time when Jamie was supposed to help me produce and then he fucking reneged on me. Right? He got real mad at me, whatever. I remember it's like it was yesterday.
I understand. I don't know how those two are connected, but Bill Burr, when he first started out, like that was literally the perfect platform for him in podcasting. Like he's good at interviewing people. I've been on a show before. Other people have been on a show before. He'll sit and talk to people. He's fine. But as far as like ranting, he's the best.
Yeah, he's from an angry place.
Yeah, but he's also been doing it the longest. You got to think how many fucking years he's been doing that podcast where that muscle is flexed. That muscle is tight.
He doesn't need, like, you can form an opinion, but he doesn't need the response. Most people need the response and the feedback. How else do you know if you're doing good or not?
Yeah, he doesn't think about that. He's like, and another thing.
I was watching Seth Meyers the other night, and he was doing this monologue, whatever, and it was going okay. And then some people in the background were laughing, and you could just see the posture and everything changed. Once he got a couple of people laughing, it was like, that's important.
I heard his Netflix special is good.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a clip on it. It did not look bad.
When is this recent? Because I know he had one.
I want to say his Netflix special was at least a year ago, because it was pre-pandemic for sure.
I didn't see the entire thing.
And I saw some clips, and I was like, this is good delivery, good writing. And I don't know that Seth Meyers like really had a long background in stand-up, did he?
No.
He had a background doing that show, doing the monologue for the show, but I think his stand-up was very good. Well, I thought it was solid. Did you ever see it, Jamie? It's solid. Oh, you all right? Jesus. That's not a good time to be coughing. It was very good in terms of what I saw, the clips. I didn't watch the whole thing. But
most of the guys, when they do SNL,
but there's some people that have done talk shows and then tried to do a stand-up special, and they don't really have the chops for it. But that didn't seem like that with him.
Yeah.
He seemed very relaxed.
He was confident for a while.
Well, he probably did the right thing, too. He probably hired a bunch of writers. I mean, I didn't see all of it. Maybe the part that I saw was the only funny thing. I really have no idea.
A lot of those guys, I guess, when they to be buried into that show like that,
it's
you don't
hard.
really have time to go out and work out.
No, it's hard.
And work that.
But if you could do it, like Jimmy Kimmel could do stand-up, for sure, 100%. Jimmy Kimmel wanted to do stand-up, 100% he could do it.
What do you think about Jim Carrey on SNL that's by?
I didn't watch it.
None of it?
Nope.
Not one piece of it?
Not a piece.
God damn, son.
I got shit to do. If I'm going to watch something, I generally, when I get home, I like to watch, like, things that have nothing to do with what's going on right now. By the end of the day, I don't...
you like documentaries?
Yeah, the new Netflix special lets you skip the Trump jokes. Oh, there's a button you can skip Trump jokes.
Skip the intro on Netflix. You can skip the chunky stuff.
But this is him talking to people, so he's interviewing people.
This is just interview about it.
Oh, interview about it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, well, that's a good move because people are tired of Trump jokes. That's one of those subjects people are enough already.
Man, I've been tired of them, And now I'm like,
Coming back around.
To be frustrated when a dude is on his way out, you know, it doesn't make no sense. It's like he is still getting to you. You know, it's just a matter of time. If you want to say the voice of the peoples was heard, it was a close situation, but it is what it is, and he's gone. Why are you still mad?
People have some legitimate gripes, and I understand where they're coming from. But my perspective is it's not changing anything, and it's not doing you any good to still be holding on. If you are anti-Trump, Biden, I mean, I don't think it's 99% official, right? And they just haven't said it yet. And when they say it, then he will become president. And then Kamala Harris will be the new vice president. So concentrate on good things now. It's over.
Right.
The people are so obsessed.
I heard the fuckers the other day. I might have said this earlier. Look at Mike Pence and having a meeting with no mask. Man, okay, why you still keep getting mad because this motherfucker don't have a mask on? There's got to be something else to talk about, son.
But they want to talk about negative things. That's the thing. Some people get addicted to talking about negative things, and they can't regroup even after a victory and now focus on positive things. They want to continue to focus on negative things. And I can see their perspective too, especially with all these crazy tweets like, I won that election, you know, it's all fraud, it's all this, it's all that. Like, man, if you've got some real claims, I don't know what the claims are. I haven't really honestly investigated them. But if you've got some real claims, you got to present the evidence. And then once you present the evidence, you say all the stuff like, I got robbed, I really won it. If you want to be in a position where you're respected, right? If you're the president of the United States, this isn't a regular guy. It's not like if you were involved in some ridiculous, like, small neighborhood election and you were joking around on Twitter, I won that fucking election. Right. That's to be expected. But when someone's in a position where they're in charge of the nuclear football, they literally are the commander-in-chief of the greatest army the world's ever known. And you're saying shit like that and firing people that don't agree with it.
Fire motherfuckers that, like, I know these other places, like, well, this would be a great time for a fucking terrorist attack right now.
One of the guys he fired, what the guy said was he didn't believe there was widespread voter fraud. He's like, you're fired. If you don't believe that, you're fired. Like, this is like a madman.
The interesting part for me is, like, you thought of a person that is a huge Trump fan is a waste of time. It's only going to be, the only thing you're going to be is frustrated.
See, here's the thing, though. I don't know, and this is where it's really important. I don't know exactly how the election went down in terms of, like, was there like 0.01% fraud? Was there 0.5% fraud? How much fraud was there? We gotta assume that when there's people counting stuff, there's some fuckery going on.
Yeah, but the fuckery that's been reported has been, like, still no more than, like, 40 people, bro.
And then the only other problem is that it's all done through these machines, right? And then there's been all these conspiracy theories about machines that were supposed to have been giving the votes to Trump, gave those votes to Biden. Now, I could repeat those things, but I don't know if they're true.
But I do know
you know what I'm saying?
I do know this. I know Georgia. I know them motherfuckers pulled all them envelopes up to the building, and they cut them open, and they took them hand by hand.
They did them hand by hand.
Yo, those ones that were recounts or whatever, those you can't. It's no machine that is hand by hand.
Right.
It's fucking problem.
And how does that work? Does someone watch while they do it? Like, do they have a supervisor? Because I would imagine you would want to have, like, almost like two people watch while one person does it, which is so ridiculous. But it seems like you kind of, if you don't trust people,
I know you don't trust people.
You kind of have to have someone watching it. That's part of the argument that Trump's administration was saying too, was that there were certain counts that they weren't allowed to observe. They had to be really far away and they couldn't actually see.
Listen, that sounds like people that like soybeans, son.
But
that's a very soybeanish. That's a very soy boy attitude.
But what if they're telling the truth? Here's the thing: I don't know, and you don't know either. So if they were telling the truth and people were counting votes incorrectly, or
they find no evidence of that. Every time they,
I don't think they have either.
Every time that they came out with all these losses and they're dropping them because there's no evidence of it. He's probably made he's had to have made every argument he could make.
No, listen, I agree with you. There's no evidence that they can present that's going to show people right now that there was so much voter fraud that they got to return everything and start all over, or they got to give it to Trump. Like, I agree with you. I think this is what all these experts are saying. They're all saying that even if there was voter fraud, it wasn't enough to tilt the election one way or another. But I don't know how these machines work. So if I'm even commenting on it, if I'm saying they couldn't have done it, that's ridiculous. If I'm saying they must have done it, that's just as ridiculous. I really don't know. That's like, when you're talking about voting, you're talking about how many millions of people are voting and all this information is coming in and they got to sort it out. You're going to have some mistakes. There's no way around it. The question is, does it overall balance out, or are the mistakes all for one side? If you find out the mistakes are all for Biden, then you're going to go, huh, really? Well, who owns the company that makes the machines? And then how are they financed? And who programmed that? And how are they programmed? Is it possible to fuck with the data? It is possible. Can you show me how to do it? You can do it. Everybody wants to know exactly what happened. I think there's very few people that know exactly what happened.
I know the machines and all that type of shit, but when they take the machines away and they say, okay, we're counting these hand by hand, the results of that have to be official.
Yeah, well, that's
like that. I mean, I understand like the machines, but they was like, these mail-in motherfuckers was, they had to fucking count every vote.
Yeah, it's a matter of how they're recording it, right? You would want to make sure that everybody recorded it accurately. I don't know how they do it, but I would imagine that when I'm talking to a guy like Mike Baker, and who's saying that even if there was fraud, there's not enough fraud to overturn it. I would imagine he knows some things.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm a moron. So with me talking about he won, we all do that. You know, we talk about he won, she won. There's no way there was fraud, or it was definitely fraud, or I think Trump won by a landslide. Like, people get real connected. They get real connected to who's winning or losing this election, and I get it.
Man, I'm gonna miss Donald Trump, son. Yo,
He's not going anywhere, man.
TV, man, I'm gonna miss him on TV. This motherfucker's TV persona is.
You know what sucks? What sucks that it's
his TV persona is like he's a TV motherfucker.
It sucks that it's even possible that someone could monkey with an election to the point where you change the outcome. It sucks that that's even a thought that we could get into our head. But that's what's one of the crazy things about people. We're so nuts.
But that was
if we believe in a side, like, people that are good people will do some shady shit to have their candidate win.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's politics.
We're so crazy.
That's politics. Anything goes. Anything goes.
Yeah. So what bothers me, and I do think that Biden won the election, and I do think that, I think there's probably some shenanigans, but I think the result is most likely correct. But it bothers me that there's even a question. It bothers me that anyone would ever think that anyone could, but I think that there's Republicans that think Democrats could do it, and I think there's Democrats that think Republicans could do it. And I think it's going to be real hard to 100% trust the election. That's one of the things that's kind of dangerous about someone going after it. This election is rigged. This election is rigged. When Trump is doing that, he's encouraging people. And, maybe that's a good thing if they are rigged, because maybe they're going to be able to figure out how to stop that from happening in the future.
Right.
Or maybe it's going to erode. Or maybe it's going to erode people's confidence in the elections. The more he does it, the more it erodes, and the more it gets dangerous. There's a real argument for that, too. But, listen, again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Man, it's just...
I know, it's nuts. It's nuts that anybody would ever think there'd be any voter fraud on either side. But we know that people have done it. Like, that's apparently how they got JFK in. Wasn't there, like, some crazy conspiracy about the mob rigged votes for JFK, and that's how he became. Wasn't that a thing, Jamie?
Yeah, I've heard.
Has that ever been proven?
I've heard talks about recently that they were in such odds with each other that they would never have helped him.
I think he was really at odds with them afterwards, because he didn't. There was the thought was that was one of the reasons why he was assassinated. That he kind of doubled back on his agreement with the mob.
The explanation I heard, they were just helping local politicians. Not
he didn't play the streets.
The president.
Well, his family were drug runners. the Kennedys were moonshiners. They made their money selling bootleg liquor during the time where it was illegal. They were basically drug dealers. And then they became this gigantic political dynasty.
They were the Trump, no, not the Trump family, but they motherfuckers.
No, they were more gangster than the Trump family, really, because their literal background was in drug running. Like, bootleg liquor, like moonshine is drugs. That's drug running. You just don't think of it now because alcohol is legal. They were drug runners.
Yeah. And who had the shit?
Connected to the mob. And they were connected to the mob. Like, you don't think they fucked with some numbers? You don't think there was some corruption?
Who has the fucking money?
I think there's an assumption too that both sides are going to try to do it. I mean, that was a Watergate, right?
The results of this election, man, it's going to be interesting to see can Biden work with two parties, both parties.
I hope so. I hope they prove like the polarization of people that are opposed to Trump being in office, and now they're not Republicans and Democrats. I hope they work together.
Yeah, man.
That's what I hope. I hope they work together.
Do it fast too, but Biden just don't got like a lot of time.
You got to get used to President Kamala. That's what you got to get used to.
I said it, man.
She's going to be the first president.
I said it. That's the position.
I don't see how we can do 8 years. So what if the economy goes strong in 4?
I think 4 is going to keep it moving, man.
Who knows?
It's a setup. I said it on stage. I said, get ready for your first female black president, because this is the setup for her.
She certainly could win.
They proven it.
She certainly could take over too if he dies, or if he can't medically continue anymore. But here's another thing you got to think of. They're doing shit to people. They're doing some wild shit in terms of medicine and regenerative medicine and stem cells. They just hook him up to stem cells every day, shoot him up with NAD and vitamin V's and steroids and growth hormone. You never know. They might keep that motherfucker around for a long time. How Joseph Kennedy made his fortune. Hint, it was bootlegging.
No, this wasn't bootlegging.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, I can't see the end because of the white shirt.
According to this biographer, that is a rumor that started in the 60s and 70s, and they're trying to figure out who killed JFK, and maybe it was a mafia because they were in that business.
That sounds like the Kennedy family's trying to cover up their dirty tracks. It's a rumor. The fuck out of here. Nobody has. Is a rumor about you bootlegging ever?
I was looking. I heard that too, but like right away.
Okay,
it's like in the stock market.
Well, maybe bootlegging too. Let's try another source. Let's see. Joseph Kennedy was a bootlegger. Type that in.
Well, that story's going to come here. The Daily Beast, the myth of Joe Kennedy's.
Oh, so it is a myth.
I don't know where I would find the correct story to,
I know, right? Like, how do you know who's telling the truth and whether or not it's a big old historical cover-up? Like, if you were bootlegging, how much information would there be about you being a bootlegger? Unless you got arrested for it.
For me?
I think cops were probably in on bootlegging back then, don't you think?
Everybody that could make money was involved with it.
Sure.
Everybody, what is my piece? What is my piece?
They probably were angry that the bars were closed too.
They wanted a couple bottles. Give me a couple bottles. Come on, John, so you can do whatever you want to do.
Can you imagine if that's how we live right now, if booze was illegal? Imagine as much as people drink, if you had to do it all secret. You had to have a big dude by the door, you had to have a password to get in, you're always worried about getting raided by the cops, just so you could have a drink.
But people do it.
They did it. They did it for years. They made organized crime. That's where Al Capone made all of his money. That's the argument that's going on right now with the Mexican cartels. Like, the reason why they're able to make so much money is because all that stuff's illegal, and they're consuming it in the United States. So you're playing a stupid game. You're pretending people aren't taking it when they are. You're making it illegal because you said they shouldn't do it.
But you want to control it at the end of the day.
You're just empowering organized crime. And that's what they did with organized crime in Chicago. That's what they did with organized crime in a lot of areas of this country where they had.
And that's why we probably want to position people that they had influence over to be politicians.
For sure, they had so much money. And back then, there was no internet. Nobody knew what was in your bank account, where it came. Bro, shut that thing off.
Jesus I was checking. I didn't know. Oh, shit. Sorry, man.
Dude, put that shit on airplane mode. What are you doing? Okay. Do you know how to shut off the ding, though?
Come on, man. Stop disrespecting me.
But you've done it a few times. I don't understand why it keeps dinging.
It won't ding again, man.
All right.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, Donnell. See, you can't say shit now. You don't even know how to non-ding your phone. Just shut the fucking ringer off.
I
Man.
did.
You
It
gotta
was
flip
still
it up.
dinging.
No, you gotta flip it up towards you. You're keeping it down, which
It's
is
off, man.
okay.
I
It's
didn't
gonna
know.
ding again.
I'm sorry, man.
It's gonna ding from beyond the grave.
Maggie is down here.
She's adorable.
Man,
what were we just talking about?
I don't know.
Do you remember, Jamie? Oh, Kennedy's being a bootlegger. Oh, yeah. Maybe not. I might be full of shit. But
We didn't know
For sure.
I didn't story, but it was like it was just a rumor. You know how it started.
right, for sure, there's a lot of organized crime money in fucking bootlegging. That's a fact.
I'm on an antibiotics because I got shot.
Yeah, you can't drink for how long?
Like 3 more days, son.
Refreshing though. Give the body a little bit of a break.
It is, but it
That's
is.
it. You're looking forward.
No, not missing it. You know what I'm saying? Like after the show, a little shot.
Right.
But you know, I just got this one people that's been in the streets and got shot. You gotta get better.
Are you nervous for the country right now? Are you nervous about the future?
No,
Not at all?
I believe that we always gonna find solutions to stuff. Like the first thing, like you mentioned about people who need to work, whatever. The first thing that's gonna happen is there's gonna be some type of stimulus package approved. Motherfuckers gonna feel somewhat security or a little better if they have some money to be able to do something. But this is just something that we're going to get past. It's a matter of time. And with the vaccine being on board, with them having more ways to test somebody in a faster manner, they don't cost as much. I think it's going to change people's attitude, the way they feel about certain things, and things will start turning around.
I hope you're right. My concern really is about how hard it's going to be to turn around the economy with that many people out of work. That's what my worry is. So many people are going to be broke, and so many people are going to lose their houses, so many people are going to get evicted. I just don't know how they stop that and turn that around when all these jobs are gone because all these businesses went under. That's what scares me. It's like that this wasn't anticipated. I think there would have been another way to do it. You know, they certainly didn't lock down as much out here, not nearly as much.
And then that's a good point because I mean, like, whatever you work for, whatever, just can be pulled from under you, just like
that's the thing about, like, you can't say that the people that are upset today are soy boys. They can't say that they're all pussies because there's a lot of people that are upset through no fault of their own. They lost everything, right? You could be the most disciplined guy in the world. You get up early every day, you work hard all day, you build a business, and then almost COVID comes around and you find out your margins are a lot smaller than you thought. Well, nobody expected it to go 8-9 months, right? So you're not making any money for 8-9 months and you can't reopen. There's a lot of businesses like that. There's a lot of bars. There's not enough bailouts. There's so many businesses. It's not enough. And they're not going to give it to all. They're not going to give you all you lost. You're going to lose a tremendous amount no matter what.
Well, there was a lot of people getting that money. It was bullshit. Boy, it was so much goddamn fucking scandal with them PBA loans and shit, man. Everybody was grabbing them bitches.
Yeah.
They'll find money, then you got to pay it back.
I hope we figure out a way to make this economy bounce back. And but I say we. When I say we, I mean people way smarter than me. I hope somebody figures it out.
I hope that my son had the best life he can have.
Yeah, well, I hope so too.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that it's gonna get. You're gonna just start. People gonna be concerned about people that are close to them and their family and how that situation is going.
Yeah, I mean, everybody hopes that the next person that gets in office is gonna nail it. Everybody hopes the next person that gets in office is gonna fix all our problems. We gotta change the way we communicate with each other. That's a big one. Everybody's locked in this trap of us versus them, of red versus blue, of like whatever the trap is, like whatever your particular trap is. There's men versus women traps. There's people get crazy with being tribal and being on a fucking team. We're supposed to be one team. We're supposed to be the United States of America. If we differ on small things like immigration or things like financial issues or how to use taxes, and the most important thing is that we all want what's best for the country. We all want the country to do well.
You want to think people. That's how you want people to feel.
That's what drove me the most crazy about Trump being president. I felt like it was the first time I can ever remember where people wanted things to be bad so that he would be a bad president. So that, I mean, I guess they probably did with Obama too. They wanted things to go bad so they could blame it on him. Like they would rather have something to blame on him than to have everything go well. Like if you asked a hardcore Trump hater, would you rather, this would be a good question, would you rather the economy become the greatest economy the world has ever known? And you'd be totally wrong. And Trump, even though he's a pussy grabber and he's full of shit and he brags about himself, became literally the best person to make the decisions that were the best for the country? Or would you rather the economy fall into the toilet and Trump goes to jail? Like, Trump goes to jail!
Yeah, there's no part. Yeah, I know.
Well, it would immediately, there would be no hesitation. Put him in jail! Fuck him! Everything's fine! Everything's fine!
It sounds like a relationship. Whatever makes you happy, you like, fuck that, I don't want it to be happy.
Well, they definitely didn't want him to do well, which is weird. But they wanted him to get arrested, then the economy to bounce back. That's really
but another thing they wanted to, Joe, they wanted to feel like you cared about them. They wanted to feel like you cared about something or somebody else other than your fan base. That was a big part of it, man. I don't think people were just looking for reasons to hate on him. And I know some people that liked him. Some people love it. Some people love the no nonsense. Fuck it.
People love a guy who came along and said "fuck you" to politically correct shit too. There's a lot that people liked about him. People liked the idea that he got fucked over in this election too. They liked the idea that the deep state was involved and that people were rigging voting machines and miscounting votes, and people love those stories. I do not know if those stories are true.
I don't give a fuck about those stories.
They're a bummer though. It's a bummer that there's those stories. This would be the ideal scenario. Whoever won. If it's Biden and Kamala, they win, and then that's it. They transfer power, a shake of hands. People do what they've always done. With Obama doing.
They don't want to do that, son.
They don't want to do that.
That's so corny. You don't want to shake them up. You don't want to give up the secrets. You don't give up the keys.
He's got to do it.
You don't want to give up the cars.
He's got to do it, especially if he wants to run again. See, if Trump wants to do it again, he can run one more time in 2024. But the only way he's going to be able to do that, he's got to be able to sit down and shake Biden's hand and say, "I'll see you in 4 years, bitch." It's got to be. You can't just keep saying that the voting is 100% rigged and I won this election by a lot, and all that's fucking dangerous because it's just dangerous for our confidence. It's dangerous.
You got people talking about rise up. It's going to be something.
Dude, don't say that. Here's the thing. You got to show the evidence first. You got to show the evidence first. There has to be you have to compile all that evidence. If there really is that evidence, you got to compile it all and present it in a very solid way.
Shut down.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's above our pay grade to even understand national politics on that scale. But I think that as a country, I think you and I both know that this country's it's never been in a position where you don't know what the hell's going to happen. You never know. You never know. There's so much turmoil and weirdness, and you never know. Is there going to be another wave of this pandemic? Are they going to shut everything down again? What happens then?
Whatever happens then, we go with what has become our new norm. We go back to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, things are about to shift. By the spring or the summer, things will be in a totally different place in regard to how people feel about being in public. Again, they're going to come up with some super rapid testing situation. That's going to make the fucking essential workers, people in the medical field, feel more comfortable. They're going to make other people feel comfortable. And eventually, people are going to make decisions.
I hope so. I hope the vaccine and, that the election gets resolved quickly. Jamie, if you had a guess, I know. I mean, let Trump say it's resolved. If you had a guess, what percentage of election fraud do you think there was? Take a guess. It's not zero, right?
Probably not zero, but it's 1-2%, like the normal polls.
It's really 1%.
That's a lot. I mean, there's 150 million votes.
I don't think
That's a lot.
I don't think it's one. But I think there's some less than zero number or some more than zero number rather, that is voter fraud. I think that any reasonable person.
It's a point, one of those points.
Yeah, it's not. And who knows which way it goes, because I bet there's voter fraud the other way too. We're not hearing about that because Biden won. But if Biden was like Trump and he lost that race, who knows? They might try to figure out a way that the Republicans cheated. I don't know, man.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you, this shit has turned into comedy, son.
What's turned into comedy?
This whole just not quitting, just saying.
It's kind of crazy.
No, it's
every day he's tweeting.
No, it's not even crazy. It's entertaining. It's entertaining. I know it's unfortunate for entertainment, but it's entertaining.
I get that it's entertaining, but it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous when you start thinking that there's people out there that think that there's been a coup, right? Or that Trump is attempting a coup. There's like two different schools of thought. One school of thought is the deep state took over the election and they rigged it. The other school of thought is this guy's trying to win even though he lost. And he's trying to figure out a way to sue his way back into the White House. And this is crazy. So there's that's the problem. So
He's going to win on one him because he's got the power of the people. Like again, him losing, the support that he has, he knows that there's a community. They're going to be fucking still on his dick right there because he can shake some shit out. Fuck all of them. Am I ever going to get some help? Do you have any help today?
I have it in the house, yes.
You can't cook it, right?
I can cook it. Let's figure out how much time we have between now and the show.
Yo, you can bring some help to the show, son?
Not enough for everybody.
No, just a sample.
Yeah. Why don't you just come over the house? I'll cook for you.
What time do we have?
I don't know. Let's figure it out when we get out of here. Let's figure it out off the air there.
Like my two lesbian friends supposed to meet me, son. They're not like, no, non-neutralized lesbians. They're like regular lesbians. They're my friends.
Okay, that's cool.
They're, yeah.
Who do they think won?
Biden. What? Hell, man, what? I said my two lesbian friends. We're adopted Mexican son, Eli, who I fucking love.
You don't think there's lesbians for Trump? I bet there's a whole website.
I do. You know what? I never thought about that. I don't think it's too many lesbians for Trump.
I bet there's a few. I bet they get together and like, yeah, you know.
I don't know. I don't think that. That's a set I never thought about.
You know, like
lesbians for Trump.
Some people are really into anime. There you go. Lesbians for Trump.
Oh, no!
It's funny, but you would assume that if someone's a lesbian, that's what I was kind of getting at, that you would instantly know who they're voting for, right?
I mean, I know that's kind of profile, but I would definitely like a short haircut. You know, short haircut, fucking man cut out suit with the butt the tie.
Right, like how many girls with blue hair or pink hair voted for Trump? Is it less than zero?
That's a good bet.
Yeah. Trump tried. Gay Republicans on why they're back to the president. Doesn't get dressed up, but doesn't have a good time. Cool outfit. It's such a weird time, man. Such a weird time. But
I'm ready to get to the riverfront.
I get it.
I'm ready to get into some nature.
Do you think you're gonna move there? Would you move there?
I think so.
It's good that they.
I think the community. I mean, it's just like it's such a community, man. This summer, and it was just so simple.
Would you get rid of your place in LA and just settle down?
I could do it.
It's better for travel. Really, if you want to go left or right, you're more closer to the middle.
I just want to be around some trees.
I think that's one good thing about people that can escape from LA. There's a lot of people that are escaping from New York as well, and they're moving to the suburbs, and they're liking it better. They're more relaxed. Get some space.
One of the people who are like, instead of being in the chaos, I can drive to the chaos.
Yeah.
You know, it's like fucking people
from, we're not even driving now. A lot of people are working from home.
So you don't think it's going to change?
I think there's going to be a lot of companies that realize, like, hey, I don't need this gigantic space to handle all these people. I can let people work from home. They're more productive because a lot of times people in offices, they get together, they talk, they have fun. You know, there's a lot of work.
Break room. I never was doing work. Always in the break room.
I see dudes in cubicles doing this shit, where the cubicles here, and they go from the outside, they're just having a conversation. They're nowhere near the computer. People do that all the time. If no one's watching, people do that all the time. In some jobs.
Yo, they
Don't get personal.
That's like you, but that's hilarious.
There's a lot of dudes that are working all over the place that would be more productive if they just had a certain amount of work to do and they can just get it done at home. You know?
But sometimes they want to control. I think it's good.
There's a lot of people that have jobs that have to be there, right? Auto mechanics, a lot of people who fill in the blank, carpenters. A lot of people have jobs got to be there. But there's certain jobs, like why do you need to sit through an hour and 15 minutes of traffic when you can just do it through Zoom? And you sit here in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and get all your fucking work done. Like why do you need to go somewhere? You don't. With computers, you don't have to go.
They have to go there. They just want to control their movement. They just want to. It makes sense. Nothing's going to go to that. Everybody's like, I'm working from home, and it doesn't get the job.
Yeah.
Everything is different.
A lot of people are going to be able to stay home. And so I think that's just going to change the nature of cities in general. Less people are going to have to commute to them. But that's one probably good thing about this, is that people are going to not have to commute as much, and maybe the roads won't be as jammed up. If that saves people so much fucking stress. If you're a dude who works in Orange County and you live in LA and you got to make that drive every morning, you ever see that fucking drive?
That drive to that job. I've come to the job. I've been one of the other. Aware of that.
When you go Orange County to LA at 7 a.m., you want to just fucking end it. You just like, I can't do this every day.
But you can do it for a minute, because that's the route to that, because I have my county out in Orange County, and I did that trip a couple times, and I kind of enjoy being up in the morning. Because I didn't do that.
You don't have to do it every day. If you had a job, and you had to be at a job at 8:30 in the morning every day, and you live in Orange County, you got to go to LA, you got to leave your house before 7.
Yeah.
You're going to accept the fact that every morning there's a likelihood, a high likelihood it's going to take you an hour and a half.
Oh, you can go on Zoom.
I'm one of those. Yeah, you can wake up, instead of waking up at 6, you wake up at 8. You wake up at 8, have a cup of coffee, sit down, turn on your fucking computer.
I get up early now. I got to get up early. I'm not like the old night I was gone.
I get it. I'm just happy that there's alternatives for some people where they at least can work. They can't be in an office, at least they can do some stuff on Zoom. But for other people, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about restarting.
Joe. I know you're worried about it, and everybody worried about it because you just like, Joe, what the fuck are you gonna do? You gotta figure it out.
People are gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, man, it's like, I understand. You keep saying, yeah, man, then I feel sorry for them. Sorry, eventually you're gonna have to figure it the fuck out. Eventually, nobody's gonna be able to help you. Nobody's gonna be able to vouch for you, and you gotta do it your fucking self. David Goggins said it, man. It goes back to that same point, man. They're looking for answers. You are the answer. You've got two excuses, a good one and a bad one. At the end of the day, it's the same fucking excuse. I've said it before, and I don't think it's easy for you to say. It's not easy for anybody to say. Whatever's going to happen moving forward, it's not easy for anybody to say. Everybody's going to have their opinion of it. Everybody's going to be on their opinion of, well, give him a chance. Maybe he can bring the world back together. There's going to be a lot of Trump motherfuckers like, yo, fuck you, asshole. There's been no supporter that's been angry than the Trump supporter. To the extent that there's sore winners and sore losers. You got to pick a sore. You can't just take both swords.
And see, the thing is, they think they got robbed. That's why these tweets are dangerous.
And even if you do, Joe, even if you do, how do you feel? This is the part that's fucked up. Is this mine? This is the part that's fucked up. What was I saying? Like,
this is the part that's fucked up about being sore winners and sore losers. You gotta pick a sore.
You gotta pick a sore. And everything is not gonna always go your way. You shouldn't have to be upset about it.
The thing is, though, what he's saying to them is it was a robbery. So he thinks it's a robbery. It's definitely starting shit that you gotta do right there.
And why all this shit gotta be extra strong, man?
I like sturdy things.
Coffee
website? That's how much money? Do we have a camera for him?
I mean,
But he gets tested every day, doesn't he? Tiny little dog? I've never seen a tiny little dog.
I used to have one. It wasn't quite that small, but it's very small.
I've seen little dogs, I've just never seen one in the baby form. Damn it!
I'll sit right here, son. What's she smoking on?
Oh shit, show.
The whole surgery.
I don't know how many microphones you have, unfortunately. Marijuana is semi-legal here.
That was semi-criminal. Okay. Is there any coffee?
Yeah, this is coffee. What's up, man? What are you doing? Good to see you. How's Austin treating you?
Great. We did 2 nights at Stubbs Barbecue, the guy from the barbecue sauce.
So he has a stage?
It's an outdoor.
You never been there?
It's an outdoor event.
No.
Joe, you will love this place.
They said he was there. No, they said he was somewhere else.
I went to the Vulcan Gas Company. It was some of us have been in town.
Michelle was doing it.
Oh, that's great.
That's the good she's got doing it.
Yeah, because Cap City's gone, so people are doing shows anywhere they can.
Are you gonna buy a clip?
Yes.
You got it.
Yeah.
I'll be the first kid.
All right. You heard it here, folks. I felt like I have to. It's like as soon as Cap City went under, I was like, oh shit. Oh, now I have to. But I don't know what's going to happen after Biden gets into office. Whether there's going to be another lockdown, like a national lockdown for a while. So I'll wait until after that blows over.
Yeah. Just keep moving forward. That's all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that I've seen you do, moving here to Austin, and you just get, it's gangsters, correct?
Thanks, man.
We find a way.
Yeah, we find a way. We were just talking about that. People find a way. I was saying, like, what are people going to do? You know, to restart the economy and, you know, to try and get a job when all these businesses went under. Like, how does everything go? And Don, I was just saying, we do what we have to do. We figure it out.
That's true. I'm far from an economist, but I will say that planning for your future is a good thing. It's a necessary thing. Even though it's uncertain, you have to remember the sun does rise every morning.
Yeah.
So just keep moving.
And people that are in this shit right now never thought that was going to happen. Now that they know that this is a possibility, now we have to plan for the future.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Never.
You know, you've never seen something as large as the American economy stop and then start back up. But it's a global phenomenon. It's not like it's just happening to us. We're just handling it terribly.
I like how you handle it. I like doing those shows. They did Yellow Springs. It's a great idea.
It was wonderful.
You were in that chapel, the whole area outside.
Yeah, we're doing it all outdoors. I talked to my doctor, my family practitioner. He told me you should play outdoors. If you play indoors, you use the air filters. You know, like the specs of a building that might be safe. Many buildings now today are not outfitted this way. And you know, you hope for the best. You take every necessary precaution, reasonable precaution, but it's a pandemic. There's no guarantee.
Are you getting any people giving you shit about doing shows?
No.
No?
I mean, even if I did, you know what I mean?
And that's it.
Nothing you can do about it. No matter what, you know, I read about Jesus. Seemed to be a really good guy. They killed him. That's just the nature of people. Now, this dog is hilarious.
Man, this dog is an angel. This dog makes everybody feel good.
She's so cute. I've never seen a little dog as a baby. I've only seen them as full-grown little dogs.
This could be the size, man.
That's how she's gonna stay.
Yeah, she looks like this with a little bit more bark than
Now, how is it traveling with it? Is it like more or the company?
When it's going, like, I'm like, when I got her, I was like this, oh, she's an emotional dog, right? And then when I got her, I'm like this, yeah, I'm an emotional human. And like, yo, let me tell you something, like, sometimes I'll be up at 5:30, and she'll be up her ears and be up to me, like, what we doing, nigga? Yeah, I'm like, at least somebody is there. Right?
It increases the amount of love you have.
Yeah, right?
And you're this dog.
And she follows me everywhere. Yeah. Well, I was at the show the other night. I was with Paige, and it said she was shaking barking when she heard my voice. Yeah, that's crazy. She was like, where you at, mama? She loves you.
Yeah, it's a different world, man. You got a little dog that comes on you like that. Those are different kinds of dogs, too. They're so little, they have to be held. He's carrying them mostly, but she's there to hold. Like, why is she saying? She needs a drink. Maybe she has to pet. She's 5 months old. How should she get together? Don't talk about it like that. She's really cool.
Do you have dogs?
Yeah, I have one dog.
You probably have a huge wolf kind of dog.
No, I have a golden retriever. I have the sweetest dog in the world. He's the nicest dog.
That dog is perfect.
He's so nice.
That dog looks like a perfect.
He's just a love sponge. Like, that dog is just all about love. All he wants to do is like kiss you, let you pet him.
Who spends the most time with you?
Probably. I spend a lot of time with him. We have a morning ritual. I just get up in the morning as soon as I see him. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. He starts freaking out. He goes for a wag his tail. But yeah, he does that. But he loves chasing tails. You're right. I can. He's a sweet dog. You got a dog?
3 of them.
What kind of?
Australian Shepherd. And one kind of like this, what they call it, a Chihuahua, I think they call it. It's half Chihuahua, half one of those hot dogs. That's one Baba. One of my special Baba. That's him. Chihuahua. And then my daughter has a little dog. It's not a Chihuahua.
My daughter has a Chihuahua mix. Like a Chihuahua with like, I think he's got some whippet or something in him, so he's a Chihuahua with long legs. He's adorable.
You know, I wanted my kids to train him. That's one of these things I should have followed through on. Well, the reason I did it is because I wanted to learn how to be patient with people. And I figured if they train the dog or something, it takes patience. The dog is adorable.
The real problem with these dogs is you don't have training. Like you want to have a German Shepherd or a working dog with a Belgian Malinois. A lot of people get those dogs and don't realize like you basically got like a little genius with teeth that lives with you that wants to figure out problems.
You know, it's like have you heard of those celebrities like the German Shepherds with guard dogs?
Yeah.
200 commands.
Yeah. Schutzen training. Yeah. I've seen guys do that.
Some comedian got one of those dogs, spent like 200 grand on it, and it died like a week.
Those are crazy. If you have a dog like that, that's a commitment, man. Like those dogs need work. That's what I'm saying. They got bars German and shit. Those dogs are so smart. They're from a long history of working dogs. Those are task-oriented dogs.
This dog has a long history of.
Isn't she adorable?
She is.
She doesn't want to be held back.
Have you ever taken your dog hunting?
No.
You can't do that, man.
Not my dog.
It's too dangerous for them.
Well, you wouldn't want them to be in the woods. First of all, it's supposed to scare off the animals. But second of all, he has like the instincts to chase squirrels and shit. And chase a squirrel. But he's a lover. There's no aggression in him. And with other dogs, he's always the beta. He's always, he tries to be the alpha, but they bark at him. He's like,
The Australian Shepherd's like this. She's like the dog express that needs work. Like, you can tell she's a herder. She corrals kids, she corrals me. And, yeah.
They have in their DNA. I've seen that.
They really do. And the dog is really smart. I never trained this dog. But you would think I had. I just talk to her. And you can see her face trying to figure out what I'm talking about. It's really cool.
We're not too thick to be doing something with the dog.
The beat is going.
They do figure out words. Like, it's not just commands. Like, my dog knows, you hungry, man? You want to eat? Like, he knows when I say, you hungry? What do you want to do? You want to throw the ball? He's like, let's throw the fucking ball. I'll go by where the ball is. You gonna go outside? And I'll just start walking towards the door. And he knows a few phrases. Because I definitely trained him, like sit and all that shit, but sometimes he's just smarter than a dog. He's a really smart dog.
Yeah, man. Does he like horses? Do you like horses?
I love it. I love it.
What do you do? If you like?
Oh, Donnell! Down with the down. Hey, that's actually, you did a great job. You actually put it back perfect. That's perfect. I was dead in frame. Don't worry about it, man. That's the best recovery I've ever seen from one of these stupid things. These aren't ideal, these cameras mounted on the wall.
I like this setup a lot, man. It feels home. You actually just tricked me into doing the podcast.
Sorry.
I'm going to come and do it like for real.
Okay.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I should come after the inauguration.
Okay. Let's do it.
I'll come after the inauguration.
That sounds great.
Nobody knew about that shot, son. So, Dave, I don't know what's going on there, but everywhere I go,
Don't eat on the air.
like, I think it'll be okay.
You do a crunch on the air. You crunch in the microphone. You're eating.
Come on, man.
I would totally do that. Is it good?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
So what do you do? Make jerky or barbecue?
I just put it on grill. I usually put it on, you know what a Traeger grill is? It's a pellet grill. So it just has like little wood pellets that make with sawdust. Basically, press the sawdust and these pellets, pour it into the machine. So it's basically just fire and wood. So it's I keep it at a low temperature, control it like 265, so that it's 120 degrees internal temperature. Then I pull it, and then I sear the outside one of two ways. Either I do it in a cast iron frying pan, beef tallow, just rendered beef fat, or I do it on a grill and do it outside on another kind of grill. Usually I like to do it in a cast iron frying pan.
You heard it here first. Joe Rogan doesn't just like killing animals. He likes cooking too.
He always has the perfect, he got this perfect little chopping block he put him on. Like, he always threw the jalapenos on his side, right? And it's just, you see this perfectly seared meat, and then the knife is like a Japanese knife and shit. And you see the little blood, and then the little jalapenos, and he's showing off, son.
Do you cook it all day?
Not anything like you guys. Donnell can cook. I couldn't believe it. He challenged me. I thought he was joking. He said, I'm going to cook for all these people. I literally thought he was joking. I said, you can't cook. He doesn't laugh. He was offended. So he makes me take him to a grocery store in Ohio. And I was laughing the whole time until he started shopping. Because he goes to the lady, you get clam juice. I said, so I asked for all these fucking ingredients, killed it. Cooked for like 20 of my friends in Ohio, and then went to the show. It was amazing.
And then I made him apologize to me. He was like, you did a good job. I was like, no, motherfucker, you gotta do it on stage. You said you was gonna promise on stage. Fuck that shit.
I'm saying it on the podcast. It was amazing.
No, I made him say it. I was like, he was like, yeah, down there. I was like, nah, nigga, what the fuck did you say? How did you learn to cook? Just watching my mother cook. Just watching cooking shows. But I do remember when I was younger, my mother was a part of Publishers Clearinghouse, and I think they had like one promotion where you get a Benny Crocker's recipe book, and it had all these recipe cards. And they send it to you, and it's like weeks, and you see all these recipes. And I used to look at the recipe, I was like, man, we ain't got shit to make none of this recipe. We had the recipe, we didn't have the ingredients. So I just started reading the recipe cards. When I got older, I was like, I should start just fucking with this shit I couldn't cook. And then I just started fucking around and just started having fun.
Do you go off recipes now, or do you have it in your head?
I go off of it 100%.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, with cooking, it's like a technique, an art of cooking. Like, an art of cooking, you know how to cook, you can cook whatever. It just all depends on what spices or whatever. But if you know how to cook, you know how to cook.
What's a specialty?
I don't really have a specialty. Really? I don't have a specialty. I'll follow a recipe, somebody will do something, I get inspired by something. But I do know I make these garlic noodles, right? It's not a specialty, but it's a whopper. It's like a wet ass pussy just dish, right? There's no way around it. They love the garlic noodles. And I make a dope ass garlic noodles, whatever protein you want on it. But the garlic noodles are fucking crazy. You made those that night. I did? Yeah. I was impressed. I love this thing you said, the metaphor. We had the recipe, it's not the ingredient. That's a good metaphor for like a lot of things in life. You had the recipe, but not the ingredient. We didn't have it. That's a bar. You should write that down. Yeah. I remember it, but some of us under it's true. It's watch parties. Yeah, everyone wants equal access to the ingredients. That's right. It's real quality, right? What's the difference? That really is the difference. That's a great way to. That's a great metaphor. Yeah. Yeah. For life. That's what I was telling y'all niggas, man. Yo, even not listening to my story the whole show. He doesn't believe you. Anytime I mention I got shot, I believed him the first time. I believed him the second time. I believed him every time. You know, Pierre Edwards. Yes. Great comedian. I saw a video today. Saw some guy on Instagram. He's a comedian. We introduced him to the comedy club when I was 17. Wow. Let me send it to him. Yeah, it's yeah, do the funniest joke about getting shot. I'm not gonna do another guy's joke. But he got shot in DC like one night. Oh yeah. I got shot. Nobody fucking believe me, man. So are you gonna bring some dope? I told you I'll do something. I'm ready. I'm ready, man. I want to see what they say in the street. What all this fuss is about. I want some help, son. Yo, everywhere I go, motherfuckers say you should try the else. That's all I know. Is it candy? No, I'm not kidding. It's not. Like, there's a weird taste that people associate with that gamey taste. And for the most part, it's either hasn't been prepared correctly or it wasn't taken care of correctly after the animal died. Like, that's for the most part with the gamey. It's a different flavor. But I think what people associate with not tasting good is like, I think a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it isn't just personal taste, it's bad preparation. You get a steak from a grocery store, you're assuming that professional butchers, like people that grow the cows, professional butchers, all down the line, they get you a steak. If you got a guy's deer meat, who knows how this guy took care of that fucking deer? You know, you can have that shit hanging in the tree. It's nowhere, no marginalization in it. Sometimes people, sometimes people shoot them and they don't get it. No, wait a minute. That's the shit you ordered. Exactly. Hey, this is going to be. You're not going to shame me. You're not going to shame me. This is a good elk day right here, son. It is a good elk day. Wait, what does Kevin say? Why don't you mention something about jalapenos? This is the final product. Oh, shit. Pretty great. Look, I said a dry rub. What rub is it? That's Saskatchewan, blackened Saskatchewan. It's a Traeger rub. It's like a Cajun style almost. But it's like a blackened, but not like it's got salt to it. It's delicious. It's the perfect rub. I love that rub. It's perfect for else. So when you cook it, you cut it up yourself. You want to cut steaks out of it. Yes, I do. That part is easy because that part is what's called a backstrap. That's a big, thick piece of meat that's on each side of the spine. Look at the knife though, right? Is that Japanese? No, that's an American knife. We need that knife. Does it say in the caption? There's no tag or nothing? The dude who made it. Shit. Man, you wouldn't see me if I went sit there somewhere, say my real close. So if you kill an elk, how long are you eating that elk? You can eat it for a whole year. Literally a year. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. But yeah, there's the guy gave me the knife. There's it. See, Neanderthal, Chumney knives. CHUMNNY. That's a dope knife. Yeah, you need it for all year. It's hundreds of pounds of meat. They're huge. They're huge. Okay, say you shoot out. And you're both on it. Yeah. What happened? It runs off. You gotta follow it for like a day or two. If you hit them right, they die too quick. Ow! Okay. Damn. He doing with a photo, son. Yeah. But
nothing to do with a bow. It's not easy. But the point is, I know exactly where that meat's coming from. I know the whole chain of command. I know everything that's happened from the time that animal got hit until the time I'm cooking it.
That's interesting. It's whatever. I get all my meats from strangers.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah, you don't think about it. I was in Alaska once, and the lady told me she hadn't eaten something, she hadn't killed herself in years. This woman looked like a Betty Crocker mom, like a house mom. She was working in the ammunition store. I had never been to a gun store before. It was ridiculous. This is in Fairbanks, Alaska. There was so many, like, think of a kind of gun. This is the sniper rifle. You can shoot a bear with this 2 miles away. Couldn't imagine why I would shoot a bear that was 2 miles away. That was the weirdest sales pitch. I literally said that.
Yeah, that's like 1,000 yards, right? Isn't it 2 miles?
2 miles, way more. Yeah.
Or 5,000 feet is a mile. Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So they can shoot things at 1,000 yards. Like snipers are good. Shot at 1,000 yards. Just think of that number.
Yeah, it would be crazy. Just be able to sell to somebody. All that kind of stuff.
But a mile is 5,000 feet. And then 1,000 yards of bullet. That's crazy. That's so far.
It's really far. That's a long swing. Yeah.
Take 10,000 feet to that. Nothing. That's nothing.
Well, again, this was Alaska, so you got to think things like guns there are more utilitarian than like you don't want a toolie out there.
Yeah. Everybody else got those there. Well, there's bears and fucking moose and shit.
Yeah. It's crazy. It looks unfinished. It's beautiful.
It's a wild place. It's one of the last real. The people that live up there are a different kind of human. They're more. They're more durable.
They're not soybean. They have all these Alaska. That's it. They call leaving Alaska going outside. Really? Yeah, it's like a call. They say below 48. You also go to school. They call it the continent of the U.S. below 48. Tons of it. It was fun.
Nice people. I've only done shows up there once. I did shows in Anchorage with Ari. We had a good fucking time. They're good people, but they're sturdy. They're like, you can tell they survive winter. They deal with shit. People don't have to deal with
the male to female ratio. Male to female ratio. Guys outnumber women in Alaska. I think 10 to 1. 10 to 1. That means women. Also, motherfuckers are sexy as shit out there. 10 to 1. But yeah, you think, oh, you're a woman. Oh, this is crazy. 10 guys. You got 10 dusty, they're in the female choice. These guys are running. Right. These guys are running. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's stick it in the jobs.
I was the only dude in the nail shop in Fairbanks, Alaska. Everybody else nails and hands like shit. Yo, mining all day. No guys go. Weird jobs like that.
That's how it was when I was in the Air Force and I was stationed in Korea. It was like 10 guys to every girl. And whoever she was America's Next Top Model. She had the attitude like she was like every one of those chicks was like, motherfucker, you gotta compete. That's why they was going downtown. It's definitely an unhealthy.
You know Donnell speaks Korean, like Tom
Not fluently, but just casual.
But no, I didn't know that. We were in New York when we shoot Chappelle show. We walk into a deli. Yeah. And two Korean guys sitting talking to each other. Donnell turns over, you know how he talks. He's just coming back, stop doing the thing. And I thought he was fucking with me. Like, come on, man. I'm so sorry, sir. And the guy was shocked. And then the guy started talking back. And he talked to each other for a couple seconds. I'm like, I was floored, staring at him. I couldn't believe it. He goes, oh, they thought, we were stealing, son, and I told him that he wasn't. They call it a dog, you motherfucker, in his own language. Yeah. And he loved it, but he said it. He promised me he called me dog. I went hard, son.
He was saying something about you while you were standing there, and you didn't know that you could speak Korean.
Yeah, it was. But we were engaged in conversation. Then the guy was engaged in conversation. Dave said I was mocking him. You know, Dave said I was mocking him, but I was really having a conversation with him. So Dave didn't know it, but I was like, fuck him. Like, you can't talk like that. Then I was mocking him, like, oh shit. Then those guys were floored. I was floored. They're like, when they see a black guy going to my little store, just speak any level of Korean, they fucking lose it. Like, how often does that happen?
Well, clearly this means one could surmise that when you were in the Air Force, you spent a lot of time on stage.
I did.
You just be in town and just hanging out.
I would just go when we had days off. I would go to like these little small cities where I live, just they haven't experienced American because I was a black guy, and I would catch boats and shit over there, just hang out with them. And that's how I got. They got accustomed. I got accustomed to them. Can you read it? No, I couldn't read it, but I could. Back in the day, I could spell my name. But it was like I was with trustworthy people. You know, we won't work together. And it was like, what can I do, man? Let's go see what your culture is about.
You know, that's good to be learning that. That's a rare thing. That's probably a difficult language to pick up to. The sounds are so different.
Well, to me, I think it's a testament to your people person. Which goes back to the original point we all made. You find a way. If you want to hang out and talk to people, and nobody speaks your language, I don't speak that language. Yeah, you find a way.
Yeah. Did you learn from books and take classes?
It was just chill with it. You would have 12-hour, 16-hour days. So you would just one American on one side, and on the other side. You could just stare at each other all day, or you could just start doing word association. You know what I mean? This point, this stuff. When I started that, something English on the Toshoba. That was the greeting. I would say when it comes up, that's what they would say. Comes up without children, but I was switching to me. Comes up without children, people know it's me, the Toshoba. It's like, oh. They would yo, I'm telling you, son, they used to get mad when I get enjoyed by it. They were like, oh, Lawrence, life. They was like, Lawrence, don't answer the phone because I sound like them. And then they would say something else I didn't know. I was like, yeah, comes up that trouble. They would be like, oh.
So your accent was perfect.
Yeah,
I would do the same thing when I started learning Spanish with the Ecuador once for like 6 weeks. They started picking up Spanish. I had a driver. I just met the guy, hired him to drive the car. He spoke a little bit of English. And I spoke less Spanish, but we did the same thing. By the end of 6 weeks, my man, I could speak Spanish.
Yes,
but I would mimic the accent of whoever taught me the word. If I learned the word from an Argentinian, I would say like an Argentinian says it.
That's why when I do Korean or whatever, when I do my act when it's broken Korean, people know that's the Adishi. He got the tone of an older person, a respected person. It's Adishi.
Oh,
yeah, like they know, like a real Korean could tell who I was around to give my accent or how I did it.
So I have a friend named Japanese Naki.
I know Japanese Naki.
Yeah, she is from Tokyo. And for some reason, when she was in high school and moved to Alabama, she learned English from Alabama people. And which created one of the more hilarious accents I've ever heard in my life.
Oh my God, hell yeah, you got a I'm just like, where she got a country accent. Wow. And she like living pepper chicken with that kind of yeah.
You know, the languages, there's all these weird tones that change the meaning of words. Especially in Korean in particular, right?
In Korean in particular, because he could tell the way people use their voice and talk to people. Older people always come down to you no matter what you did. It doesn't matter what it is for you to celebrate. It's always like, it wasn't enough.
Do you know that those problems in communication is why Korean Air only teaches pilots in English? They only learn and communicate in English. They're not allowed to know in Korean. But because they recognized there was an issue with the superior and dealing with a superior, like if you were my captain and I couldn't say certain things. Your fucking plane's gonna crash. I can't simply say you're doing it the wrong way. This is what you can't say it, but in English you can. So they taught them to communicate in English because it changes the way, or they only use English because it changes the way you communicate with people. You don't have like that cultural classification of superior, of an older person who demands respect.
I get it. And that's the one thing people don't understand about, especially Korean culture, is a level of respect that they have. Like, that's that. People think it's like, oh, they don't fuck with me because I'm black. No, the level of respect that they have, they give a fuck about being older. Like, that's money, that's prestige, that's everything. You being old in Korean culture was money.
I was around Korea.
I like this. I like this cultural nuance. I feel
Korea
like
is a fascinating culture.
yeah.
They don't have hard workers. What they don't have is like Korean dads don't really have a connection with their kids like that. They don't have like the ultimate emotional, oh, you did a good job shit.
No, they're very hard.
Their job. They're
very hard on their kids.
That's it.
In general. I had a good friend of mine who was a doctor. He was going through his residency while he was on the national Taekwondo team. And the dude would literally be in school and he would take breaks with his backpack on. He'd fill his backpack up with books and run up staircases and go all the way back down and then go back to go into the library and finish his work. And then he would find a way to go to the gym every day. And he won the national championship. And he was this Korean kid. I've never met a person who worked harder in my life. To this day, I think about that dude. He was always tired. I go, how you doing, man? He goes, I'm always tired. That motherfucker every day would be in that gym. Every day. Jung-Sik Chang knows his name.
is he still alive?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a long time. He was Jung-Sik Chang. He was a guy that he was probably like the star student of our team. During when I was competing. Because he was this guy that is not just a national champion, but also a guy who did it while he was in his fucking medical residency. Like, the amount of work that he was capable of doing was insane. And he was like, the way Koreans are, the way he was structured, he was like, nothing's ever done. No matter what I do, it's never perfect. Like, no one's here to praise me. I gotta keep working hard.
Sounds like a fun guy.
Yeah. Somebody was outright to whatever. They used to do this thing called education, where they could just talk to a little Korean motherfucker, they kind of where they were.
Yeah.
And they used to have this little Korean they used to do, and then you just see the other young people just like, they could do whatever they wanted to this motherfucker. They could not do nothing but just show them.
Yeah, you have to take it.
They used to, like, there's no rules, like, if you do this, they would fucking beat them motherfuckers up, whatever they can.
But there's one thing I like that you described. Like, the reverence for older people.
Yeah.
I feel like here in America, we just discard people.
Yeah, it's really quick.
Yeah. It's not wise.
We should do more than have prices.
Yeah, come on, that's the least they could do.
Well, we've forgotten that it's important to have people that are older than you that figure life out a little bit better than you have to help people away.
We forgot guys who were running for president, the way they kept going there on Joe Biden for being old, and, whatever. Come on, wow. Like, it's a fight. That's what I mean. I like when Trump calls the elderly, as if that somehow doesn't apply to him.
Yo, that's how I am, young day. I did a show once, right? And I was so caught into myself. I was like, look at all these old head motherfuckers that I went to high school with, right? I was like, oh, there's motherfuckers that are their same age. I forgot that.
That's real.
That's real.
Every once in a while.
They are older than me. They're the same age. Yep, they're the exact same age. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, all my friends around my age.
You don't feel it.
Yeah, they're more like they get like, they dress the part.
That's why it's very important for older people to actually have their shit together. Because when older people actually have their shit together, maybe people will resume the idea of respecting older people. But maybe it'll become more of a trend in the future. But when older people are that old, they're still crazy. When that's the problem with a guy like Trump. That old is still, I won this and big. Like all the craziness. Like the girl used to bang, called her horse face on Twitter. Like that kind of craziness. Yeah, that kind of craziness is like.
But you come to expect it of them, though. It became very entertaining, man. It made it all entertaining, but then it was involved in people's lives.
But it's like clothes. Like, you know how you'll see an old person dressed up, and you know that maybe like 30 years ago that outfit was shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But maybe it's not kept it today, and it's like you can see him put it on one time and just be like, this is it, going down, like fashion keep going.
Isn't it funny how fashion eventually comes back around, and then you got dudes dressing up like they're old-timey photographers?
You know, when I grew up this summer, for me, I just grew up with it. I don't even give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I remember this summer stuff. I was starting to buy shit that had waterproof on it. You know what I mean? Reversible. I was like, fuck that fucking city boy shit. I was buying shit that was fitting for the condition and the weather that I was in.
Right, clothes become utilitarian.
Yeah, I was like,
further you get out of the city, you got wears work clothes to work.
It's cold.
It's right. Everything's practical.
Alaskans understand that shit.
Boy, they do that.
They get it.
I mean, hard place to go. Like if I had to go buy some clothes for a date in Alaska, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
I hope you like waiters, bitch.
You got a few days a year where it's cold, where it's not cold outside. And those days it's like 24 hours.
So those people are conditioned for it now.
That's where it's weird when it's 24
hours. They had all these signs up. It was like in November. All these signs. It was like Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. And there were these signs that get your happy lights. You heard of this? No. They're like UV lights people put in their house to mimic sunshine, so that they don't get depressed.
So it's like they're homegrown, man. It's like all that's crazy.
Do you remember that there's a vampire movie a few years back called 30 Days of Night? It's all about vampires that show up in Alaska because there's 30 days where it never gets light out.
That's a good premise.
So these vampires just full this town up for 30 days because they know when. So they bring this vampire familiar that pulls the boat into the Anchorage shore, wherever the fuck they landed, and they get out in this small town and just wreak havoc on this town for 30 days.
Robin Williams and Al Pacino did a movie out today. It's called Insomnia. You ever seen that?
I didn't see that.
It was a weird character thing. Pacino's character is a cop. This is a real thing. And Robin Williams is a guy who's looking for an heinous crime, right? The backdrop of the movie was that it was daylight for 24 hours a day. And the guy had terrible insomnia.
That's a rough way to live when it never gets dark out. I remember doing it when I was in Anchorage. I was with did shows up there with Orange Fear. We went fishing, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. And it was bright outside. I was like, "This is weird, man."
I would love it.
It's weird.
I would love it too. Fishing at 2 o'clock?
Oh yeah, you can just keep going. There's parts where it gets dark, like barely for like an hour. No, we troll them for salmon.
How do you troll for salmon?
You pull a boat, you got like a boat, you cast some lures in, and you really try to get the salmon aggravated. That's what they want. They're not really hungry at that point. They're trying to fuck. So when they get your lure, they're really pissed off at it more than anything.
Jesus Christ, people have thought of everything. Who the fuck would think to aggravate a fish?
Aggravate salmon. Yeah.
Somebody that needs that.
Yeah, there's certain salmon that only eat plankton. They eat like microscopic shit. Like, they don't really eat fish.
This is in a river, you know.
Yeah, you pull lures by, I think that's, is that Chinook or sockeye? I'm trying to figure out which one doesn't really eat the fish. And the only time you catch them is when you piss them off.
I don't know nothing about my salmon. Like sockeye, I didn't know my salmon had different personalities or anything.
Well, some fish just eat fish, right? And some fish just eat microscopic shit. There's one particular type of salmon that only eats microscopic shit, and the way you catch it is by getting it pissed. And that's in Alaska. They do that out of like Bristol Bay. I think that's Chinook. Is that correct? And
salmon migrate, right?
Yeah, they migrate. Yeah.
So are they salt water or are they fresh water?
They're both.
They're both.
Yeah, yeah. They move through. I forget what it's called, but they go out to salt water and they come back to spawn in fresh water, and they have to do it in the same river. So if you dam the river out, they're fucked and they die. They don't know where to go, and they never wind up figured out.
Which one is the most?
Salmon's huge. Well, out of all fish, it's like probably tuna. Really? Yeah, but there's, they're running out of tuna now. They keep just jacking tuna. Talk to those old tuna guys in Japan, and they're like, we used to sell higher tuna. Now the tuna market is a fraction of what it used to be. There's really not as much tuna left. Yeah, people love sushi.
I know you're doing the land.
It's worth a lot. What happened?
He's referring to
I know the level of sushi in Atlanta, bro. They had a big thing about sushi.
What happened?
Quick question before I go. Because this is coming up. And the next time we meet, I want to ask you about what you think. The vaccine. Are you taking it?
I'll take it if it works. If I feel that the doctors have all gotten their opinions behind it, and they think, you know what it is, it's like an mRNA vaccine, this new vaccine, it makes your body think that it doesn't introduce actual COVID into your system, you fight it off, it makes your body think that it's COVID, so your body builds the proper proteins to fight it off. A guy explained it to us yesterday, Nicholas Christakis. He's from Yale. He thinks, no, he doesn't. He's a good man. He thinks that he's a great man, and I won't let you disparage him.
No, I'm not disparaging. He's said niggas is soybean. Soybean.
He's a doctor.
Okay.
Anyway, he thinks the vaccine will be very effective, and even if it doesn't keep you from getting it, it'll prevent, or hopefully prevent you from getting a bad case of it. I don't know though.
So what would you need? Would you need just the consensus of a body of doctors you trust
and people's experiences? Because people have already taken it. So if people are taking it, like, what is the experience? They say that they thought shit for a few days. That's it. Now, is that true? I mean, who are they? Have you talked to them? What's a few days? And what do you mean by feel like shit? Like, did you try running 4 days later and you still felt terrible? Like,
so apparently they're distributing this vaccine almost now, right?
I don't think it's totally ready, but it's very soon will be ready. And if it's effective, they're going to encourage people to take it. It makes people feel nervous.
They have it for like doctors and like essential people.
First. And then it's going to probably people that are high risk, like older folks.
The thing is, it's going to have people have a sense of like there is something that can be done now. Like it's a sense of hope, it's a sense of progress, it's a sense of like, you know, it was at one time when we didn't even have a thought of a vaccine. Now we got competitors and shit. So people think different.
Listen, if it works, we should take it. But I know how people get real nervous.
Black people don't fuck with vaccines. I told you that, son.
How do you feel about it?
Black people don't fuck with no vaccines, dude.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's inconclusive. Because your caveat was, I think if I felt safe about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's just the thing.
Don't you feel like that same way?
Of course. But so now, you know, for the first time we're learning how the process of a drug, you know, going through trials. We're learning this literally as a nation. We're all watching this thing take place.
And an accelerated version of it.
An accelerated version of it.
Because usually a vaccine takes multiple years to develop.
Yeah.
So this is really quick. To be able to have something this quick and turn around.
It's like those movies where they find a cure by the end and they're like, that's bullshit. They're doing it.
Well,
not a cure, but a vaccine.
It's the good thing is, if another one comes around, they're going to be more prepared to do something like this quicker.
Right.
I think people needed to really understand that in our lifetime, something can kill the world's economy and kill hundreds of thousands of people here, 1 million people worldwide. I think we knew it, but I don't think we really expected it.
Right. They knew it. The Obama administration had prepared for precisely that event.
Sure. But I mean, us.
Of course. We couldn't wrap our mind around it.
Even if they told you, even if you watched Bill Gates speak to TED Talk in 2015, you would never internalize it and think there's a pandemic coming. Now we know. Now we know there is. Now we're going to want to invest in the medical infrastructure to make sure that they prepare better next time. This is hopefully people are going to learn from this.
100%. People know
glass half full.
Nothing is going to be new. There's nothing going to be new about it.
Well, the debate is largely philosophical, right? I mean, to this end, there's two schools of thought. One school of thought is it's just going to be what it's going to be, and you got to keep moving. Like, why close anything? The other school of thought was, you know, it was more than just a philosophy. It was a science. But remember, the premise when they locked us up was we have to wait to catch up to our medical infrastructure. Yeah. So we don't overburden our medical infrastructure. We got to suppress the disease until we can build up the infrastructure. Then they gave us an early estimate 2 weeks. This is how the comedian did. But when a comedian's doing a real long, so he goes, one more thing before I go. And then he does it 4 or 5 times and you're like, oh, you guys going to be around.
Oh yeah, that's so fucking rude.
Yeah, but you know that trick? Yeah. That's what the pandemic did. Quarantine felt like. 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks. Maybe we'll open bars and that kind of shit.
But there's no way to control it other than create it yourself, right?
What do you mean?
Like the whole vibe of the scene, right?
The vibe of which scene?
The pandemic. You said, how do we get used to it? What can we do about it?
Well, he's also saying, here's the thing, we never signed up to let people tell us that you can and can't take risks or go to work. And by saying that if you do it, you're going to kill other people, that's what changed the game. Right. And so everybody has to figure out how much of that they're willing to accept and how much of that are they not, and whether or not they're willing to take shots. Take this vaccine without, knowing the long-term effects of it or worrying about the long-term effects of it. And some people are naturally averse to taking any kind of medication. They don't want to do it. And other people are like, if you tell me it's good, and all the doctors agree, and it'll help mankind, I'll fucking do it. That's how I feel. Listen, polio, okay? Shit doesn't exist anymore. Smallpox doesn't exist anymore, at least not in the numbers that it used to, right? All because, but that's because of vaccines. Like the idea that vaccines have done bad things only, or that they're dangerous only, it's crazy. Like vaccines are responsible for the giant population.
Not vaccines, I think at the core is that you just trust. Yeah. You trust these sources. And people realize that they're at the mercy of someone that they don't necessarily trust.
Right.
That's
well, maybe
don't touch your own face. Don't go outside. Tell you when to come out. Sit, love them right now, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. Especially if it goes something really, touches something really sore in the core of an American's identity. Like you said, how can you tell me this?
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. This was a tough one here.
It's a weird one. It makes us redefine what it is to be a person. If all of a sudden you have other people that got elected into a position of power, that's all they did. They won a popularity contest, and they're dictating whether things go this way or that way. And they don't necessarily have the right answer. They just have their own answer. And Dallas is doing it different than this town, and Washington State's doing it different than Nevada. Everyone's doing it different.
But everybody's trying to do it.
Yeah, but governors can tell you what you can and can't do. It gets real weird. And I get it. They're trying to keep the hospital numbers down, but you told us it was going to be 2 weeks. Like you guys said 2 weeks, and now here we are like 9 months later, and everyone's just waiting only for a vaccine.
But I'm not speaking about, it's right, it's wrong. I'm not speaking about like that. I'm just saying whatever it was very difficult. Yeah. It was very difficult. Very difficult. I was fine. But not knowing when you can work, not being able to move around, not being able to see my mother. You would never thought. If someone told me 11 months ago, even the night before, the last night we went to a room in Milwaukee, the last show, it was the last night between shows, right? It's a 2-show night. And the energy had changed. It went from festive to like, people looked worried when I got off stage. Tom Hanks had it, the one NBA guy who would touch everything and had it. And then the horn starts ringing that they're going to shut the country down. I literally go, that's impossible. They're going to shut down the world? It's impossible. That's what I thought, my initial reaction. But the energy changed. Now I go out and do the second show, and immediately, I didn't even think about this shit earlier tonight. I come out on stage, everybody reach your hand, hey, I thought about it. I was shaking people's hands. But yeah, it was the day before, when people been concerned about it. Went to the room 40 minutes, talked to people who glued to the television, watching the news, and then they scared the shit out of it. My behavior changed on the test. It's interesting. I won't get too heavy.
No, that's the thing. It's not too heavy. That's exactly how I felt about it too. I remember I shook a dude's hand on a flight. I was flying to Vegas for the fights. It was like one of the last fights before they shut it down. And some dude goes, I don't know, you want to shake hands? I'm like, I'll shake your hand. We shook hands. He had a mask on already. I was like, wow. He was ready to go down. I think this was the very beginning of March.
This was the first time I would have been tested in any capacity was when I did this show that time. That was the first time I had an antibody test or anything.
I would have never expected that it would be deep into November, and we're all still kind of locked down.
When this started, you lived in LA, there's no plan to come here. Yeah, think about it. Your whole life has changed. What's interesting about this time, another thing we should talk about next time, is that in mass, it feels like we're rewriting our social contract. You know, the whole thing. And COVID is an accelerant on this process that I could have never imagined. Yeah. You know, they're locked inside, man. People are stuck in a house with their choices. You like your house. You like to be with it. You like these things you accumulate. I hope you like them, but you're stuck with them. I made great choices. I like my choices. You know, when I was faced with it like that, I was like, phew, I had it much better than many people. But imagine people doing that in mad. It's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. What does this do with society? This type of isolation
and almost forced reflection.
Yeah, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Right. And we've always talked about how life is a rat race, right? People get just stuck in this rat race. It feels never ending. It's not good that all these people lost their jobs. It's not good that all these people are going to lose where they live. But it might help some people recognize that if you just keep going in this rat race, it never ends. You got to figure out a way out. And now is a better time to figure out a way out than ever. Because you kind of have to. You kind of have to, and society as it existed 10 months ago, it's not the same place.
What's the country that is a country, maybe somewhere in South Pacific or something, that measures their success as a nation with what they call their gross national happiness. It's a totally different premise.
What country is that?
I can't remember. Maybe you Google gross national happiness. Thanks, baby. It's a real principle. It's a philosophy guys for government. It's a philosophy guys that include an index which is used to measure the collective happiness. It's the metric that they use to define their success.
If they try that in America, they turn into an app and it would fuck up everything.
Oh my God.
People would just be striving to win the points on the app. It would make people insane. They get addicted, trying to be a better person.
This is a vastly better metric. I'm not, communist and that shit, but I think that I know too many people who are very wealthy who have what I consider poor quality of life. Yeah. Just because, like you say, that was the point.
They chased it. They didn't have any friends.
Right, you're very wealthy. Yeah, love your dog. Your dog hangs out with you like fucking Scooby-Doo. Your kids like you. You're living an adventure of life. Now you're doing the same thing you're doing in LA in a totally different city just because you're following it and all you feel like gotta be free. Whatever it is.
There's a little bit of that, and there's also like, I think you're better off living in a place with less people. I think you live in a place with like LA is great in that there's a lot of resources, a lot of shit happening, there's a lot of people. But it's bad in that sometimes it diminishes the value of people a little bit when there's so many of them. Like people stop thinking about
in LA, value. I don't even think that it's that. For me, the thing that I always had a hard time with was the point of the place was show business.
Yeah.
So when I was coming up in my career, everything reminded me of the things I didn't have. It nothing let me appreciate where I was. And then, now I love it. It's a winner circle. I'm doing great. So I get in any restaurant, but I remember what it felt like being there. It's like, that's why I don't live there. No disrespect to LA, but it's like if I like a restaurant, I don't move in. I just come when I want to eat. I just live in the restaurant.
I think your idea of living in another place gives you perspective.
There's no question.
It's the best way to have perspective. If you're stuck in that showbiz world, that becomes your culture. Your culture is like this tiny fraction of the human beings in the world. And so many people just start relating only to people in that culture. Like that, you get real isolated that way.
And for what we do for a living, how is that conducive to anything?
No, it's so wise.
Artistically.
No, it's a very wise decision. Really wise.
Yeah, this
smells great.
I told you, son, that's the one. That candle is the shit. I'll do a commercial for it right now. You can cut this out. I am Dick Chappelle, and this is a black ash candle. Smells way better than it sounds. Take it from me and Ashley Larry.
One take. Beautiful. You smell lighted.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Get the scent going. So when you're touring now, do you just pick a city and say, "Oh, I'm going to do Denver, 3 nights in a row, find me a venue"?
Well, I don't know if it's on the show, but just between us, we could. I don't know.
You don't have to put anything on the show with you.
But I want to post up here for like, a few weeks. Cold, Ohio. I like playing out there. I like the stuff place a lot.
Beautiful.
It's rocking. That's why I said, you damn thing. Think of that. December, January. Stayed here for 4 to 6 weeks, trying to finish the act that I was close. When we were supposed to do those shows, and
that summer was gonna be fire.
Me and Joe Rogan went on sales and things. We got to do Joe pretty much sold 36 pounds of tickets in like 10 minutes. It was insane. We were so excited to do the show, and like we could do before the shutdown. I was wondering if it was big. So the ones we did was fun too. I've never seen you that bad. Remember when we watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and all that?
Yes!
It was so much fun.
2 o'clock in the morning.
That was like that conversation.
You were there. Yeah, we were there. That was when we were in. No, that was Seattle. That was Tacoma.
Tacoma.
That was fun.
And the conversation and the agreement. Every tour has its own culture, but the culture of this tour that we did together was great. Yeah, Ian Edwards, who was traveling with us.
But he was always famished, man. He was always tired from not getting my protein. Yo, this nigga slept the whole joint, son.
But Ian and I, the first time I ever left the country, I was like 18, at my 19th birthday in Scotland. I did Edinburgh. And Ian Edwards was on the festival doing a show. Black dudes from the West, like way West, and we hit it up. We would crack each other up. And then bam, I just see him, on the road. Made me feel 20 years younger. And we all still ran. The lights are red, music's good. Really good vibe, really good company. It was a perfect match.
You nailed it with the red lights in the room. It changed everything. I'm gonna steal that from you.
Oh man, please be my guest.
I don't go with purple.
It's all about the ambiance. Yeah, I used to sit in a room with hard white lights and the food plate that I don't know how long it's been there, and no music. And the early days, no friends. You just sitting there, people they get joke book, waiting all the time, just waiting. And at some point, you realize it's gotta be funny. I can't just be sitting there. Who the fuck has to bring a book to work? It was bad. So I just started sexing it up, like it's having fun. And then when you start getting big on the road, you start bringing your friends out and all that shit. And it's really fun. And you become like a certain family. The longer you stay out together, you learn each other's creature habits, you find out shit about each other, you don't know. Just talk about the shit. So let's see what people made us. Man, we had so much fun. Wait, man. Yeah, so much fucking fun. Yeah, you would love it.
Hey, remember that night I could have gone, but that's what I was planning on coming. Remember that night that we not doing any stand-up?
I had my drone that night.
Oh, yeah.
We had my drone. I always want to stop my whole drone. One of my friends was calling a drone. It was late night. We did drone shots. So we did drone shots. And then the drone went up in the air. It was like about 2 o'clock in the morning. And we lost the drone. We didn't see no red lights, no blue lights. It was just gone. We was like, oh, shit. Nigga, we gotta go find a drone. We like, oh, we about to get out of here. We thought we lost the drone. The drone was supposed to be at the bed and breakfast. How did my barbecue controllers back? Like, the people know how to drive and they take control when they can't see it through like measurements and distance and everything.
We had things that good though. We had buttons on it, they could track a person on our post, and then just follow the car and Really? Remember in LA, the paparazzi started doing all this crazy drone shit. I'm sure they had. We had to throw the guy who bring calls. You hear the buzzer. Yeah, you hear this shit. And you know that there's a dude in the block away or something. It's not weird.
We can kind of find you now with a drone.
But we get the drone shot from the place. We thought we lost the mystery over this place. I was like, get my motherfucking drone there. Like, we can get everybody caught in the drone. You don't see the sky nowhere, and all of a sudden, it was like a movie. We saw these blue lights come up, and we heard this, and that motherfucker came. Everybody was like, oh shit, that's a drone. And that shit came all the way back there. I was a good shot. That was a great shot.
I met the governor of Texas. I went to a mansion to hang out with him, Governor Abbott, and I had whiskey and barbecue with him. And while we're hanging out at his house, the drone comes by. And it hovers in the sky. The light goes on, and we're watching this drone, and security guys are trying to figure out where the drone's coming from and who's got the drone. They turn out to be like the fire department. The fire department has their own drones, and they're flying their drone around looking for stuff.
That makes a lot of sense, man.
But they're like, that's like how you can spot fires, how you can figure out what's going on. If there's some sort of a car accident, they can probably send a drone out, get video image of it so they know what to expect when they get there. Makes sense, right?
And there's a new car like this. So the drone, the headlights are drones. You gotta look this up.
What is it? The headlights fly away.
The headlights are attached to the car, right? They're on. If you get out of the car, they pop off and start flying around and make a path of light. I think that's the thing.
Audi created an autonomous off-road that uses flying drones to illuminate the road instead of headlights.
Show the video.
Oh my God, they're ahead of the car. The fucking headlights are ahead of the car.
It's the illustration.
That's the Star Wars shit. Right?
You get precision drones. If you have a key in your pocket, you'll follow you. If you're walking in the woods, it's crazy. That thing looks wild. It looks like some shit Jamie Foxx got already.
He already has one of those.
Yeah.
The gas station. He has one of those red bodies. Isn't that what it's called? It's like a red Donnie tank. I ran into him at the gas station. I was like, who the fuck is driving that thing? That thing looks awesome, though. That Audi, that's a slick looking car, too.
It's crazy. Somewhere online there's a video demonstration.
And it's probably going to be electric, right? Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, everything's electric. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch where it's driving. Oh, shit. That's the headlights? Yes. The headlights are ahead, making the road bright.
Yo, that's some gangster shit like this.
They're flying like little UFOs. That's nuts.
Could you imagine if you saw that drive by you somewhere?
Yeah. They're like, oh my God, I think I saw an alien. That's crazy. That's going to be the future. Look at that shit. They fly ahead of you and illuminate the road. That's bananas. And you just have to trust them with a little bitch-ass lights. This little bitch-ass fog lights. You have to trust the daddies who's flying around. That's how the government's going to control you. Keep you going on their road. No. You don't want to look at that road. That one's dark. The drones only go on this road. Probably a pizza place.
So, come on, man. You started like this, man. Why are you doing this to me?
We'll find a pizza place for you. What kind of pizza you want?
I can get a pizza.
A pizza?
A piece of pizza. Yeah, good pizza. I gotta get some more calls, too. Are you alright? Take five. Don't get me.
Yeah, we just end this. It's already 4:35. We've been doing this forever. Me and I have been doing this for 4.5 hours.
I know, man. I even disrespecting my gunshot wound.
I told Jamie. I didn't, right? Never. It's not true. None of this is true.
Teamwork.
Thanks, Dave. That was fun. Next time we'll do it for real. Yeah, for sure. I love it. Donnell, that was fun. Thank you. Thanks for the candle. Thanks for the cream. Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything. Donnell, RFK Stadium.
TCF Robert Traditional Thanksgiving Show.
And the date is
November 28th. And Pixar Soul comes out Christmas Day. Well, it's Christmas Day.
keep people focused on the show. I'm 28. So I want people to come see me. I'm trying to find out where the tickets are. There it is. There it is. So library comedy and RFP. No, I'm trying to remember the show. It's like parkupdc.com. So parkupdc.com is 28. The traditional. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoyed it. Oh, I love you too. I love you, dog. You're awesome. All right, bye, everybody. And we're live. Gentlemen, here we go again. What's happening? Okay, pleasure to see you guys. As always, this is one of my favorite podcasts of the other two. And this is a great time then. Because first of all, the New York Times article about the possibility of a comet hitting Los Angeles, the preparations for what they would do if a comet hit Los Angeles, and the comet known as Donald Trump that's hit the United States. And he's even got hair. It's just the whole thing. I mean, it's the end of the world is coming, boy. It's all on the wall. And the writing's all there. It's kind of crazy. So what's the latest and the greatest? Well, the latest and the greatest is, last year, when we sat down with you last November, that floated in the discussion the idea that this really important comic research that's going on, which is just changing our whole view of history and prehistory and of the future of humanity. But it would be good to make a film about this and crowdfund it. I actually mentioned that to the scientists, and they said what we really need is more funding for our research. And so they were inspired by, basically by your show, they have put out a crowdfunding campaign, which is linked on my website. It's the Comic Research Group, and it's a big story right now. So how can people find it really quickly? It's Indiegogo. Well, no, research group. Much quicker way. Just go to my website, grahamhancock.com. There's a revolving banner, which is the Comic Research Group. Click on. Okay, grahamhancock.com, and then crowdfunding for comic research. And so what are they trying to put together? Well, they're wanting to, the thing is, these guys have actually not had any official funding. This is a group of major, highly credentialed scientists who for the last decade have been investigating the extraordinary story of a massive comet, series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. That is the global cataclysm that wipes out a whole civilization from prehistory, so that's why it's of interest to me. They're not coming at it from that point of view, they're coming at it from rediscovering something that we've lost about ourselves, something that's really important to understand the role of cataclysm in the story of the Earth. And they need to do much more research, so they need to go back to Greenland and look for the nanodiamonds in the Greenland ice cores. There's an ancient city, which they're not revealing the name of, which they're pretty certain was wiped out by a comet impact about 4,500 years ago. They want to go there and investigate that. So there's a lot of field work they need to do to drive home this hypothesis and to, frankly, put down the opposition, because there's been so much opposition to this idea from people with vested interest in other theories and that's why these guys have not got funding. So the only place they're going to get funding to do this further research is from the general public, and that's what they're hoping that will happen. It's called the Comic Research Group. There's a banner on my site and all the links to their crowdfunding, to their website, which is full of masses of scientific information, and to their Facebook page as well. It's a very unusual thing, the fact that we know that comets and all sorts of various large objects have impacted the Earth. We see the craters, we know they exist. It's so rarely discussed. It's so strange. If it wasn't for this article in the New York Times, I can't remember when the last time that even came up. And it's such a huge issue.
It's a massive issue. It's a massive issue. Both Travis and I have really, given a great deal of thought to this. I think the point is that catastrophes are the untold stories of our past.
We were given a little hint of it. February 2013, Chelyabinsk, Siberia. There's a museum. Now that was just a little cosmic speck. Came in, it was about 50 feet in diameter, which
which is about, and it came in at a fairly low angle, blew up nearly 8 meters.
Get that thing right in front.
Right in front of me, like this.
Yeah, if you flatten it out, it's usually easier.
Is this better?
Yeah.
All right. So it came in, I think it exploded 12 miles, about 20 kilometers up in the atmosphere, but it was still enough to damage thousands of buildings and injure 1,500 people. Now, the thing about that one is if it had been slightly larger, if it had come in at a slightly steeper angle, a little bit higher velocity, you could have had thousands of fatalities rather than just injuries. And that would have been major headline news at that point. As it was, it's already forgotten. But you do remember
Yes.
that oversight. We may even talked about that.
We did.
We did, yeah.
I think we even showed videos of it. Well, what's fascinating is that Russia has so many of those dash cam photo cameras, because they have so much insurance fraud apparently over there. People slam into each other all the time. They want to record it. So we're fortunate enough to have so many of those videos because of that, which puts it on the record, whereas otherwise it would not be.
I think people don't like to talk about cataclysms and catastrophes, and actually nor do I. Nobody wants a horrible cataclysm to occur, but this is the point, which is that the prospect of a comet or asteroid cataclysm on the Earth is actually much higher than has been told to us up till now, and something can be done about it. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. We don't have to, say, okay, it's all over, forget about it. Quite the contrary. This is just something that would be prudent and rational for the human species to do, amongst many other imprudent and irrational things that we focus on instead. We should be focusing on a bit on this.
Well, at least just to heighten awareness of it, and also the possibility that we've been nailed a bunch of times and we've forgotten about it. And this is the big thing that you've been dealing with your entire career, this skepticism about past civilizations. I mean, I got into it with Michael Shermer, who's a friend of mine, who's a very famous skeptic. I got into him with it yesterday because I posted a year beyond, and he started chirping something about civilizations 12,000 years ago was the evidence. I'm like, dude, you're saying this and you don't even know about Göbekli Tepe. So I sent him Göbekli Tepe, and literally like 5 hours later, he wrote something claiming that, well, that was made by hunter-gatherers. It was all just really to sort of suit his narrative. But he doesn't know that. No one knows that.
Nobody knows that. They're so determined to keep the existing model. And when new evidence comes in which can't be explained by the existing model, they just try to explain away the new evidence and not think maybe it's time to change our theory. This is the unfortunate thing. But cataclysms, the global cataclysm, the massive event that happened 12,800 years ago, the Yoga Dryas impact, which were a series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap. This accounts for why we don't have a lot of evidence, hard evidence, of a 12,000 plus year old civilization, because it went down in that catastrophe. It was wiped out.
I've been trying to amass the evidence actually that complements what Graham is doing, and it really answers that question that Shermer brought up. And it's a legitimate question. Where's the evidence? But I'm quite sure that Shermer is not really educated in the extreme events that have really taken place on this planet in the last 10 to 20,000 years. And what that would do to any kind of evidence, and maybe while we have some time here today, I brought a few things to try to convey some sense of how extreme some of these changes have been, and how one would actually be quite shocked to find anything existing in the aftermath of these events.
Well, Michael Shermer's a brilliant guy. I don't mean to shit on him, but what is disturbing to me is that his knee-jerk reaction to this, without having any research at all on the subject, not knowing at all about Göbekli Tepe, which was discovered in what, the 90s?
Yeah.
So this is, to me, this is something that I've looked at because of you guys in great depth. When I read your book, I was just completely enthralled with this idea of history having some sort of or rise and fall and civilization having these resets. So I've been absorbed in it for a long time. What's fascinating to me is people that consider themselves to be skeptical or he's a skeptic professional, sure. But many people who question anything that's outside of what they've been told. As soon as they hear any sort of a theory outside of what they've been told, they immediately call back. And it's a weird knee-jerk reaction to something, especially when you talk about asteroids, that is a very real part of our past. We have a ton of evidence. I mean, there's actual craters that you can look at on Earth. The moon, which has no atmosphere, is littered with them. And if we look at the moon as a model for what could possibly have happened to Earth, or at least, some of them. Obviously, with the moon having no atmosphere, it's going to get hit a lot more than we are. But still, this is a very real situation that this solar system, at least as far as we know, the only solar system has to deal with this. But we know this is a real issue, and we've seen impacts.
Well, it's like you just said. On the one hand, you have Earth scientists looking at the Earth, and what they're realizing is that the Earth is pockmarked with scars, and each of these scars represents a tremendously powerful catastrophe that's happened in the history of the Earth. Now, that's accepted by mainstream science, that major catastrophes have happened in the history of the Earth. But where this thing now is about to come full circle is the recognition that these kinds of catastrophes have also influenced the rise and fall of civilization, and a lot more extremely than has been recognized up to this point. And while geologists and earth scientists are looking at the surface of the Earth and realizing that etched into the surface of the Earth, or imprinted into the surface of the Earth, are hundreds of scars, of which undoubtedly are only a small percentage of the total that exist. At the same time, astronomers are looking out into near-Earth space and discovering that we cohabit space with a lot of stuff. It's not as empty as we thought. Just within the last 6 or 7 weeks, we've had 2 close flybys.
Of previously undiscovered
asteroids.
Just the point, because NASA keeps saying, well, we've counted 1,650 asteroids, and none of them are going to hit the Earth in the next 100 years. Well, yeah, that's true. But what about all the ones they haven't counted, which are estimated to run in hundreds of thousands, which haven't been seen yet? And what happens is we see them roughly 10 days before they pass the Earth. That is not enough time to do anything about them. But we have time if we're prepared to be rational and reasonable as a civilization to take care of this issue.
Now, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of near-Earth objects that are flying around, what are the things that could be done to protect Earth?
You can paint, it's low tech actually. You can paint one side of the asteroid, affect its albedo so that the sun's rays push differentially on one side rather than the other. That will shift its orbit slightly. It has to be calculated. You can give it a little knock with a rocket, basically. You don't want to blow it up. You don't want to turn, your one big piece of artillery shell into buckshot. You don't want to do that. You want to move it into a safer orbit. You can mount jets on it. People are looking now to mining asteroids. Of course, our society always goes, our civilization always goes for where the money's to be made. But if we can mine asteroids, we can move asteroids, and the technology is there.
And ironically, the most dangerous asteroids are going to be the ones that are the closest to the Earth, which are the most accessible. And the asteroids pretty much have unbelievable amounts of resources on them. I mean, pretty much everything that is being mined on the Earth can be found in asteroids, from the hydrocarbons to precious metals to all of these things. And we're not that far away from technologically being able to actually, mount expeditions to asteroids and mine them. And that's the solution I kind of prefer, because again, these things are tremendous sources of all kinds of things that would be usable to an expanding civilization, and we could easily, within a decade or two, be mining asteroids. And again, the ones that are the easiest to access are also going to be the ones that are more dangerous, because they're the ones that are coming the closest to the Earth. So,
another point here is that there is one specific danger. There's one specific, if you like, region of the sky that really needs to be looked at. And this is the region of the sky. This is why I wrote Magicians of the Gods, because of this discovery that there's a thing called the Taurid meteor stream, which is 30 million kilometers wide, and which envelops the solar system. And the Earth on its orbit around the sun passes through the Taurid meteor stream twice a year. Turns out the Taurid meteor stream is the debris of a giant comet that came into the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago. That thing was at least 100 kilometers in diameter, according to their calculations. It may have been more so. And then, like other comets like Shoemaker-Levy 9, which spectacularly hit Jupiter in 1994, it began to break up into multiple fragments. So those carry on orbiting on the original path, and as they break up more and more, they degrade, and small bits and large bits break off, and it gradually fills up a kind of huge hoop of debris that the Earth is passing through twice a year. It takes us 12 days to pass through it. We do 2.5 million kilometers a day on our orbital path, 12 days to get through the Taurid meteor stream. And the scientists of the Comet Research Group have made the point that a big object out of the Tauride meteor stream, multiple objects as a matter of fact, was what hit the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. It looks like there was a second series of impacts 11,600 years ago from the same source. It looks like there were other impacts in the Bronze Age. The most recent, almost definite impact out of the Tauride meteor stream was Tunguska in Siberia back in 1908. That hit on the 30th of June, 1908, and that's at the peak of the Tauride June shower. We passed through the Taurids in June and in November. And what they're saying is we really need to focus on this Tauride meteor stream. Their calculations are that there are hundreds and hundreds of massive objects in that Tauride meteor stream. And, as a comet breaks up into bits, those bits become asteroids, and those asteroids are circling in the Tauride meteor stream. And I've likened it to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane interstate twice a year and just hoping that we don't hit any heavy traffic, that we meet bicycles or motorcycles